What's going on? Liam Casey here. I'm the guy that only posts on YouTube once every 6 months because I'm actually building an agency and running it on a day-to-day basis, not like 90% of most agency gurus out there. I won't name any names, but this video right here, probably clicked on it because you saw it was like 6 hours long, but this is literally probably one of the most valuable videos I'm ever going to upload. About 3 months ago, I hosted a live event just for private members of my school community, which you'll be able to join in the link in bio, link in description, shameless plug. But it's 4 days. This was pre-recorded. And previously, my private students only had access to this. Day one, we broke down my 7-figure offer and pricing model. Day two, we broke down my scaled service delivery system, because one of the biggest things that agency owners struggle with is you get clients, you figure out a service, but then how do you actually scale fulfillment so you can handle 40 to 50 clients? Then day three, we talked about booking appointments, closing clients, how to fill your calendar with appointments, and actually get them to give you their credit card on the call so that you're not wasting time following up and chasing up deals. And then lastly, automating fulfillment and team models. So this is more for high level stuff. Once you're trying to get past 50K per month, how to build a real team so that you're not in golden handcuffs and you can actually scale a real business so you have time and location freedom. So that's it. And after every single day of these trainings, we had a private Q&A. So like I ran this training, I just delivered a shit ton of value. And then we sat down with our private students and did just exclusive Q&A where we really got in the weeds, got in the trenches and answered very practical questions. So you've got access to literally everything. I'm going to put some timestamps in here so you can scrub through and check out the stuff that you really care about. But that's it. Just enjoy. The only thing that I ask of you is that I know that when something's free, 90% of people just take it for granted and don't actually consume it. This right here is a 6-figure income free that you can just watch. And so if you watch everything and apply it, you'll make 6 figures minimum a year. So check it out, enjoy. This is kind of me just giving back to the community of the business model that has allowed me to genuinely create an incredible life. So check it out. I hope you get some value. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, I am super pumped for this. Been hyping this challenge up on my socials for the past like 2.5 weeks now. And the number one goal of this challenge is after these 4 days, obviously we're having a 1-hour live training for 4 days, every day this week, except for Friday. And the number one goal is to genuinely give you absolutely everything that you need to build a 30K per month agency. That's why we're calling it the Agency in a Box Challenge, because leaving absolutely nothing out, and you'll have the core foundations across every area of this business model so that you can go ahead and start executing and scale to that 30K per month mark. And what's included in that is obviously our offer and our pricing structure, which is what we're selling. Then there's our prospecting methods of how we're getting sales calls booked on the calendar. Then there's our sales strategy and our client acquisition strategy of how we're actually getting people across the line, our fulfillment strategy, and our team structure. So we're going to be covering absolutely all of that throughout these 4 days. So today, what everything is going to be about is the what to sell. So that's our 7-figure offer and pricing model. This is honestly one of the most important foundations and really the thing that makes or breaks the agency business model in the first place. If you're not selling the right thing, you can have a service that is, this is all about just meeting product market fit. Okay, like everyone knows, if you've got a product the market actually wants, then it's going to become much easier to sell. But product market fit isn't just about having something that's easy to sell. It's having something that actually gets incredible results for the clients you're fulfilling. And there's some products that the market doesn't want, and there's some products that maybe the market wants, but it's very hard to get results for. And so this is going to be all about giving you clarity. By the end of this, you'll know, okay, is my current offer, is what I'm currently trying to sell, does this have product market fit? Am I going in the wrong direction? And this will give you all the markers for everything that you know to go, okay, cool, I can audit what I'm selling right now and give you some great ideas for what you need to be selling in the future. So the challenge, the schedule for this challenge right now, we've set it to 10 a.m. right now, every day of the week, except for Friday, Monday through Thursday. And then the VIP sessions are going to be directly after each of these live sessions. All of the VIP members that signed up for that extra $48, we're having an exclusive live Q&A where we're spending an extra hour asking any of your questions one-on-one during those sessions. Based on the attendance today and just the feedback from the other members in the group, I'm going to gauge and see if we want to start a couple of hours earlier, potentially at 8 a.m. AST, just because I know that there's people from all over the world in different time zones. I wanted to make sure that people can jump on. So we potentially might be changing the time to 10 to 8 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, but I'll post an update in the group if that is actually going to be happening. So just some general housekeeping rules as well. This is called a challenge for a reason. Make sure that you're taking it seriously. I am going to be challenging you in terms of some of the action items that I'm going to be giving you, some of beliefs that I'll be breaking down, and just kind of challenging you in general within your business. And so make sure that you're really taking this seriously and treating it like a challenge for yourself and an excuse to take some serious action. Go into this with intention. Think about, okay, this is a chance where you've got access to seven-figure entrepreneur that's been executing on this business model for the past 6 years. You've got direct access to them in a way that you usually wouldn't. Make sure that you're really absorbing as much as possible. But one thing that I want to really drive home is don't be just satisfied with consuming more information. A term that goes around a lot in our space is quote unquote success porn, where you just sit on YouTube and watch videos for hours and hours on end from different gurus and course creators and things like that, just to make you feel good about consuming content because you feel like you're being productive if you're watching educational related content. But what I really want you to be focusing on is taking action daily. And so that's what really drives the business forward at the end of the day. And if you're not actually implementing anything, then you're not going to be making any real change. And so today is going to be a little bit more foundational, a little bit more theory based, but at the end of each training throughout the week, I'm going to be giving you direct action items that you can start implementing today in your business. So as you're going through all of this, I would be taking notes and thinking about, okay, what can I actually be implementing into my agency today so that you can actually make some progress and not just feel good that you showed up to a free training like this and got some information. So the mindset, why does it keep doing that? The mindset that I like to approach to anything that is free, some of you have paid the $48 to join the VIP. A lot of you are here for free. The mindset that I like to approach to anything that I'm joining and showing up to for free, whether or not it's a live training like this or an event that I'm going to, is just imagine that you've paid at least $1,000 to be there, because then you must get value out of it and you automatically will. You hear these kind of concepts thrown around all the time of like why you should double your price, why you should charge more for your services or consulting, your consulting services, your courses, or your paid done for you services, because the more someone pays for a certain solution or the more someone pays for information, innately, the more literally they are invested because they've paid to be there. And I know when I've made my first big investments in courses, and things like that, you pay so much more attention because you paid to be there and you're literally more invested. And so a lot of the time you can show up to these free things and not take it as seriously because you haven't paid to be here, but just pretend like you paid $1,000 to be here so that you have to get at least that amount of value out of it, and you'll treat it a lot more differently. Just a little mindset hack. Also, another caveat as well, because the online space has gotten so crowded, there's so many just literal scammers out there. There's so many people that just talk shit. There's so many people that teach courses when they haven't actually hit serious numbers in their business. It's easy to get very cynical about the online space, and when you're consuming content like this, and I know that I have found myself getting somewhat pessimistic when I'm consuming other people's free content and thinking things like, why are they actually giving this stuff away? Like, why would they give me their secrets to their business? Why is this actually what's working right now? Is there something else different behind the scenes? And I just want to be very straight to the point and transparent and say that I am not holding anything back in these trainings. I've been in this online space for the past 6 to 7 years now, have hit very decent numbers within this model, and I don't sell any courses. I've sold different versions of courses quite a while ago when I first got into the coaching space, but for the past 2 years now, my agency has been my number one focus that I've been making multi-six figures from personally in my bank account every single year, and I don't make any money off courses. I don't make any money off that. I only work with a very, very small group of agency owners one-on-one. And so I'm a very big believer in information for free, implementation for fee. I'm giving you all of the secret sauce, all the strategies of what you need to go implement it yourself. But if you want to work with me one-on-one, then I can charge you to implement it. But I'm literally giving you all the information for free. Cool. So what we're going to be covering over the next 4 days has generated me over $3 million in my marketing agency, a little bit over that now, and that's over the past about 3.5 to 4 years. I say I've been in the agency space for about 6 years. 2 of those years was doing it like part-time, doing it while I was studying full-time at university as well. It's been about 3.5 to 4 years since I've been in the marketing agency full-time, and about 4 years that I've been doing serious numbers. And with that revenue for the past 4 years back to back, that's put multi six figures in my bank account annually for 4 years straight. Chris, you said, is that the agency or is that profit? So that's revenue. And so in profit over the past 4 years, I've been putting multi six figures in profit in my bank account from the agency every single year for the past 4 years. Cool. So also as well, just I know that we want to get into the meat and potatoes of this training and get stuck into some strategy, but what I'm telling you to implement won't really hit home unless you have the context of some of the results that it's gotten for clients that I've worked with in the past. And so I've worked with about, over the past 3.5 to 4 years, I've done about 200 programs with other agency owners, working directly with them. And that's produced about over $23 million in verified client revenue between all the agency owners that I've coached as well. And I haven't done any like beginner mainstream kind of estimate made type courses and coaching programs. I've always done just very intimate one-on-one coaching. And that's part of the reason why I have so many crazy case studies and why a lot of the agency owners have gone on to do such crazy numbers. I haven't worked with that many people in the grand scheme of things, but the people that I have worked with have done some serious numbers. Let's just go through some simple, quick case studies. I'm not going to spend too much time here at all. Nathan Lilly, who was literally one of the first agency owners that I worked with on a coaching standpoint and started literally from zero. And when he saw I was doing the promo for this challenge, he just sent me this message. This was in 2020 that we first started working together, over 4 years ago now. And he sent me this message saying, best investment of my life, $750. That's how much I was charging back in the day when I did my very first version of my course. He said that was the best investment of his life, like literally. And 2021, a year after we first started working together, he made this cool post in the Facebook group at the time, where he was able to buy this car. He was a full-time electrician at the time, had just gotten married, had a baby on the way, and he was able to quit his full-time job after a year of implementing everything that I helped him with, bought this car, and has kept doing it ever since. And so his agency is called Lily Media. It's gone from 0 to about 60K per month. Got there in about 12 to 18 months. And the main things that we helped him with was his service structure, closing, and outbound organic, and just some other screenshots that he sent me while we were working together, how he was closing 4K, adding 4K monthly revenue in 3 days, closing some consulting deals, which is pretty cool. Paolo and Brady, these guys are identical twins out of Brisbane. And when we first started working with them, they were only doing about 3K per month. And they were really struggling with client acquisition and service delivery. And those are the two main things that I find most agency owners are really struggling with below 30K per month. The main things is that you don't have a clear service structure and a fulfillment mechanism and a way to get client results that you're very confident in and that you're really proud of. And that often holds back most agency owners' conviction and belief in their service, which stops you from going all in on client acquisition and really scaling up, because you don't feel like you've got your service delivery down, and you don't want to sell more clients because that's the thing that's holding you back. And so Tyler and Brady here, we helped implement, show them how we fulfill our clients, show them how to implement the sales process, show them an organic strategy that started working really, really well. And they went literally just using one organic outreach strategy alone, went from about 3K per month to over 55K per month. And they've gone on to scale their agency a lot in the real estate niche and expanded into the finance broker niche as well, and have surpassed 6-figure months as well. But I see so many different courses and coaching programs kind of claiming results from their students when, everyone knows that everyone does a lot of different courses and different coaching programs throughout the time that you're in a certain business model. But the amount that I contributed to was getting from 3 to 55K per month. Another one, Aiden Jefferson. Aiden Jefferson at Jefferson Digital. Another agency owner was about like 5K per month when we first started working with him, who was still at uni at the time and was working part-time at another marketing agency. He's gone on to actually pass 100K per month now, but while we were working together, he went from about 5K a month to 90K per month. Again, main things that we helped him with was showing him how to get results for his clients, building out a fulfillment system, dialing in an ideal sales process, and really scaling with paid ads. This was a message he sent me after he crossed 15 clients, and letting me know that close to 2K per month client as well. He's gone on to do some really, really serious numbers. Dylan Marley, he's gone on to grow quite a solid personal brand now. You might have seen him come up on TikTok. I did an interview with him about 6 months ago that's on my YouTube channel that got a lot of traction, which was when he had just crossed the 30K per month mark, which I'd recommend looking at. His agency is Marley Media, and he was at about 3K per month. He ended up going past about 40K per month in a 6 month time frame as well. Again, we helped him with similar things: service structure, fulfillment strategy, sales process. Only one more of these. Maurice Salib is another one. He's with Icon Media. If you're in the real estate niche in Australia at all, you probably would have seen a lot of his ads going around. I started working with him before he was actually even working with the real estate niche at all, and helped him build out the service delivery strategy for the first few clients that he worked with. And because of the results that he was able to get for his clients, that's what kind of gave him the momentum to really start ramping up client acquisition within the real estate niche. And he has surpassed a 6-figure monthly run rate as well, which is pretty crazy. And there's a bunch of other examples on here. So if you go to my IG, I keep going automatically. If you go on my IG, I've got a story highlight for client results. There's a bunch of different screenshots and social proof and all that good stuff that you can see over there if you want to check that out. So you can see, legit, we've actually got some pretty great results. This is part of the main reason that I love doing coaching and that I love helping other agency owners win in this business model, is because there's so many lives that I've met some of the clients that I've worked with in person and had people tell me that I've literally changed their lives. And that's honestly one of the most rewarding things that I've ever experienced. And so as you can see, like, this stuff works. It's not a matter of if it works or not. It genuinely just comes down to, are you willing to take action and do the work that's required to make this your reality? It's not a matter of that you don't have access to the information. It's not a matter of if the opportunity works or not, or if it's a business model that's too saturated, or all the things that you might have in your brain that's causing you to stop taking action or giving you self-doubt. This stuff works. It's literally just a matter of spending more time working on the business model and actually making it happen. So who am I as well? If this is the first time, I'm only going to spend like an extra 5 minutes on this. If it's the first time you're kind of getting introduced to me or coming across my content, I grew up in Kingscliff in New South Wales, which is like a small town in Australia. Most of my childhood was involved surfing and skating. That's pretty much what all I did throughout my childhood. And in general, I always knew that I wanted to be successful and enjoy the finer things in life. I never knew exactly, throughout high school, going to university, I always knew that I wanted to be a business owner. I always knew that I wanted to do something on my own, but I never had the clarity of what was the vehicle going to be that was going to allow me to achieve that lifestyle. And so, like many of you here have done, in about 2018, I went down the make money online rabbit hole. And this was kind of when people like Eman Gadzi, who have completely blown up now, were literally first getting started on YouTube and things like that. I remember subscribing to Eman and having chats with him back and forth on Instagram when he only had like 6,000 to 8,000 subscribers on YouTube, and when he like launched his very first course, which was pretty crazy. And at the time, I literally had zero money whatsoever. I couldn't afford any online courses, and the way that I got started was finding pirated versions of courses, because that was literally my only option and was the only way that I could get access to some information. And obviously watching free stuff on YouTube, I was literally dead broke. And what drove me to get into the online space is, long story short, I was at university full time. I was living off about $350 a week to cover like my rent, my food, and literally everything that I wanted to do in my life. And so I would try and pick up just random jobs throughout university. That I had about like 5 to 6 different jobs that were all, I won't bore you with the details, but were all very horrible. I lost jobs here and there, and drove me to the point where I vowed to myself that I would never work for another person again. And so that's when I went all in to start scaling my agency, which was in about early 2019. I kind of dabbled in it leading up to that. But that was in my final year of university, which is when I graduated as well. By the end of 2019, I'd scaled the agency up to about 12K per month. And that was just with myself and a VA. And so that was pretty much all profit. And so getting to that point at the end, after I'd finished my degree and I was making more than what I had hoped to from an entry-level job graduating my degree, I went in and was like, okay, cool, I'm just going to stick with this, do this full-time straight out of uni. I never actually ended up going on to get any type of traditional job after I'd finished my degree. I did a degree in business management, majored in advertising and international business, which sounds like it would have a fair bit of alignment with what I'm doing right now, but it was more from like a management standpoint of if you're working inside an advertising agency, that could be corporate one, not being an entrepreneur. And so 2 years later, after that, I went on and to hit my first seven-figure run rate, which you can see here was like the first kind of screenshots that I just took to remember that day where this was May 2021, I crossed $64,000 cash collected in the Stripe account, and then had another like 17 or something thousand dollars in direct debits that crossed like 82 or 83,000 of my first kind of seven-figure run rate month, which is when I felt like I'd kind of really hit a next milestone in the business where I was making some serious profit, and that was just kind of a new level of lifestyle that I was experiencing as well. And so you can see here, this is when we're really ramping up. This is what the payouts were starting to look like on a day-to-day basis. You can see every other day getting multi four-figure payouts, even some five-figure payouts, 13,000 there. And that's when things are really starting to ramp up and going, okay, I'm genuinely onto something here. Before that, I was already making like 25, 30K per month very, very properly with an agency. But once we started doing these numbers, this is when things really started to change, and I was able to level up a lot of areas of my lifestyle. And again, this was before, like, a lot of people in the space cannot genuinely say that they've made most of their money from the business model that they're showing other people to create. I'm not going to name names, but if you look at, it's not very hard to see. If you look at 90% of the YouTubers creating content out there, or people selling info, or people selling courses, most people transitioned into selling info and selling coaching at around, like, some people even 10, some people 20, 30K per month, and then they transition into selling a course because they think that's the easier path to wealth. But all of the things that I've been able to create in my lifestyle has been from the profits that I've earned from my real estate marketing agency. And the coin that I'm kind of terming of what I'm calling this is like a real estate growth operator business, because that's what we're actually doing. We're being a middleman kind of driving growth in the real estate industry for real estate professionals, but you can do this for most local business lead gen industries as well. And so I've been able to travel the world, fly business class. I lived in Mauritius for 2 months, which was super random. Flying to Dubai, spending time over there, networking with a lot of people in the online space. I was able to invest a decent amount of money into stocks and cryptocurrency and grow a multi six-figure portfolio. It's a fair bit more now, but that was about 2 years ago. Was able to buy myself some of my dream watches, travel the world, buy nice clothes. I don't want to just sit here, and I'm not trying to flex or anything. I'm just literally trying to show you what's possible and how I've been able, the results that I've been able to achieve with this business. Because at the end of the day, the main reason that everyone is here is because we want to make good money. We want to have financial freedom. We want to have lifestyle freedom. We want to have location freedom. We want to have time freedom. And I've genuinely been able to achieve that. And I'm extremely, extremely grateful for it. And that's what I want for everyone else that's on this path. So let's get into it. So now we're getting into the secret sauce, the meat and potatoes, the strategy. And so this is where I want you to pay attention. And if you've got any questions along the way, I'm going to be paying attention to the chat so that at the end of the call, I can go through and answer some of your questions. Make sure you get them in early as well, because I'll start from the top, and most likely we won't have time to go through everyone's questions. So make sure that you jump in and pop that in the chat as soon as you've got something. Cool. So what you sell and who you sell it to are seriously the most important foundations and non-negotiables that will make or break this business model. One of the things that I've noticed about the space is that because there's people that have gotten so big with selling courses and selling info on this business model, SMMA and running a marketing agency is definitely not as big and saturated as dropshipping and e-commerce, for example. But with people like Eamon Gadzi, people like Joel Kaplan that have like thousands and thousands of students, they have to teach a version of this business model that is purposefully generic, because if you gave people the honest truth of what is like the best specific version of this business model to run, you'd oversaturate that strategy. And so what I'm kind of revealing and covering today is just like the objective truth of which versions of this business model are good to run, which ones are bad, because essentially there's so many niches that the way that I think about everything in these business models is like, what can you do the most to stack the odds in your favor? And the version of a marketing agency that's going to get you from 0 to like 30 to 50K per month is not the version of a marketing agency that's going to get you from like 50K per month to multi 6 figures per month. And a lot of the time, what people are trying to do is they're either trying to start a marketing agency that is the best vehicle to get you from like 50 to 200K per month when they're just starting out, or they're trying to start a marketing agency that is, the other way around. That's very, very easy to get you from 0 to 50K per month, but then you struggle to shift and make that transition once you've already got to that stage. And so next, the SMA business model in a nutshell is just selling business growth via digital marketing to business owners. We're selling the opportunity of business growth. So this is pretty straightforward, and most people understand this, but it gets so overcomplicated in the space, and so many people get shiny object syndrome around what service should I sell? There's all these different niches. Should I work with e-com? Should I work with real estate? Should I work with dentists? Should I work with roofers and home improvement niches? And should I sell TikTok ads or YouTube ads or Instagram ads or email marketing or AI automation? And it's so easy to get confused about what you should be selling. And the simplest way to have clarity around what to sell is we're selling the opportunity of business growth, and we should just be selling a done for you service that is the most predictable, the most streamlined, and the most effective way to drive business growth for that client. That's all we're doing. And so depending on the niche, this can come in the form of leads, applications, appointments, and sales. So if you are selling lead gen to the real estate niche, we're selling leads and applications and sometimes appointments. Some people package a service where you're doing paid ads and lead gen, and then you're doing like done for you appointment setting with ISAs and inside sales agents, and you're booking appointments. And some people have like a pay-per appointment model. Some people have a pay-per lead model. If you're working with the e-com niche, you're driving direct revenue and sales. If you're working with the solar niche, you might be booking appointments, so on and so on. And so at the end of the day, that's all we're doing. We're just driving these outcomes for different client avatars. Super, super simple. So this is where most people get it wrong. And even though this stuff is so simple, most agency owners don't actually apply it to their niche, or they just second guess whether or not the niche that they're in is too competitive, if it's oversaturated, or you just lose focus and niche hop too quickly. And so the main things that you need to look for is, number one, do your clients have a massive pain? Prospects must have a desperate need, not want, for your offer. So this is why I'm very transparent about the fact that I've been in the real estate niche for like day one since I've been in the agency space. And a lot of the case studies that I just showed you, all of them have been executing in the real estate niche as well. And the reason why is because they're the huge pain to solve. Real estate, being a real estate professional is one of the most competitive sales-based industries that's out there. And they have a strong pain because most of their listings and most of their sales come from tedious manual prospecting efforts, and it's very time consuming and not very fun. And because they're on commission only, there is a very, very strong direct need and desire to solve that problem, and it's painful. So there's a very big pain there. Purchasing power, your prospects need to be able to afford your stuff. And so a lot of the time, agency owners are trying to work with restaurants, or they're trying to work with gyms, or they're trying to work with all these random local business lead gen niches that they're just genuinely not financially qualified, or they don't make enough of the back end of your marketing efforts where your service can be sustainable. Because what I see a lot of different courses and coaching programs do is they mostly just teach client acquisition, and they kind of just like push everything else to the side. They've got some stuff there to satisfy, but it's generally very vague. It's generally very vague. And because they just show people how to get clients quickly, because that's what creates good case studies, so they can post screenshots that they're getting client results. But the way that you really win in the agency business model is stacking clients slow and steady and maximizing the amount that your clients are worth and increasing client lifetime value. You've heard those tips before, that it's way easier to keep clients than get new ones. And so we're trying to build a service for the long run that people are actually going to stick around for and have client lifetime values that are anywhere between like $20,000 to $30,000 per client minimum. Clients that stay with us for at least 12 to 18 months. And so in order for that to happen, the purchasing power needs to be there. They need to be able to afford your service on the front end, and their business model needs to make sense to the point where they can continue to pay for your service. Another good example of this is working with home service industry niches, like people that are I see a lot of people working with like roofers, with kitchen and bathroom renovation companies, with painters. These are all good niches, and they can afford your services. But one of the main challenges is that churn can be really high with these types of clients because um, are usually not very scalable internally within their own agency, within their own business. Because once they get some projects, then they're usually busy for the next like 3 to 4 months, depending on the size of the project, and then they don't need your services anymore. And so I see a lot of agencies struggling in the home improvements niche because it's easy to get clients, it's easy to get them results, but then they drop off after 3 to 4 months, and you just have this constant revolving door and a carousel of clients. Easy to target. This is one of the biggest ones, again, that people really struggle with, because sometimes there's niches that on paper would be very, very good to work with, but they're really, really hard to target and really hard to get in front of. For example, like dentists. Like if you're, dentistry is a decent niche, but it's often very hard to get through to people because you have to go through a gatekeeper. You can't find the owner's contact information online. Same with your like trade service businesses. You might be able to find their website, but the personal information of the founder might not be online. And often a lot of these businesses are own operators, where the person that owns the business is also running the business, and they're extremely busy and really, really hard to get through. Or ecom. Ecom is very, very hard to get in front of people. It's not hard to find ecom brands that would be good to be potential agency clients, but if you're reaching out to them on their Instagram, sometimes a lot of the time the founders aren't even paying attention to the DMs on the Instagram. It's much harder to find the personal contact information of the founder anywhere online. Whereas real estate, which is why it's one of the best niches to get from 0 to 30K per month, there is a long list of online directories where you can directly find the contact information of any real estate professional, and it's very easy to reach out to them with cold calls, with texts, with emails. Reach out to them on Instagram. A lot of real estate professionals have, personal Instagram accounts and Facebook accounts representing their personal brand. They're paying attention to it, and real estate professionals, because they're in a sales-based industry, they're expecting to be contacted by their potential prospects and clients. So usually the response rate to get in front of them is very, very good as well. Next is that the market needs to be growing as well. At least if it's not growing dramatically, it needs to be at least steady. For example, if you were selling a marketing agency service to newspaper companies, you'd probably struggle to get results if you were trying to sell a social media marketing service to newspapers to get people to sign up to a subscription for newspapers. You might be able to create a cool, fancy offer with a nice guarantee, but I think there's less people than there was 50 years ago subscribing to newspaper subscriptions than there is today. And so that's obviously a declining market, and it's going to be a bit hard to sell. Whereas, cryptocurrency and blockchain is an insanely fast growing market. And I've seen people grow agencies very, very quickly, doing marketing services, helping NFTs launch their NFT projects, or helping meme coins launch their meme coin projects. That's like at the very far end of the spectrum. But that's why, again, e-commerce is a very, very fast growing industry. That's only going to keep growing. That's why there's going to be a lot of room there for lots of marketers and service providers to scale in the e-commerce niche. Real estate is obviously one of the steadiest markets and industries for the past few hundred years. That you can't make any more land, and people are always going to need somewhere to live. And the real estate industry grows naturally with the market and the economy, and it's very, very recession proof, which is why it's one of the best niches to service as well. Cool. So just to kind of expand on that, I already kind of touched on some of this stuff, but with the massive pain example for real estate, I already mentioned it's highly competitive sales-based industry. It's oversaturated as well. There's usually too many real estate agents than there should be in any given market. And so that increased competition drives up the necessity for operators within the real estate niche and real estate agents to be more competitive. Therefore, they need better marketing tactics. So therefore, there's a need for our services. Because it's commission only, there's a high demand there's high demand for sales opportunities. If they don't have sales opportunities, they're not making money. And so if we are giving them a service that's presenting them sales opportunities, then that is literally the lifeblood of their business, and we are very, very important to them. Also, there's a lot of outdated tactics in the industry because lots of people are relying on manual prospecting. And so if we can give them a strategy that allows them to book appointments without manual prospecting, then that is very, very good. Purchasing power is there because one listing or client acquired for them is usually about a 15 to even a 30K commission, depending on the market, can be a lot more than that. They're easy to target because there's large online directories with contact info that's easy to find. Many agents are on social, and the contact info is easy to find on company websites. And like I already mentioned, it's a growing industry. Real estate's one of the safest markets historically that grows steadily with the economy, and it's recession proof. And you could say all the same things with like e-commerce, for example, but e-commerce is one of the best niches to scale in like long term to get to multi six figures per month. But it's one of the hardest niches to start out in because the barrier to entry for the expertise, the knowledge required, and the quality of the service that you need to fulfill is much higher. Because in the way that you're looking and analyzing at any market, one thing that people look at, just from things that I've picked up on from some of the high level masterminds that I've been in, is the degree of market sophistication. And so what the degree of market sophistication is how sophisticated are the prospects within your industry. And so a sophisticated buyer is like the founder of an e-commerce business. The type of person that's the founder of an e-commerce business, they are much more technically savvy and business savvy than, say, an individual real estate professional who has been in the industry for two years. Someone that has made the decision to build a business with the complexity that goes along with running an e-commerce business in terms of branding, in terms of product design and selection and warehousing and manufacturing and all of these different things, versus someone that is an individual sales rep. It's a completely different type of person in terms of their expectations and requirements of what they need as a service. And it's much easier to sell to a lower sophisticated market because they're less educated and they have lower standards of what's required from a service provider that they're looking for. And so just to kind of give again an example of the size of the opportunity in the real estate niche, because one thing that I hear from people all the time, and this all translates over to some of the other best local business lead gen niches like solar, like roofing, like painting, like finance brokers. But real estate alone across the main like 4 to 5 Western countries that are the best markets to focus on within the real estate niche, which is like Australia, New Zealand, US, Canada, and a few markets around Europe. Collectively, that is worth about $221 billion annually in earned commissions. That's how much money is moving around on an annual basis across all real estate agents in the main 5 to 6 markets that you'd want to work with clients in. That's a huge amount of money that is moving around. And to think that the online business space and online marketing space, like there's maybe like 100,000 people in total that are consuming courses, maybe a few more than that, and there's a lot less than that are really taking it seriously, that are actually trying to make it a real business. One of the things as well that I really like to drive home, that I always talk about with my coaching clients, is that one of the reasons that it's so easy to win and come out on top in these online business models is because of how good of an opportunity is, meaning that you can do it with you can start one of these businesses with very little cash. It's extremely profitable from day one. There's not much risk that you have to take on. There's no overhead. Because of all of that, people don't treat it as seriously as they would as starting most other business models. Like if you were to go out there and say, hey, I'm going to start a cafe, I'm going to open up a local cafe, the amount of risk that you're taking on board is, you're paying, sometimes a few $100,000 to buy equipment, do a nice fit out of a shop location. You're taking on a commercial lease. It's a commitment for multiple years. You're hiring staff from day one, and you're purchasing a lot of inventory. You're taking multiple $100,000 risk and a commitment that is going to play out over multiple years. Whereas starting one of these online business models, people will treat it like a side hustle, or thinking that you're just going to try something that you're just going to try on the side. And so people don't have much skin in the game, and people don't take it that seriously. If you're just trying to treat it like it's a side hustle, it's something that you can jump in and out of, there's not much risk there, then you're not going to take the action that's required to actually go all in on it. That's why, to really, light a fire on your ass. That's why sometimes it is a good idea to put a good chunk of money or whatever that is to you towards a course or a coaching program or working with a mentor. So you really are taking it seriously. But on the topic of just like saturation, or are these things over? Is there too much competition? This is why, the real estate niche is one of the best niches, because it's just such a big market. There's over 3 million agents across all of these Western countries. You only need 20 clients at 1.5K per month to make 30K a month. That's 0.00067 of the market. If you look at other people in the space that have grown big agencies, John Danes in the US, who had Lead Jolt that I've done some work with one-on-one. He was like one of the head coaches previously in Iman Gadzhi's program. He grew to like, $250,000 a month with his agency. He was in the real estate niche. Matt Shields, that's blowing up, and that has a solid following on YouTube now. He was in the real estate niche, and all of the people that I showed you as well, they were in the real estate niche. I've worked with a lot of other clients that are not in the real estate niche, that are doing painting, that are working with chiropractors and things like that. But I can tell you right now that it's such a big market that it's very, very hard to get oversaturated. Compared to dentists, for example, there's 429,000 dentistry offices in those same countries, which is seven times smaller. So, applying that concept of stacking the odds in your favor, would you rather be in an industry and a market where there's 7 times the potential pool of clients, and it's a hyper competitive sales-based industry where they really need our service? Lots of dentistry offices don't need paid ads to grow their business. They're doing just fine. A lot of home service providers and contractors don't need our services to grow their business, but it might help. Cool. So next, the secret to finding a winning offer that sells itself is to pour fuel on the fire. So this is generally one of the biggest, I guess, epiphanies that I had with the agency model that completely changed how I think now about the services that I'm planning on offering. And it's just a perfect analogy in terms of how to be thinking about your service. And so the reason that so many agency owners struggle to scale is because they only work with shitty clients that are impossible to get results for. So the best clients to work with are usually the hardest to acquire. And so the best clients to work with are the ones that are easy to get results for. And so the best analogy for this is, which is something that I picked up on from Alex Hormozi, is that think about an institution like Harvard, like the university. An institution like Harvard, they have one of the most prestigious reputations in the world for providing education and for creating people that end up going on to be CEOs, that end up going on to be politicians, and all round high level people that have high earning potential. But what they do is they have one of the most stringent criteria and one of the most competitive selection processes literally in the world to become a student of Harvard. And so if you are only accepting the smartest, most hardworking people in the world, and then because of your reputation, you're attracting some of the smartest working people in the world to teach the hardest working people in the world, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to produce, and you're going to have some good results in terms of, the average earning potential of someone that goes to Harvard. And was that because they have the best training and they had the best courses in the world? Or is it because they only accept the students who are the best people in the world to begin with? And so what I'm getting at is that when you're a brand new agency owner, you don't have the prestige, the experience, you don't have the case studies, you don't have the social proof to command working with the best clients. And because of that, you end up only being able to get in front of and acquire clients that are towards the lower end of the spectrum in terms of client quality, that are harder to get results with. And so that ends up meaning that because they're harder to get results with, that your case studies aren't as good, and you end up spinning your wheels, struggling, trying to figure out client results. When in reality, like 80% of the reason that you're struggling to get client results is because of the clients you're actually working with in the first place. And so when I figured this out and I realized that my job with creating a service and creating an offer shouldn't be trying to solve all of the hardest problems for the most difficult clients to work with. It should be how to solve a few problems very well for clients that are easy to get results with. And that's why I have that analogy of pouring fuel on the fire, because if you already have clients that are already doing well, they already tick a lot of boxes, us implementing just like one core strategy into their business can completely change the game for them. And so a few good examples of this is, let's say with ecom clients, for example. If you're running an ecom agency, you are not going to work with any drop shippers, because drop shippers are the most fresh newbie people in that industry that have the most inconsistent income and revenue. They're the least experienced, and they're going to be an absolute nightmare to work with because they've got extremely volatile businesses, and they're going to be there's just too many variables outside of your control, and it's going to be extremely hard to get good results with them. And people that I've worked with and people that I've got mentor one-on-one with have that have multi seven-figure agencies in the ecom niche. They have an extremely clear criteria for who they work with. They only work with brands that are at least doing 30K per month in revenue. They have a criteria for what their existing online store conversion rate is, and it has to be like over 1.75%. They have to have at least $100 average order value. They have to make sure that they have an internal content and marketing coordinator so that they aren't dealing with the founder, because that ends up being a nightmare when you're dealing with them. And so they have all these extremely clear markers of, okay, if someone's in this situation, then we know that we can get incredible results for them. I saw this same thing pop up with like the trend of people having short form content agencies. And this was like something that lots of people with courses were spinning and saying, start a short form content agency. It's the next best service to be offering. But all the people that were actually getting the best results with implementing this service and that were getting the best case studies, they were just working with people that already had great personal brands. Like if you were to go out there and start offering a short form content service to someone that had a very small personal brand, it's not going to produce much ROI for them. Whereas if you go and work with someone that already has a big YouTube channel, but they're not executing on short form content, then they've already got the base of content there to repurpose, and they've already got an audience there, and their content has to be good enough that they've already built an audience in the first place. Therefore, if you add on this extra system and this extra strategy, then it just pours fuel on the fire. Same with real estate. If you are working with inexperienced, lower and average performing real estate professionals, and you're giving them leads, if you give leads and sales opportunities to a poor sales process, then obviously it's not going to convert it's not going to convert into as many commissions. It would be like, say you're a marketing agency owner and you're hiring a sales rep, and that sales rep has been in the industry for 6 months and they're not that experienced, and then you start sending them calls to close for your agency. Who's going to close better? Someone that's an inexperienced closer, or someone that's a veteran and is an experienced closer? The exact same thing in the real estate industry. If you're working with someone that is an A player, if you're working with someone that's established in their market, they've got a lot of existing case studies, a large referral base, a good reputation in their market, a high closing rate, they've got a very good listing presentation, then obviously they're going to convert very, very well. Whereas if you're working with someone that is newer, or even they've been in the industry for a while, but they're just not that good, and they're not that good at closing, then they're not going to get great results. And so what I'm getting at is that you should be spending more time getting extremely clear on who your ideal client is and who the dream client is, that if you found them and if they were in that perfect situation, that they're going to get incredible results, because that will impact your client results and your client retention dramatically more than trying to spin your wheels, trying to solve every problem that goes along with working with crappy clients. So that's one of the biggest takeaways from this training. So again, the best clients to work with are the hardest to acquire. Cool. Next, wanted to touch on how to price your services. I'll wrap this up really quickly. So we've got, we can go like 5-10 minutes over as well. So I've got some time to run through some of these questions. But how to price your services. This is something that people spend way too much time overcomplicating. I want to make it super simple for you. Do it like this: 3 different tiers. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is trying to put a round object in a square hole, or a square object in a round hole, because you've only got one version of your service. If you've only got one version of your service, because you hear the advice all the time of you need to niche down, you need to work with one client avatar. However, within one niche, there is so many different client avatars that are dramatically different. And so if you're only trying to sell one service to an entire industry, then you're missing out. Then that's when you have the mistake of not having product market fit. Because if you've only got one option that you're trying to sell to the entire market, then obviously there's going to be a lot of people that you're excluding that aren't going to be a good fit for that one service. And so I'm not saying you should do this straight away, but this is what you want to plan towards, and you want to make sure that the service that you're selling right now, you have clarity around who that is specifically for. And so, for example, we've got 3 different tiers, and the first one is launch, second one is scale, third one is dominate. And if you're selling lead gen, which most of you guys here are going to be, the way that you differentiate the price is just based on deliverables, and you're aligning those deliverables with the client avatar at that stage. And so our launch package is usually for individual agents. Our scale package is usually for high-performing agents and team leaders, and our dominate package is usually for broker owners, principals, and real estate agency owners. And so this is usually like 0 to 30K per month. This is usually like 30 to 100K per month. This is usually 100K per month plus in GCI. And so what I would recommend doing is you want to start out by trying to find product market fit with an offer that serves the majority, which is kind of like the average client in your industry. And so the average client in the real estate industry, for example, is like a real estate professional that's been in the market for 2 to 5 years. They're doing 2 to 3 listings per month. They're doing multi 6 figures a year in annual GCI. They're kind of capped out with what they can do right now, and they need an extra source of lead gen, and that's going to come through paid ads. And so I would recommend just starting with that one clear service, and you don't want to transition into adding a higher tier and a lower tier offer until you've crossed around that 30 to 40K per month mark. Because if you do it before then, you're just overcomplicating your sales process. But like I said, the main mistake that people make is just having having one service, but not having clarity around who it's actually for and trying to sell it to everyone. And then you wonder why your sales process isn't working. Or then you wonder why your churn is too high, probably because, you've sold some people that probably shouldn't have been a good fit for this, and they don't have enough cash flow to sustain it over a long time frame, and then they drop off. Or maybe you signed someone that was, overqualified for your service, and they actually needed more from you that you didn't sell them, and then they jump ship and they work with another agency because they're not getting enough from what they need. So start with a service that serves the majority in your industry. Get to 25, 30K per month, and then start expanding beyond that. You only really want to add additional services until you notice that you're losing too many clients because you're turning them away, or you're having people ask for services that your competitors are offering that you aren't offering. You can start introducing that. Cool. The next is a pricing hack that will literally 3 to 5x your monthly cash collected. Because one of the tricky things about scaling the agency business model, the number one method to scale past like 15, 20K per month, and the thing that scaled me up very quickly to pass a 7-figure run rate was paid ads. And so scaling with paid ads is very, very good because leads come to you, clients come to you, but it can be very expensive to advertise. You can quickly be spending 3, 4, 5, 6, 10K per month on ads. And what's different between the agency business model and the high ticket space, we're not selling 4, 5, 6K, one off upfront payments where you're getting a lot of cash upfront. When you're doing that, it's a lot easier to scale with paid ads because you've got a much more predictable client lifetime value and you collect cash in a shorter time frame. And so you can spend money on ads a lot more confidently. Whereas in the agency business model, we're selling retainers for 1,000, 1,500, 2,500, 3K per month, and you're stacking revenue a lot more slow and steady. And so when you're spending money on paid ads, you're a lot less profitable to begin with. And you can even be doing this when you're just doing organic methods as well, just to get a lot more cash in the door, to give you a good buffer to start to invest in more coaching, invest in team, invest in paid ads. But as you can see here, this is when some of these bigger payments coming through, 13K, 4K, 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 5,500, 7K here, 4K here, another 7K here, all came from when I started implementing this. And it's insanely simple, but it really, really works. All it is offering a month-to-month option for your payment and offering a paid in full option with a discount. And so we don't do anything sneaky or like sales tacticy to convince people to pay in full. We literally just give them the option on the sales calls and position it in a slightly different way. And you'd be surprised how many people go for the pay in full option. And so we obviously give them an incentive to do so. We usually give them like a 15 to 20% discount. So for example, you have a 6-month offer for $1,500 per month, or you have a 7K, or you give them to it for 7K paid in full, and they save 2K. So what we do is we present the total amount for the month-to-month option to price anchor. So price anchoring is like a sales tactic where when we drop the price for the first time, we say, it's a $9,000 investment over the next 6 months. And that's how much it would be if they did the month-to-month option at $1,500 per month. Or if you pay up front for the next 6 months, we take $2,000 off that for paying in full because we know that you're committed, and that comes down to $7,000. Then when we're trying to make the close and we're getting someone to close on the call, we ask the prospect which option they prefer. So instead of asking them, do you want to move forward or not, we're asking them a softer question, which is like, which of these payment options would work better for you, the month-to-month option or the pay in full option? And even though it's a very like slight, subtle tactic or strategy, just simply positioning your pricing differently like that makes it easier for someone to commit. And you're going to have some people that come through. And, we've had months where we've had like a 12K pay in full and like 7K pay in fulls. And all of a sudden that brought in an extra 40 to 50K per month in cash collected. When if we were only selling the monthly option, it would have only been like a 7 to 8K month in cash collected. And yes, we lose a bit of money in the client lifetime value, but we make a lot more money up front and it all balances out and we're able to scale a lot more quickly and predictably. Also as well, you can position this as price incentive, an on-call incentive where you're only offering that discount if they're paying full on the call, which gives them more of a reason to make a decision on the call as well. Cool. So main takeaways from today. I've tried to run through this stuff as quickly as possible, but number one is plan on having 3 service tiers that match different client avatars within your niche, but only start with one flagship service that you're trying to achieve product market fit with the average and like the majority, the client avatar that represents the majority in your niche. Number 2 is introduce a pay in full option to collect more cash upfront in your sales process, and make sure that you're using that price anchoring strategy by introducing the price upfront of what it would cost if they went month to month, and then give them the discount after that. 3 is to not compromise on the requirements for a winning market to build your service around. If you're not applying those criteria, then you're just stacking the odds against you, and it's going to be much, much harder to scale. 4th is that your service should pour fuel on the fire, not try and transform 1s into 6s. You should be trying to turn 7s into 10s. It's much, much harder to try and transform someone that's a 0 out of 10 into a 6 out of 10 versus transforming someone that's already there 90% of the way, they're at a 7 out of 10 to get them to the next, the next 3 points. Those are the main takeaways you should be taking from this. Again, I know today's training was a little bit more like 30,000 foot view, a little bit less practical and a bit more theoretical. But the consecutive trainings that we're having throughout this challenge are going to be a lot more in the trenches, a lot more practical, and just giving you a lot more strategic things within the agency in terms of fulfillment and operations. So we've got about 5 to 10 minutes that I can rattle off some questions super quickly. So if you haven't got one in already, then just drop it below now. But let's go through them. So the first question that we had was, let me just pull off my screen sharing. First question that we had was, what would be the estimated expenses for running a 30K per month agency? So the reason that I say like 30K per month is a good milestone to hit is because it's honestly like a sweet spot where like different stages of scale in the agency at certain points have diminishing return. Like if you're at 150, 200K per month with a lead gen agency, you can be making similar profit than someone that's very, very lean at like 60 to 80K per month. There's lots of agency owners out here that are, 7-figure agency owners doing multi-6 figures a month, where they're only personally making 30 to 50K per month. That might sound like a lot personally, but the workload and stress and commitments and everything that goes along with running an agency at that scale is not worth making 50 something K per month. And so at 30K per month, you can be there with one VA, you and maybe an appointment center, and you're literally like 85, 90% 90% profit. And so the only thing you're paying for is like some softwares, maybe a little bit of paid ads, and like $300 to $600 per month on a VA. So that's your answer. You should be aiming for like 80 to 85% profit margins at 30K per month. Cooper, you said, how much should you price your monthly retainer for a single real estate agent? So it's less about them being a single real estate agent, and it's more about what stage they're at as a single real estate agent. So the best type of real estate agent to be going after is the one that's, been in the industry for at least a year and a half, 2 years, doing 2 to 3 listings per month. Should be charging $1,500 to $1,700 plus GST for that type of client. That's in Australian dollars. So just convert that equivalent to your currency if you're not in Australia. Chris, you said, are you also finding clients in the US and Europe? Yes, there's clients. Like I have an agency owner that I post a screenshot in the community just a couple days ago. Cohen, let's see if I can find this. Yeah, client appreciation. So Cohen here cracked 20K a month euro, and he's only working with real estate clients in the Netherlands. Like, so that just goes to show, you can be in a very small hyper niche market and he's doing 20K euro a month, which is like close to 40K Australian dollars. And so most of my clients in Australia, I recommend scaling initially in your local market geographically, just because everything is easier in terms of prospecting in the same time zone, getting sales calls booked on the calendar in the same time zone, managing a team in the same time zone. Your client, like, time zones is usually the biggest issue. Also, just like the trust factor of speaking to prospects. People automatically trust you more when you are sorry, I don't know my phone. People trust you automatically more when you're from the same area. That's super simple. Cool. So you said, if you're looking for a better real estate clientele, would you target agents already running online ads? Not necessarily. I would just be having one thing that I might post after this training is a guide and like a template that you can fill out with an explainer for creating your ideal client avatar and the category that you should, the different categories that you should be breaking that down from. So there's about like 5 to 6 different categories that you want to apply to knowing your ideal client avatar. It's like business stage, it's location, it's like their current business figures. It's also like the psychographics and the expectations. So like, the expectations of your ideal client, what do they expect from a marketing service like ours, or what goals do they have? You would create a very different service for a real estate professional that's trying to get to $1 million a year in gross commission versus someone that's just trying to get their name out there more and trying to get more consistency in their market. And so I'll post that after the training inside of the group. And so that you guys can execute on that. Ed, you said, does this include Go High Level? We use Go High Level for all of our client fulfillment, but I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about that. But yeah, we use Go High Level for everything. We use like the SaaS version of Go High Level, and all of our clients get a sub account. Cooper, you said, I struggle to close people on the call. They usually leave the call saying they're keen, but a few days later they decline. Their objectives are usually not confident we can get results or price. I guarantee it's X results, that we work for free and pay for all ads until X is met. Is that a poor guarantee? So I think it's day 3. I'll have to triple check if it's day 3 or 4, but we're going to be covering sales process. A lot of what holds you back from, because essentially the problem here is just closing rate. And so first thing, like the simple things, is make sure you're tracking and make sure you're recording your calls, because you can be helped a lot better and you can have a lot more clarity on what needs to improve by knowing your closing rate, because that gives us an indication of, okay, like how bad is the situation, or how not so bad is it. If your closing rate's like 10%, and we can go, okay, we need to revamp some things pretty seriously. Closing rate's like 20%, it's okay. Ideally we want to be at 30 to 40% closing rate for sales calls. And so a lot of it is the pre-marketing of what people, the marketing material that you put in front of people before the call, and less about the exact version of your guarantee once they're showing up to a call. And so sales process is a very big topic and a big rabbit hole, and so we're going to cover that on a separate training. Andre said, I'm paying around $700 a month on 2K per month on a 2K per month offer, currently at 11K per month right now. Am I overpaying? he's getting results, but I think I can probably do the same. I've always been running my own up until this point. You're gonna have to give me more context. I'm not sure what you say. You've got a 700 up, paying around 700 per month on a 2K per month offer. I'm not sure if you're saying that you're a real estate professional working with someone charging you that, if you're an agency. Not 100% sure, sorry. Also, unfortunately, we're gonna have to wrap up in like 2 minutes, just because got to jump on with the VIPs for the Q&A. Ed, you said, do real estate agents choose how much they want to spend on ads alone, month to month? So we base ad spend based on their goals, their targets, and their KPIs. And so we'll usually have a minimum ad spend requirement that our clients need to go on for us to justify working with them. And then we'll usually start them out on that for the first 1 or 2 months. And then based on their sales targets, then we'll ramp up ad spend accordingly. Because usually it doesn't make sense to spend a huge amount straight out of the gate until we've got clarity on how things are performing in their market. The third YouTube video that I posted on my channel, where I cover how to test and optimize real estate Facebook ads, I'd recommend watching that, because I break down a bunch of KPIs of how to know how much you should be spending, what the cost per lead should be, what the conversion rates should be. And so my YouTube channel is just Liam Casey. Just search that, you should be able to find it. Matt, you said, hey Liam, how do you overcome retainer? How do you overcome retainer versus paying clients for results objection? I'll cover that in the sales training module, because there's a few specific things that I can show you how we get around that. What's a decent cost per client when using Facebook ads? So you want to be shooting for minimum like a 5 to 8x return on ad spend. And so our cost of acquisition has usually been around $350 to $500, but we've gotten that down a lot because we've done a lot of testing and we've refined our sales process a lot. But yeah, around $350 to $500. Lisa, you said, do you present all of the service tiers in the presentation, or depending on the client and what stage they're at after you qualify them, do you present only that service tier that fits them best? So that's a really good question. This is why we don't recommend doing this straight away. Why we don't recommend having service tiers straight away until you're past like 30K per month, because it can overcomplicate the sales process. And until we've really refined the basics with the sales process and know that you can convert at least 25 to 30% with one flagship offer, then we don't want to add on other tiers. But essentially all we're doing is based on the criteria of the prospect that we're speaking to, we're going into it only pitching one of those services based on the conversation that we have with them. We'll know which one is the best fit for them, and we'll be pitching them that one. Whereas the VIP call, I'm posting, if you sign up to the VIP, you would have been added into a group chat on Instagram, and the link is being posted there. So that is everything. Is everything, guys. Also, if you are not in the Instagram channel, what I'll be doing is posting some more updates in the Instagram channel. So I'll drop a link to that as well below. Let me just grab that one sec. And Andre, I can see that you haven't been added to the group chat. If you can just shoot me a DM on Instagram right now, just saying hey, then I'll get you added. So any questions that you guys have after this, just post it in the school group. And any follow-up questions, I'll respond with a Loom video inside of the community. And also I'm going to be posting the uploads of the challenge in the classroom, and I'll add that template for structuring your ideal client criteria as well, so that you guys can execute on that as well. But hope you guys got some value out of day one of the training. I'll let you guys know if the time is going to be changing for tomorrow. And just as a reminder of some of the other topics that we're going to be covering. So today we touched on our 7-figure offer and pricing model. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about service delivery. So I know that this is one of the biggest issues, and yeah, just the biggest issues that most people have with scaling up the agency is not being confident in their service delivery, or not having the foundations of it structured in the right way so that you can scale effectively. Then we're going to be covering booking appointments and closing them, day 3. And then we're going to be talking about automating fulfillment and team systems, building SOPs, hiring VAs and everything like that. Some of the systems that we've built out in the back end for appointment setting and client fulfillment as well. So thanks for everyone who jumped on and stuck around for the training and asking some good questions. Just stay tuned in the community, and I'm literally in the community every single day. So if you've ever got a question, just post something in there, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Peace.
But he works in like another country.
I didn't realize I wasn't recording.
No, he works in like the Netherlands or something, I think. So he's based there.
Okay. So regardless of the situation, like one of the biggest mistakes that I made with the first few media buyers that I was hiring was more like you're trying to read the room on the intentions and like the long-term goals and motivations of the person that you're working with. If you've got someone like you want someone that doesn't want to be an agency owner or like doesn't want to be like a longer term entrepreneur, like they don't want to have a white label agency or anything like that. Like one of the first few good media buyers that I had hired, they were more of like an entrepreneurial type that kind of wanted to run their own agency. And like once they'd maxed out with their earning potential with just freelancing out and being a media buyer, then they wanted to go off and do their own thing. They wanted to work with other clients, and they were constantly spreading themselves between our offer and other opportunities. And that's one of the biggest things that causes inefficiency within your team. And so like it's a good thing to pay above market value for A players that are doing good work, because at high levels of scale within the agency game, it really becomes a game of talent acquisition and retention. And I've heard, you might have heard those quotes before. It's like, it's not the who, it's the how, which is like, it's not, you shouldn't be asking yourself, how do I get clients better results? You should be asking them, who do I need to get better results for my clients? And that's by finding A play media buyers. A good like rule of thumb to be following in terms of how much you should be paying for fulfillment is usually 20%, 20% of your revenue, of your service, of your product should be the direct cost to fulfill. Meaning that, but that only applies for like the scenario of a media buyer, like if they're at capacity. And so one of the things that like a tool that I can send your guys' way, which I'll break this down quickly, is this Google sheet that breaks down your team margins and team utilization rates. And so what this has is it breaks down the utilization rate is essentially like how many clients should this person be handling and how much revenue should they be contributing to, and if their utilization rate is at X amount, then they're profitable. If they're not, then they're not profitable. And so in terms of just some examples, this is a bit of a breakdown of what you should be expecting to pay for media buyers. And this is like, pretty standard across multiple industries per month. So like an intern, you'd be looking at low end 2,500 per month, high end 4K per month. This is in Australian dollars as well. Junior digital strategist, 2,500 per month plus up to 6K per month. 2,500 digital strategist, 2,500 per month up to like 7,500 per month. Senior digital strategist, 4,500 per month to 10K. Lead digital strategist, 5K to 1,500 per month. Then what you can do with this sheet is you can add individual team members, and you can set the target for what that employee's ideal utilization rate is in terms of how many clients they're managing, what their average retainer value should be, and what the variance can be in terms of how far off that they can be. And this is going to tell you what your utilization rate is, where you're at, and then you can have your actual utilization rate over here, so you compare it of what it actually is, and what the target is. And so, what types of clients are you guys servicing again? Are you in like lead gen or e-com or?
Right now, it's a lot of local stuff, mainly cleaners. We do have a couple doctors as well. So
Yeah,
it kind of just became just because that's just how I started. I was just like helping like family businesses and stuff. So I just had like an initial net of like kind of different niches, but officially it's meant to be cleaning.
okay, cool. And you said your average retainer is 2K a month?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. And that's in USD?
AUD. I'm in
AUD.
touch.
Okay, cool. So, following that rule of 20%, 20% of 2K is 400. So you're willing to overpay for like contractor client fulfillment team members when they're contractors and when you've got less clients on board, because you're benefiting from the reduced risk of not having to pay a full-time team member, and they're getting paid like per client managed. So as soon as that client drops off and you're not receiving that retainer, then so does the contractor as well. But the downside is that you're working with someone that's not, all in and fully committed on your company specifically, and they're not like their only focus is your service. And so
Right.
I would say like you would want it'd be fine with how things are structured right now, but you'd be wanting to set a target for, okay, what's the ideal client volume for like one digital strategist. For most lead gen clients at that offer, it's going to be around like 15 to 20 clients. You can handle local business lead gen clients. One media buyer can do that very, very easily. And so with your current offer, let's say 2K per month, and they're managing 15 clients, they're bringing in 30K per month. So if you had them on, say, a 5K per month salary at that level of scale, then that works out to be, just under 20%, just under 20% of fulfillment at that level of
But
scale.
that's only once I've got like a consistent pool of at least 15 to 20 clients.
You would do it leading up to that, because there's no scenario where you're going to get 15 clients and then you're just going to transition over perfectly. You do it. You kind of have to look ahead a little bit and notice when you've got momentum, and probably once you've got like 5 to 8 clients, and once you've done that, you've probably done some things to figure out your client fulfillment strategy, and you've got a more consistent flow of leads. You've got
Right.
a bit more consistency with your client acquisition, and so you'll have more confidence to offer someone a more full-time retainer. And then you'll transition it over to that like a bit before they're at capacity, probably closer to like 10 to 12 clients. And it's the typical, like, you have to take one step back to take two steps forward. You're going to take a hit in terms of cash flow, because you're paying someone more than you ever would have on a monthly salary, and then you're taking on the risk of having that monthly expense coming out consistently. But once you fill them up with a higher client capacity, then it's more consistent, and it's a lot more profitable. And what you can do is you can have like bonuses in place for like every single client that your media buyer is managing over their target utilization rate, over their client capacity. Then you can give them like a bonus of X percentage of that client's retainer over, say, 15 clients or something like that. So that's how we structure it. Yeah.
So would you say that like in general, like what's happening right now, even though like yes, it's slightly more expensive, if he's getting gun results, which he is, then it's okay for now.
Yeah, yeah, I'd say that's totally
Okay.
fine for now, because that's like one of the hardest things that most people spin their wheels trying to figure out in the early stages of the agency, is just having product market fit, getting clients results, and keeping clients. If you've got someone on the team that is solving that right now, you might be overpaying a little bit, but you're profitable and you can just focus on business development, growth, and client acquisition, then it's worth overpaying that for the time being. If you're not having to worry about, if you're not having to be the brain power for thinking about client fulfillment and strategy and building all that out, then that is genuinely worth a lot. And so I would just focus on scaling up client acquisition, and then have a target for moving them over to a retainer once you've hit that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Easy, no worries. Lisa, you were up. You said you got a couple of questions about offering client ads. Do you want to just let me know if it lets you unmute yourself or not? If not, I can do it for you. I just prompted that for you if it wasn't working.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
How are you?
Okay. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help?
Awesome. Yeah, so just a couple of questions really regarding our offer. And so we're currently running a 2 listing guarantee in 6 months or money back. And we're actually looking to really switch to maybe 10 to 15 appointments guaranteed, because we find that, of course, like with listings, guaranteed listings, like we can't control that due to, clients not being able to sell or their sales skills, etc., because it's something that we can't really control. And so I wanted to ask you in terms of like, what is your experience with, in the past where you offered, I guess like what type of guarantees have you ran and like type of offer that has like worked out for you in a way that like you're in control, if that
Very,
makes
very,
sense.
yeah, very, very, very good question. So I'll spend a little bit of time on this. And give me 1 second. Got one of the VIP members going to join right now. That's not in. Cool. So are you running paid ads right now for client acquisition?
No, just all cold calling right now. We have
Okay.
a cold caller dedicated to that.
Okay. So one of the things that's most important to understand about guarantees, which affects what kind of guarantee you choose to create, is understanding why people use guarantees in the first place. And this is something that most people don't have clarity on, because we see so many people using these guarantees in the industry, whether it's coaches and consultants or people pitching us as agency owners different versions of guarantees to get us to buy their stuff, or whether or not it's competitors and other people running ads. And so we get this idea that we should be doing guarantees, but it often gets misconstrued what role the guarantee plays in our offer in the first place. And so the number one main reason that people implemented guarantees in the first place, was 90% of it is a strategy to reduce cost of customer acquisition through paid ads than it is about your sales process and getting someone across the line on a sales call. And so that's the first thing, is knowing that the main reason that people are even using guarantees in the first place is not because it becomes the be all and the end all of why people buy your service or what gets someone across the line in a sales call. It's because when you include a guarantee in a paid ad, that is a more compelling offer and it's a more compelling hook. It kind of has that shock factor and it brings down your cost per lead. It brings down your cost per sales call booked. And then yes, it's a good backup in the sales process when you've got objections to handle and you've got people to get across the line, and you can give people a guarantee. But knowing that most of it is to make paid ads work better, gives you clarity that it's not like the be all and end all of what you're going to use in your sales process. Because people, I just see some people getting way too attached and just running around in circles, thinking way too deeply around what's the perfect version of the guarantee, when it's more about how you package the other elements of your offer. And I've seen people communicate it in the format of like, the way you should be treating your guarantee is kind of like a downsell in your objection handling phase. Because what you'll notice, like if you funnel hack anyone that is running paid ads to an aggressive guarantee type offer, you'll notice that a lot of them on their sales calls, they don't even bring up the guarantee unless someone asks for it. And I don't like that at all. And I don't like the way that most people use guarantees in the industry, because it seems very bait and switchy. And what a lot of people are also doing as well is the version of the guarantee that they promote in their ads, when it comes time to actually have a sales call with someone, they have a very strict criteria of who's actually eligible for that guarantee in the first place. So I've seen people do this where they'll be running an offer to coaches, consultants, course creators, agency owners, for example, and saying, we'll get you 40 sales calls booked in the next 30 days or you don't pay. But once you get on the call, that guarantee is only eligible if you're willing to spend 4K a month on ads. You're already at 10K per month. You've got like X amount of case studies. So you've benefited from having the guarantee in your marketing material, because you've gotten a bunch more leads, you've gotten a bunch more sales calls booked. But when you're actually selling to people, you're not offering the guarantee to everyone, because only a specific type of client that meets the right criteria is eligible for that guarantee in the first place. And so everything about how guarantees get enforced in our industries all comes down to the conditions that are associated with that guarantee. So there needs to be conditions for who's eligible for the guarantee in the first place, and then conditions for your existing clients, once they become a client, that criteria that they must meet while they're a client for them to be eligible to receive the guarantee in the first place. So, because one of the biggest challenges is that, yeah, like how can we offer this guarantee if the end result, there's so much of it is out of our control? Well, what we do is we require that your clients do XYZ in order to be eligible for that guarantee, because a big part of our service for real estate professionals is not just the fulfillment of the paid ads, but it's also the strategy that we give them in terms of the prospecting strategy, the appointment setting strategy, the execution of our script, and how they execute on the how they manage their pipeline, how they follow the whole sales process. And so it's very simple. If someone doesn't do the steps that are required to get the result, then they're not going to get the result. And so if we're guaranteeing an outcome, your clients have to meet their end of the bargain. And so it's as simple as just having criteria and having conditions where, in order for you to get a refund and in order for you to get a full refund or whatever, or we work for free, whatever it is, if you don't get X result, you have to have done XYZ while we're working together. And so that dramatically reduces the downside of fulfilling guarantees, because 9 times out of 10, the people that don't get the results and the people that ask for a refund or ask for the guarantee to be fulfilled, most of the time they didn't do the things that were required on their end. And so if you do those two things, you have criteria of who's eligible for the guarantee in the first place, and then you have conditions for what they must do for the guarantee to be met on the back end as well, then that will solve like 90% of the headaches that you experience. So for example, we have an end of week report that all of our clients have to submit at the end of each week, where they tell us, how many calls they conducted in terms of lead follow-up, how many appointments were scheduled, how many appointments were conducted, and then how many listings were acquired, if any. And we would make that a requirement that they have to do that at the end of each week, so that we have transparency around their prospecting efforts, and we can identify where the kink in the funnel is, and we know if they're doing the work or not. We also have like an ad spend requirement, making sure that they actually spend the amount of ad spend required in that time frame to see the results, and there's a few other little things like that. And so on top of that, what I would say about guarantees long term is that we haven't been using a guarantee very aggressively in our marketing for a good chunk of time now. Not that we're like not going to do it at all, but making your guarantee like the prominent message in your marketing can also attract poorer quality clients, because the people that are attracted to guarantees are usually the people that are most risk averse and most in a scarcity mindset, and they need a guarantee to be able to make a decision. And that's like what's attracting them to the opportunity in the first place. Whereas what you'll find is that your ideal clients, people that are better to work with, they understand the long-term nature of the sales cycle in the real estate industry. They understand business in general, and they know that nothing's guaranteed. And like anyone that has any sort of common sense and experience in business knows that nothing is genuinely guaranteed. Like there's so many variables at play that there is nothing that's literally guaranteed. And so guarantees don't work on the higher quality and high caliber types of clients anyway. And so I think there's a time and place for it in the early stages of your agency, because it does help with decreasing friction with just getting clients in the door. But I don't think it's something that you want to do long term, because it can attract lower tier clients.
Yeah, I mean, we have quite a bit of what is it, stipulations in our services agreement.
Yeah.
And I'm also in the real estate niche as well. And so, I mean, do you think like offering appointments is still going to be like irresistible to real estate agents rather than just, listings?
I mean, I think listings, like obviously the framework of creating an offer with like, what you should be including in your guarantee is all based on the dream outcome of your ideal client avatar. And obviously the dream outcome is listings acquired, and revenue, or like commission generated. And so the closer that you attach and you associate your guarantee to the true dream outcome, the more compelling that guarantee is going to be. And so I would say that offering appointments is slightly less compelling, but it's still a very strong and still a very good guarantee. And I also think that like the current sentiment in the market has gotten very oversaturated with aggressive guarantees to the point where they almost see right through it and it becomes unrealistic. So I think what I have found resonates more with the market is when you're just more honest, authentic, and realistic, because then it's more believable. Because if you're making too outlandish claims, then people just don't believe it. Like if I've found, for example, when I've ran ads to acquire coaching clients for my mentorship for marketing agency owners, if I put on an ad, I'll help you scale to 80K per month, even though that is genuinely like a realistic outcome that I've helped lots of agency owners hit, that converts less than if I say how to scale to 30K per month, because people perceive 80K per month as too far-fetched and too far away from their current situation that they don't think it's believable in a short time frame. But if you put a lower number in there, it becomes more believable. So the simple kind of annoying obvious answer with any of these things is split test it. And that's what I always do with any of my ads. I just let the numbers do the talking. And often if have any like doubts, or if I want to go through a phase of testing new versions of my offer, this is why paid ads is so good, is you can just create 5 different ads with 5 different slight variations of your offer, put a few $1,000s behind it, and just see which one performs better. And that's honestly what I did the first time I ran paid ads. I did a leads guarantee, I did a appointments guarantee, I did a on-site appraisals guarantee, I did a listings guarantee, and just saw which one performed better. So that's why being able to test with paid ads does work well. And so I guess if you're doing that with cold calls, you'd have to like batch your cold callers days and like tell them to use a certain version of the script for a certain volume of calls. But it's a lot easier to do it with paid ads.
I mean, yeah, we tested it out on Friday, and like he managed to book a couple appointments from just the appointments offer. And so we just need more data, of course, to figure that out. But I mean, yeah, we have clients with the 2 listing guaranteed, and then that was really realistic. But but like you're right, like there's some people that they do bring it up during the call. It's like, so basically your guarantee is this, right? And then what is required? And I'm just like, it's not a very comfortable question, because it just seems like they might be relying on it too much, when in reality it's also on them too.
Yeah, of course. And so at the end of the day, like usually that's a red flag of a client that's not going to be the greatest to work with. But when you're doing the guarantee strategy, you're kind of like accepting that downside, and you're playing the game that you end up in a net positive by bringing more clients in the door than you would have without a guarantee. And you're going to deal with some headaches of bringing on some clients that are going to be difficult to work with, and having some clients you end up having to refund, but you come out on top because you signed more clients than you otherwise would have to begin with.
Yeah. Okay. And then my last question was, I don't know if today would be an appropriate day. I'm just wondering if you're able to look at, some of our like clients' ads and see, I guess, like the best next steps if it's appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably what would make sense to do would be to reserve that for tomorrow's call, at the end of tomorrow's call, just because we're covering service delivery. Give other people on the call some opportunity to answer their questions. But we'll be able to do a deep dive into that on tomorrow's call. Absolutely.
All right. Thanks so much.
No worries at all. Thanks, Lisa. Matt, you're up next. How can I help? Let me just pull up the prompt to unmute you. One sec.
Lee, can you hear me, Liam?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear. How can I help, man?
Amazing. Hey, first of all, thank you for putting this on. It's really cool just to jump on and see behind the curtains. Followed you for a while. All the guys that you talked about in your testimonials, I've been bombed by them over the years. And so it's really interesting that you're the common thread.
There you go. Well, appreciate you jumping on. It's good to connect.
Awesome, man. So here is my question, just a quick background. So I'm focused in the financial services market. So it's mostly appointment generation for mortgage brokers and financial advisors.
Perfect.
And so we've been trying the price point of $2,500 a month plus their ad spend, which is about $4,200 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And what we find, and I'm curious to get your insight into this, is that what brokers are like agents in the sense that they get paid for a settlement.
Mm-hmm.
So they get paid a commission on the conclusion, which means they need to spend money for a period of time before they make money.
Yeah.
And so the biggest resistance we're finding is that people will calculate on the call their costs and conversion rates to determine whether or not it makes sense for them. So for example, they'll say, hey, well, if we pay you $2,500 a month plus $1,500 in ad spend, that's $4,200. What's our conversion rate going to be? Now, statistically, you could say 10 to 30% are the averages. So if you say 10, that's 3. If their average commission's $2,500, and it could be more, it could be $5,000, $7,000, but we're being conservative, it means that they're generating potentially $7,500 of settlements.
Yeah.
So there's they're profiting about $3,300. Now, you and I both know that the compound effect of this is that over a period of time, they actually generate more income as a result of what they're doing as their funnel builds.
Yeah.
But they look at that straight away and they go, oh, well, what if I don't? I'm going to have to spend this much money for 3 to 4 months before I see a settlement. And it's quite a deterrent. So interested to hear your thoughts on, maybe how other people are kind of addressing this and presenting it differently, because the conclusion is often, hey, I need to go and run my numbers, which means probably not going to move forward with you.
Yeah, no, 100%. So what that is picking up on is a sentiment in the market of your prospects within your industry potentially being more analytical decision makers as opposed to more emotional decision makers. And a portion of that can be resolved by how you position your offer. There's kind of 2 main versions of the ways that you can structure an offer in the lead gen niche. Either you're being more of a transactional lead gen provider where people are purchasing your leads purely based on a cost per lead basis. And then that's when you kind of fall into the realm of charging more in a pay-per lead model. Tyler and Brady, a couple of the guys that I originally worked with and scaled them up in the lead gen, in the real estate niche, they ended up moving over to the finance broker niche. And I know that they moved over to a paper lead model. A lot of people that really scale up in the solar niche do more of a paper appointment model. There's a good example of an agency called Leadify, who's on the Gold Coast as well, that I know do multi seven figures a year, that do more of a paper lead model. And so part of why you kind of get those objections is potentially because of a sentiment in the industry that they're more transactional and just they care less about lead quality and care less about the holistic strategy of the marketing system as a whole, and all they're focusing on is just how many leads am I getting, what's the conversion rate going to be. And so what can help resolve that a lot is the positioning of your offer using a quote unquote unique mechanism, and then the marketing material that you give to people before the call to educate them beforehand, because it's objectively, as an incorrect way to be thinking about investing in a marketing system based on just what's the cost per lead and what's going to be the conversion rate, because like you said, it changes over time. It gets more profitable the more that you spend on it. There's not a direct correlation just between cost per lead and sales. It's there's other things that you can implement in the marketing process that are going to increase the conversion rates, all of these things. So first of all, right now, where are you bringing in the majority of your clients? Are you doing cold prospecting and then taking sales calls? You have a paid ads funnel with a video sales letter. How are you booking the majority of your calls right now?
Great question. Yep. So we are implementing our own system for ourselves. That's all paid. So it's all just through Meta platform at the moment. So we are targeting mortgage brokers relying on old methods, cold calling, word of mouth, networking, referrals, and they want a more predictable way to generate appointments. So we've been trying to be really clear not to focus on leads. And when I say that, we might be shooting ourselves in the feet. The language that people have is they want leads, but we both know that once they get leads, the next thing that they want is they want to actually get on a call with those people. in terms of an appointment. So we sort of just jumped past that, and we've tried to distinguish ourselves by saying we're not a lead gen agency. We are a wraparound service for mortgage brokers who want to generate booked appointments. So it's a higher quality, lower volume game, and then with managed follow up. So we have calling team, automation, all of that to help reduce the amount of time it takes them. And so for those that have a high volume, they get it. They're like, oh yeah, I don't want lots of people. I just want high quality. And they want to be a bit more specific. This is the type of person I want in my pipeline. So that's what we are implementing, but we often get put in the group with, you leads and Leadify, as in, hey, you guys just sell leads. And we're like, no, you need leads, but what you actually need is a booked appointment with a person that meets some criteria, so you've got the best chance of moving them forward.
Absolutely, 100%. And roughly how many sales calls are you booking from like your own internal paid ads right now within the agency?
It's really up and down. So I'm based in New Zealand, and this year we decided to focus solely on Australia, just to test out a different market. So we were probably booking, 5 to 10 appointments a week.
Okay.
Something like that.
Solid.
It's dropped off now. I think the ads, the ad fatigue has kicked in. But we haven't really chased it because, if we've talked to enough people with such a poor conversion rate in Australia that it doesn't make any sense to keep advertising. We need to refine our offer probably, which is the evidence we now have.
Yeah. And because like the boring, like annoying way that the reason I say it's annoying, because like I've had this done to me with other coaches and stuff before, is like essentially this is a sales process constraint, and like step one to solving any of these problems is clearly identifying what the constraint is, and then looking at the KPIs around what indicates that constraint. So your offer and objections and objection handling comes down to your sales process, and your closing rate and like your offer to close rate is what tracks the effectiveness of your sales process. And so are you doing anything right now to track your call conversion rates, and do you have like a tracking sheet for tracking your sales process or anything?
We're just doing it through Go High Level pipeline, so just stage change. So we can see very quickly that, if our conversion rate's 0, then it's pretty obvious that it's 0. So we just have set up the funnel so that we can, it's not on the spreadsheet is the short answer. It's just mapping through the funnel.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, because the way that I kind of treat the business is like, you've got a few set of KPIs that are like the vital signs of the business, and then we've got like the variables and the different levers that we could pull within the business to change those vital signs. And without accurate reading of the vital signs, then we're kind of driving blind. And there's some quotes and things that I've seen from Hermosi and tweets that always stick with me that I remember is like, if you're not tracking, you don't care, essentially. Or and there's so many areas of the business that we do track, but there's equivalently important other areas of the business that if we're not tracking, like I said, we're just driving blind. And so what I'll do is I'll just drop a resource that we use internally straight from the portal of my one-on-one coaching program, which I haven't shared before, but it's super relevant. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, sure can.
Cool. So I'll just grab the tracking sheet that we use. It's quite a comprehensive one. And so essentially each of these, just as a quick breakdown of this, so you can, this like has like a leaderboard within the team. Each of these sheets where it says rep 1, 2, 3, like as you go to your sales team, and each one of these will be for an individual rep. And then it will show a summary of all of the data from each individual rep on this sheet. It has like a quarterly, a yearly, and then a monthly section, and it will tell you your scheduled calls, live calls, show rate, how many offers. So one of the things that a lot of people don't track is your offer to close rate, which is how many of the sales calls that you took, how many people did you actually offer your service to? Because then that will tell us what the quality of your calls are. Because if you should have like an 80 to 90% offer rate. And if it's anything below that, that means we're booking too many calls with unqualified prospects. And then we've got deposits and closes. And then you can like add the prices of your services in here so that you can track things really, really well. So I'd recommend just starting to use that and even just like backtrack the previous 30 to 60 days and add in your numbers on here. And then you can have an accurate read of what your closing rate is at. Ideally, we want to be having close to like a 35 to 40% closing rate. Like the sales process in the agency space, we should really be going for more like lower volume of calls, higher quality, as opposed to high quality, low volume. And a lot of the time, one of the main bottlenecks in a lot of people's funnels is just that we're not applying enough criteria for the people that are showing up on the calls in the first place, and that's hurting our call quality. And we don't have an accurate read on our cost of customer acquisition, and we're trying to close people that aren't closable or that just aren't a perfect fit. And we need to increase the criteria for who we should be selling to in the first place. So I think like in the grand scheme of things, what would probably improve that bottleneck would be playing around with your offer and messaging in your video sales letter, and then also building out some marketing material that we send to prospects before the sales call as well, because that's one of the big changes that we made within our agency that dramatically improved our sales process, is having a dedicated resource that we send to prospects that they have to watch before the call as like their homework, which answers all of the questions that come up on calls regularly. Like the way that you want to be thinking about your sales process and the marketing material that you put before it is, we want to try and answer as many questions that our prospects have in their mind as possible before we're actually taking the sales call in the first place. And so what I noticed within ours was that we were getting the same questions over and over again. It was the same types of objections. And so I just created a video that kind of just, it wasn't more, because your video sales letter is very salesy and its objective is just to get people to book in the sales call. And it usually doesn't answer a lot of the questions or give them much clarity on what's actually being implemented on the back end. And so I created a more long format, like 30 to 45-minute video where I'm not trying to like, be salesy and, do any, marketing spin or strategy to hype them up on our service. I'm just being practical and authentic and straight to the point, just saying like, this is what we do. This is how we get our clients results. This is what they've done. This is how the system works. And then making them watch that before the call. And so that's something that we could probably dig into a little bit more on day three for the sales process.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I mean, I think I've definitely got an offer issue because, if people aren't saying yes to the offer, that's pretty clear. Two things. One, potentially attracting a less qualified prospect or not the right type of prospect. Two, maybe the offer's not positioned well. And I think that's kind of where I've landed, is that the offer isn't sticking. I know the objections are always the same, but essentially the people that are coming through, what they want, because they live in a space, they get paid when they get a result for their mortgage customer.
Sure.
So they kind of put that to you to say, well, how about I pay you when I get a result? And you're like, well, no, thank you.
Yeah. So I would be whenever there's like an existing sentiment in an industry that is obviously coming up on your sales calls, like most people just wanting a more of a pay-per lead model. What I find works is you kind of can throw stones at competitors and break down logically the downsides of that type of offer. And so within my video sales letter, I would be breaking down like, here's why mortgage brokers or finance professionals lose money with pay-per-lead marketing agencies. Like, number one, pay-per-lead marketing agencies are incentivized to bring you crappy leads because they're charging you on a cost per lead basis. They need to get the cheapest leads as possible, which are the lowest quality. So you're paying for a bunch of leads that might be cheaper, but they're lower quality. And you can just like come up with all of these logical reasons why your version is better than the competitors, and answer all of those questions in their mind and selling them on the idea of like why your model is better than the other model. And so that's what you'd be wanting to do in one of those videos that you send to them before a sales call.
Cool. Thanks, Liam. That's great. Really appreciate it.
No worries. No stress. Lisa, you said what do you send prospects before the sales call? So it's essentially just like a 30 to 45-minute Loom video breaking down the back end of our service. And I just kept a running list of all the questions and main objections that were coming up on all of our sales calls. In terms, like some of them, for example, were, what do the ads look like? How are you guys different? Like, do you guarantee results? Just like all the things that we know that our prospects want to know that don't make sense to include in like a shorter format 12 to 15-minute video sales letter. And I literally just wrote up a big Google Doc and just went over it all. Just like covered a few case studies, broke down the system. I created like a Figma chart to break down our funnel structure and explain. There's a statistic like 80% of people are visual learners. And so breaking down like flow charts of how your funnel structure works and how your service delivery works can work really, really well. And so it doesn't like, there's no exact formula or like exact strategy or structure of what a video should look like that you send people before a sales presentation. But like, for example, I've been working with Ime Gadsy's backend team, like their previous CEO and sales manager and product manager. And in their sales process, like their exact process for once they schedule in a sales call with someone is the sales rep will put the prospect in a group chat, and then they'll send a personalized video saying, hey John, Liam here from Educate, looking forward to our call tomorrow. Just make sure that you check out the homework resources that I popped down below. It's super important that you check those out before our call so you're coming prepared and have good questions to ask. Looking forward to seeing that, seeing you on our call tomorrow. And so like just doing that alone of like going into a group chat with the prospect that you're having before a call and sending a personalized video, even though that's like a little bit of extra work, that dramatically increases your show up rate, increases the intent because it's more personalized. And then their version of the resource sent before the call is just like a walkthrough of the course content and the resources that they get access to behind the scenes. And so, we just show a flow chart of what our funnel structure looks like, just break down answering some of the questions, show behind the scenes of some of the pipelines of our clients. We have like client KPI tracking sheets that we use to track all of our clients' results that shows the ROI of all of our clients. So we show some of those tracking sheets, show some of the campaigns, what the ads look like. It's just kind of just a transparent breakdown of the back end of what it's like to be a client of ours. Cool. Mo, I know you've got a couple of questions. Let me unmute you. I know you've put some in the chat, but I'll just unmute you so you can go back and forth.
Sweet, man. How's it going?
Really, really good, man. How are you?
Fantastic, brother. You kind of answered the question, like how to get to watch the pre-call video. It's like you put them in a group chat, right? So I want to ask, like, I end up getting in this like phase where people think of me as like more of a commodity. So I switched up, like you said, like the unique mechanism. But on the sales call, like I'm using a slide deck with like my unique mechanism, really breaking it down. Still at the end, like the past 2-3 calls I've had, they're still like, yeah, it's like very similar to other companies. So like, what do you do on your sales calls to like make sure your product doesn't look like a commodity?
Yeah. So first of all, the main change when you're implementing the unique mechanism strategy is the video sales letter and the education that you do in the video sales letter and addressing specifically why it's different than what the market is already aware of. And so like so much of the changes that we have made that have made all the difference in our marketing and sales process have just come from the direct feedback from our appointment setting and sales calls of the objections that people have and the questions that they have on the sales calls. And so you want to be asking follow-up questions and getting really clear on what elements of our system and our service exactly do you feel like are very similar than what you've seen implemented in the past, and just hear from it in their own words so that in their language how they're referring to it and what they're perceiving is to be similar. Because sometimes it can like what I find that the main mistake that a lot of agency owners make is not translating your marketing material into the language of your prospects, because we're marketers and we're like in the trenches of implementing all these strategies, and we're very savvy with all of the tools and the methods and the tactics and the platforms that we're using. But to real estate professionals, like that's not their world and it's not the way that they understand things. And so the way that we communicate our services need to be more kind of like abstracted and more surface level. So like a perfect example of something that's getting done in the space right now, like if you've seen it, people like Eddie Cumberbatch or Serge Guattari, they're just selling a coaching program on running an agency, but they changed it to calling it like becoming a growth operator or a growth consultant, where literally all you're still doing is just selling done for you services where you're growing people's businesses. And just that simple shift in the frame of like, he didn't create a unique mechanism around the strategy within SMMA. He changed the framing of the business model entirely, which changes how you think, which changes how you think about it. So, you know, one thing which I can't remember if we talked about on one of our last calls was one of the things that we're testing right now is changing the framing of our business, of not even calling it a marketing agency and calling it like a partnership program, where we're selling them a partnership program for a time frame, even though it's like a slight change, but people perceive a partnership as much more of a higher, it just has a higher perceived value than a marketing agency service where you're just paying for leads. So that's one example that you can change the positioning. And then two, it needs to be like some like significant element in your fulfillment process that's like different enough that they haven't seen before, that creates that positioning. Like if you're just having a different name for the same fundamental system, then that's probably not going to work. But if you have, you know, a completely different new strategy within the same system, then it's much easier to justify the change. Like the most recent one that we made was including video sales letters in our strategy. And we tested that offer before we'd actually fulfilled video sales letters for anyone. Like we hadn't implemented a video sales letter for a single real estate client, but we've been doing video sales letters for ourselves for a very long time. And it's obvious that video sales letters work in any sales-based industry because it's been tried and true for many businesses in many different industries. And then we started running that as an ad, and we just said like, this video sales letter is the solution to not being perceived as different, not being perceived as the same as every other agent. And we're just like, look at what everyone else is doing. They're running the same ads, like the same bus stop ads. And what you need is a video sales letter. And as soon as we started doing that, we're getting the feedback from the calls, like, oh, like, you know, the video sales letter makes so much sense. It's like, and we positioned it as a video sales letter is like the literal, like direct terminology of what it actually is in the marketing world. But then we call it a digital listing presentation, because in the real estate industry, like their sales presentation is referred to as a listing presentation, and calling it a digital one, you know, creates some hype and curiosity around it. It's like, you know, how can I do that digitally? Because we know that there's the pain points of, you know, real estates have to do all of their sales process in person, and it's a lot of manual prospecting. And so coming off as like a digital listing presentation, that's something unique that they haven't heard before. Another one that's getting used a lot in the space is like, you know, AI appointment setting, with like AI chatbots that are following up, even though that like there's kind of two different categories of elements of your fulfillment strategy. Some are like there to just directly affect client results and are a very practical thing that help improve client results. Some are more there to be a point of difference in your marketing, where maybe it does increase client results a little bit, but it's more of like a cool, fancy thing that looks good on the front end that makes it easier to get results. And so the way that I'm always thinking about that makes it easier to sell to them. Sorry. And so the way that I'm always thinking about things is, we have to sell people what they want and then give them what they need. Like we might be offering people something fundamentally quite similar to what other people might be offering them on the back end. But if we can sell them something different based on what they need, based on what they think that they want, as long as we're fulfilling them on what they need, that's really what matters most. And so the AI chatbots is a perfect example of that, where I've seen people like Icon Media is an example where they're calling his system like the AI just list system or something like that, where you're using ChatGPT and like go high level integration to have an appointment setting chatbot. But the reality is they don't work that well. They're cool. Like They work a little bit, but they're not like a revolutionary game changer that dramatically increases results and is a very awesome solution whatsoever. But because AI is such a buzzword and it's a cool thing to sell because, you know, it takes some of the heavy lifting off lead follow-up, it makes a lot of sense and you can create a unique mechanism around that. So that's how I would start to be looking at things, is going, okay, step one, do I actually have anything fundamentally different about my fulfillment that I can create that story around? If not, I need to come up with something. If you do have something that's different, then you just need to create a better story around why that's the solution that the rest of the market hasn't figured out yet that you can really push in your marketing.
Got you. How do you create VSLs? I know you have like pretty good VSLs. Like, what do you use?
Well, on Annex, because I know that you've put a deposit down for the one-on-one coaching, I'm gonna, in the content portal, I've break down an exact script and format and structure for how to execute on the video sales letter, with about like 8 different examples that you can use to reference, as well as mine. And so you'll have everything you need to run through that and put out the script.
Too easy, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah,
appreciate it again.
Absolutely, man. No worries. Awesome, guys. Anyone else got any last questions that they want to run through? We finished up the general call about like 10-15 minutes late, so I'm more than happy to go over for all of you guys that are on the call right now. So just let me know if you've got any other follow-up questions related to your offer, your service, pricing, fulfillment, and then we can wrap up in about 10-15. Mo, do you have another one? Sorry, I think I have to unmute you. Let me.
Yeah, man. So I'm actually just kind of curious to hear about like what your experience setting up a team in another country. Like, I know you're primarily doing Australia and New Zealand now,
Yeah.
but like, were you just setting up ads and then hiring closers to deal with it? And like, what's kind of like the headache that came with it? Like, I kind of want to just hear your experience.
Yeah. So the problems become a lot more prominent at higher levels of scale. You can kind of get away with it when you've just got like one closer and you're running ads to multiple countries that a few might have different time zones. Like, we were running ads in the US and Canada, and Australia and New Zealand, but we're only spending like $80 to $100 a day and getting maybe 40 to 50 calls booked per month. And maybe like 30% of those calls were coming from the US and Canada. And so we could get away with it because it wasn't that huge and high volume of calls, and they were just kind of like making it work with the people that were booking in from overseas. But long term, it is just a headache scaling a team if you're trying to grow in multiple markets where the time zones are dramatically different. Just because, you know, even once you are acquiring and signing the clients, then team communication and client communication really breaks down if your team is only available in Australian time zones and then you're working with clients in the US and Canada, and it's a nightmare to organize client check-in calls and you're responding to emails 24 hours apart and things just move a lot more slowly. And then same with your sales process. Like, when you're really scaling up paid ads, you need to have appointment setters that are contacting the leads in the local time zone. And so it ends up being like, if say you're based in Australia or you're in the Philippines and you're working with clients in a dramatically different time zone, like the US, Canada, or Europe, you essentially end up having to treat it like a completely separate business or division of your company, just because of the time zones, because everything has to be in that time zone. Your appointment setters, your sales reps, and your fulfillment team, for it to really genuinely work at scale. I wouldn't say never sign clients or work with anyone in those time zones, but I'd only do it at a small scale. And then if you were going to scale it up, then I'd be planning on like having dedicated fulfillment team members in those locations to work with those clients. I think it's different for coaching and consulting because the fulfillment is less hands-on, and it's a bit more flexible, and you can make it work. But for a done for you service where you're trying to retain clients long term, because coaching and consulting usually working intensive with people for like 4 to 6 months and then moving over to the next thing. Agency clients, we're trying to keep them for 12, 18 months minimum, and so that can really drop off. And so the way that my team's structured right now is we've got like 2 full-time VAs that are in the Philippines that help out with just like a lot of admin and some of the grunt work elements of fulfillment and like campaign setups and client reporting. We've got like one main head marketing person, which is actually my younger brother now. I got him into the agency about a year and a half ago and has been training him up to be kind of like my right-hand man. And then a media buyer underneath him. And then we've got an appointment setter in Australia, and then a sales rep in Australia as well.
Yeah. Can I ask you this? Like, what's your churn rate like at your current level of scale? Like you get like what, like 80K a month? Like what's churn for you?
Yeah. So our average client value is around like 26K is what we track it at. And so between our different service tiers, it averages out to be around like 11 months. Usually what happens though is we have some clients that drop off quickly and then some clients that stay with us for a much longer time. And so one of the versions of our offer structure that we're testing right now is 6 months commitment only upfront, and then with the intention to upsell them to 12 months within that 6 month time frame. And a tactic that I've seen work really, really well, which we're just implementing now, which kind of seems counterintuitive, is trying to ascend your clients before they're ready to renew, as opposed to like only trying to retain and ascend clients at the end of their existing contract. And so this is the same with referrals as well. Like one of the things that is unexpected that you wouldn't think about referrals is that you should only try and get a referral when someone has achieved some, huge outcome or achieved some crazy result. Whereas most of the referrals that we've generated have been from brand new clients that haven't even received any results from us yet. And it kind of made sense to me, like once I started thinking about it more, because I found that, when I invest in a new course or coaching program or new service or something like that, that's when I'm most excited about that investment that I've made. And that's when I'm most willing to be talking about that other thing. Like I noticed, like when I start working with a new coach and I'm like, just speaking to other people in the space, that's when I'll end up talking about, like I've just like, started working with these guys and I'm just like, this is what I'm implementing. And that's when you're most willing to be wanting to talk about the thing. And so I've had, like we had this scenario once where we had this prospect that had verbally agreed to pay in full 12K and then ghosted us after the call. And then we had just been relentlessly following up with them for about 6 months and they'd like get back to us every now and then. But they weren't moving forward. And then it ended up being because they didn't want to pay 12 months up front. And then they ended up closing at like a split payment plan of 4K times 3 over 3 months or something like that. But because our follow-up and our appointment setting was so good that we stayed in touch with them for that whole six month period, when we signed them on as a client, they referred us 2 other clients that were 7K pay in fulls within about 2 weeks. And they only gave us those referrals on the basis of how good our follow-up was and not even from the service that we hadn't even launched ads for them yet. And so converting that client brought us like, what was it? It was like 26K in cash collected within 2 weeks, just off the back of having good long-term follow-up and not giving up on a deal. So kind of went off track there from what your original question was, but it kind of ties in. But does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. So what was like the longest you've had a client stay with you? You know what I mean? Because like that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Like, yeah.
Like longest real estate client?
Yeah.
Like 3 years.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
One thing that I can tell you is that the clients that retain the longest are always like principals and real estate agency owners versus individual agents, because they're like, that's why I in the challenge, which you'll watch the replay of, I create like such clear distinctions between our pricing structure and our different packages and aligning each of those to different client avatars. Because working with an individual real estate agent versus working with a principal and a real estate agency owner are 2 completely different types of people. Like one is a sales rep, one is a business owner. Like the owner of a real estate agency has by default always been in the industry for much longer. They've got more experience. They're also just way more of a sophisticated person because they've taken on the risk of opening up an office, paying for a commercial lease, paying for a building fit out, having team members, having people on payroll, having to make a lot more decisions based on, you know, having all of that responsibility. Whereas individual agents and sales reps don't have the mindset and the understanding of a business owner. And so going after real estate agency owners always will retain much longer.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I'll definitely ask more about it on our call. But yeah, that was super helpful, man. Appreciate it.
No worries at all. Matt Danger, you said recommend any groups that can help with media buying and go high level funnel building. I mean, there's the main go high level community, and Gustin Sun, if you know him, I can't remember where he's based out of, but he's got a really good group on funnel building. Let me see if I can find his group quick. I can't find his group, but this is his personal profile. If you've seen his stuff before, he's been around the space for quite a while. He's really good with funnels. Putting that in the chat. Same with Josh Gavin. He's got a group as well. You'll be able to find it based on, I'm sure he's got a link to his Facebook group. Josh is more like offers. If you guys haven't, is anyone here in the Nothing Held Back group? I keep forgetting that you guys are muted. Nothing Held Back, if you're not in here, is like one of the best groups in terms of like very high level offer building, like copywriting strategy. Alan Soltanic is like one of the OG make money online people that has just always kept himself behind the scenes. I'll post a link to this group as well, and hasn't launched a course or anything like that. And he grew this Facebook group to over 32,000 people just off the back of pure word of mouth and the quality of the group. No paid ads, no promotion, no selling courses or anything like that. And I've got some high level friends that are doing like multi 8 figures a year with info products and things like that have been in his mastermind and have said that people like Russell Brunson are in his mastermind and kind of keep hush about it. And so just being in that group and just paying attention to the stuff that Alan posts is a really, really good idea as well. I don't know many groups that are like specifically just about media buying strategy and running ads. And honestly, the way that I usually just solve that, like that's more of a who, not the how question. I don't personally spend any time educating myself on the nitty gritty of Facebook ads or any media buying strategy. I just reserve that to finding people who I know how to do it. Another hack that helped me early in the journey of building my agency before I had a media buyer was finding groups and courses that were selling the fulfillment strategy directly to your ideal client avatar. So instead of trying to find someone that's just teaching Facebook ads in general, trying to find someone that is selling a course directly to mortgage brokers, trying to teach them how they can run their own ads, because you know that they're going to be giving away everything and that they're going to be giving them the direct strategy. Like the way that I developed the strategy for my client results initially was I found a course and a group that was teaching other real estate agents to deliver the service themselves. And they weren't wanting to do a done for you agency because that's just not the type of business that they ran. And then I ended up creating a partnership with the person that was fulfilling that course and just started offering done for you of the system and the service that they were running. And that's when I first did the whole chatbot strategy and everything like that, with ManyChat and Facebook Messenger chatbots. And so that's another thing that you can look at. Lisa, you said what percentage of your clients implement? What we currently struggle with is clients not following up and not following the process program. Yeah, so this is like one of the biggest, most evergreen challenges that I've helped agency owners with for the longest time. for as long as I've been in the agency space and as long as I've done coaching, it's always been the biggest issue with the real estate niche is getting clients to actually do the work and follow up with the leads. And so the 80-20 of what we've implemented to resolve that is mostly in our onboarding process, and then creating a client university, and then our end of week check-ins as well. So all of the most like important things that the client needs to know about executing on the appointment setting process, we cover a little bit of that in the onboarding call. And the way that you want to treat your onboarding calls is kind of like reselling your clients and getting them excited and hyped up about implementing your service. And we even like recap some client results and some case studies on our onboarding calls, and we kind of make it really clear. And like the number one thing that all of these best performing clients did is they executed on a winning prospecting process and a winning appointment setting process. And we just make it so clear and so straightforward that, you know, it's getting leads is not the secret sauce. Anyone can generate leads. You know, once we turn on ads for you, you're going to have more leads than you've ever had before. But what's going to make or break if you're profitable with this system is if you convert the leads into appointments or not. And we've taken the best strategy from all of our best performing clients and created a blueprint that you can model to book as many appointments from these leads as possible. But if you don't follow the process, if you don't do the work, it's not going to work. It's as simple as that. And so we created like a mini course and a client university, which is just like 6 to 8 videos that covers, this is, you know, like more of a foundational video that kind of just breaks down, this is how they should be viewing our service within their business and just like setting some expectations right. Then we've got a video that's just like, this is your daily workflow for managing the leads, and just having some very clear criteria for like, this is what your daily workflow should be. This is the action items that you should be ticking off on a daily basis. This is how many contact attempts leads should have. Then we have, so that's like the first two is, you know, introduce expectations and requirements in the onboarding call, give them a client university with some training videos and some resources of what they should be doing. Like we include the appointment setting script in there. We include like the pipeline management workflow. And then thirdly is a way to be holding your clients accountable on a regular cadence, ideally weekly. And so we have an end of week check-in where all of our clients, we send out a form that they have to fill out, which is just simple. We've got it built out on ClickUp, I'm pretty sure. And we send out the ClickUp link to all of our clients at the end of each week in a templated email. They're required to fill it out. And then that allows us to see if they're actually doing the work or not. And then they know that they're accountable, that's going to be coming up every single week. If they don't fill that out, then we know that they're not doing the work. So those are the main high-level things that we've implemented that have solved most of those problems. You're never going to completely get rid of that issue, but that's what makes most of the impact that we found. Cool. Eric, you said I totally agree that AI booking appointments through AI is more challenging than it seems. What AI systems are you using for your hiring clients right now? So we're still kind of playing around with the AI booking bot, but there seems like there's just like different companies releasing different versions of them all the time at the moment. And so there's nothing else really with AI that we're focusing on other than creatives, actually. Because honestly, the main thing that impacts, that is like the common variable between all results with lead gen for any local business lead gen industry is the creative. And what happens all the time, or what's one of the biggest bottlenecks with offering paid ad services, the real estate niche, is the life cycle of creatives, because everyone copies each other so quickly. Other marketers copy other marketers, other agents copy other agents, and having winning creatives that work are the common thread between getting results or not. And so one of the things that we've been testing around using AI is making creatives using AI. So like using Midjourney to create elements within creatives that are unique, that are harder to be replicated, and using like paying graphic designers to use Midjourney and like Adobe After Effects to make unique creatives, specifically for the purpose of coming up with winning ads that are harder to replicate and harder to copy. Because if you can make an ad that is more unique, that leverages AI, where there's like a few other additional steps to make that ad, and it's harder to copy, then you've got, you know, just a higher barrier to entry for people to copy you. So that's the only other thing. Mo said, thanks for your time jumping off. No stress, man. Looking forward to seeing you on the next call. Mo said, all the VIP calls the same time for this week. I am just going to be getting some feedback from the people that couldn't make the call, that were registered to join, and just getting a gauge for if there was a lot of people that couldn't jump on because of the time zone. The only potential change that we could be making is moving the calls to be starting at 8 a.m. AST, 2 hours earlier, which means the VIP calls would be starting at 9 a.m. an hour after. But that potentially might not change. If it does, I'll post it in the group and push out an email. If it doesn't, I'll let you guys know as well. So assume that they should stay the same, but if there's any changes, I'll put out a notification in the group, in the emails, and on Instagram as well. Cool, guys. Coming up on the 30-minute mark. Thanks for everyone who stuck around and stayed on the call. Hope you guys got some value. Looking forward to seeing you guys on the next calls throughout the week. I'll speak to you guys soon. Have a good rest of your day. Peace. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Mo. Bye. Going on, everyone. Before we get stuck into anything, can I just get some comments in the chat if you guys can hear me okay? Just don't want to get started until I know that you guys can hear me all clearly. Awesome. Thanks, Cooper. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Awesome, guys. So first things first, let me just stop sharing my screen. Cool. All right, we're getting much more people to join now. So first things first, thanks everyone for jumping on. Welcome to day 2. Today we're going to be talking about scaled service delivery. I hope you've got your coffees ready, Red Bulls ready, tabs closed, phones on silent, ready to lock in and focus for today's training. If you're watching the replay as well, this is going to be a super valuable one, so make sure you watch it all the way through. So I don't want to waste any time. I just want to get straight into it so we have a decent amount of time, at least like 10-15 minutes at the end of the call to do some rapid Q&A. So throughout the training today, any questions that you have along the way, just pop them in the chat section live on the call. And then at the end, it's going to be first come, first serve. First come, first serve. I'll go through and answer all of your questions. So let's get straight into it, guys. So yesterday, everything that we covered was about essentially the what to sell and giving you the winning formula and the winning ingredients around what types of offers, what type of services are good to scale to over 30K per month, over that 7-figure run rate, and really getting clear on the market, the niche, the types of services, sell, everything like that. It was a bit more of a high-level strategy, kind of theory-based foundational training, and today we're getting extremely practical and just going to be giving you a lot of tangible resources that you can plug and play into your agency starting today. And so if you didn't get much background about or haven't watched the replay of day one, go back and do that, because we cover a lot of important things. They're going to put the rest of the days of this challenge into context. If you haven't had a brief introduction to me yet, my name's Liam Casey. I've been in the agency space for just under 7 years now. Made over $3 million with my agency personally. Have coached over 200 other marketing agency owners, been in the real estate niche for the majority of the time that I've been in the marketing agency space. And so we've literally served hundreds of clients, I think over 300 real estate clients. We've spent millions of dollars in Facebook advertising, and obviously all of that scale, all that ad spend, all that experience volume of clients onboarded, we've battle tested a lot of systems to make sure that the agency can run smoothly and handle that level of scale. So my goal with this training is to have you walk away knowing the secret to delivering an exceptional lead gen service. I am, if you're on here right now and you're focusing on scaling up an e-com agency, a lot of these strategies are still going to be relevant for you, but I've been in the lead gen space for the majority of the time. I've been an agency owner, and so a lot of the things that I have implemented are obviously slightly more relevant to people in the lead gen space. Then we're going to be touching on how to build a scale-proof onboarding system. This is very timely because only about like 3 to 4 months ago, I went through the process internally within my agency, completely revamping our onboarding process. And so you guys are going to be getting the most up-to-date version of the onboarding process that I've just built out within my agency and giving you most of everything that you need to build that out on your own. And then how to maximize profit margins to literally 80% with a hybrid outsourcing method, which this is something that I haven't really seen many other people at all in the agency space really talking about, which is something that you can only really execute on when you're servicing some version of a local business lead gen niche, which I'm going to break down as well. And so make sure that you stick around for the majority of this training too, because we're going to be giving you all of these resources. So a very comprehensive onboarding process checklist, which is essentially just a table, including all of everything, all the moving pieces that you would want to include in a perfect onboarding process that can handle a 7-figure agency level of scale. And having a quality onboarding process is one of the most important foundations to an agency that can scale, because your onboarding process is the first meaningful interaction that your new clients have with your business. And if your onboarding process isn't dialed in, that can make or break, leaving a good or a bad impression. And, you know, there's a statistic that I can't remember if it was Layla or Alex Emozi brought up, where it essentially like 80% of what affects your client retention, and if clients will retain and renew with you, 80% of that is contributed by your onboarding process and the wins that you're able to create in the first like 1 to 2 weeks of onboarding clients. So that is super, super important. Then just giving you an outline of the exact script and meeting outline of what to cover in your onboarding calls. This is just like a direct example from what my team's using internally right now. Then showing you a client campaign setup document, an SOP, so that you guys can model that, which is essentially, I'm going to break this down in a lot more detail, but essentially we have virtual assistants that we've built out our fulfillment structure so that virtual assistants are doing like 80% of the heavy lifting of the grunt work of setting up our clients. That way our media buyers and our high level team members can be a lot more efficient and focus on the strategy of managing clients and not the grunt work of like setting up and launching campaigns. Then showing you how we structure and set up our ClickUp dashboard, where we manage all of our clients, and how we have project management, because a lot of the time, if you're below anywhere like 30K per month, most of the time, the way that you're managing clients and you have your project management set up is pretty messy on the back end, maybe not even using a project management software at all. But every 7 to 8 figure company has some form of project management tool that they're using, like Trello, like Asana, like Monday.com, like ClickUp. We use ClickUp. So I'm just giving you the exact template that we use to create our client dashboard, which is the main place that we use to manage all of our clients. And then breaking down the client reporting worksheet, which is the ads tracking sheet that we use to track all of our clients as well. So let's get straight into it. If you have, again, any questions about anything that I'm running through, pop it in the chat, and we'll answer that once we've finished running through everything within this training. Also, I'll be paying attention to the chat throughout the call. And if there's anything that's relevant to address while we're going through the topics, I'll jump in and answer it too. Cool. So reason that I'm wanting to focus on fulfillment as well is because one of the biggest things that I see holding back agency owners from just moving more quickly and scaling it more quickly is the uncertainty around if you have a good enough fulfillment system or not. Like 60 to 80% of the agency owners that have come to work with me that I've coached one-on-one, it's so obvious that the biggest thing that they're looking for is just having that clarity and confidence in having a service delivery strategy that works, that you can be confident in selling, that you can really stand behind. Because obviously as business owners, we want to feel good about the thing that we're selling, and we want to be confident that we're getting our clients results. And so that can be a bit, obviously, if that's the thing that's holding you back from going all in on sales and really pushing with prospecting, then the agency is not moving forward. And so I want to give you the frameworks and the strategies so that you can put together a service that you very, very much feel confident in, so that you can just go guns blazing with sales and prospecting and not worry about if you've got a good enough service to sell or not, because you'll have one. So how do we develop our fulfillment strategy? So the number one thing, which this is, a slightly simple, potentially obvious piece of advice that you hear going around all the time, but there is a few kind of like simple foundational lessons that are very easy to brush off or not think it's as important as it is at an early stage of the agency, or you haven't really applied it fully throughout your agency all the way through. And one of those is niching down, but not just niching down with your service and making sure that you've got hyper-specific client avatar within your niche. So first thing that we have to do and make sure that we're doing to develop our fulfillment strategy is focus on delivering one result via one channel for one client avatar. So it's not just as simple as niching down saying, yeah, I'm in the real estate niche, or yeah, I work with e-commerce clients, or yeah, I work with roofing companies or painters, so on and so on. It's, I only fulfill Facebook Meta ads for real estate. I only produce appointments via Meta ads for roofing companies, or I only produce leads and applications via Meta ads for roofing companies, or I only help drive revenue for through Google ads for e-commerce clients. Because what we're trying to do, it's kind of the same with how you scale Facebook ads. We're always trying to control the variables. You know, if you're launching a campaign where you've got a million different audiences, a million different creatives, ad copy variations, and then you're spending money on a low ad spend, you're spreading your data and ad spend way too thin, and you're going in all types of different directions. You're never figuring out what is and isn't working. When you're controlling the variables and you're only focusing on one main channel for driving results for your clients, like Google ads, like YouTube ads, like Facebook ads, like manual prospecting, whatever it is, and you're applying that to the same client avatar over and over again, you're controlling all of the variables around that so that you can improve much more efficiently. So what you want to be doing is repeating this for at least 20 to 30 clients to establish product market fit. There's already so many variables within your clients that take time to really control. If you're trying to do, you know, multiple different versions of your strategy across multiple different client avatars, then you're just going in too many different directions, and you're not able to benefit from the compounding effect of refining your strategy after client after repeating the same service over and over again. And just to really drive this home, because again, this is one of the biggest things that I see so many agent owners struggling with, is just having shiny object syndrome within the business model. Like, you can have shiny object syndrome between business models, and you can, one week you can be doing some drop shipping, one week you can be doing some affiliate marketing and Amazon FBA and doing some SMA here and there and getting, you know, pulled into some other version of the model. But I promise you, if you just stick true to this and stick with one version of this for long enough to establish product market fit, these are just some examples of some of the weeks that we've had in terms of sales within our agency. You can see just like back to back, you know, sometimes multi four figure days of payouts, sometimes five figure payouts. May 2021 was the first month that I had where we hit an seven figure run rate. So 64K in cash collected for that month in Stripe, and then we had another 12, 15, something like just under 20K in payments come through from direct debit as well. And then one of my other friends and just people that I'm connected with, who's another Australian-based agency owner who's scaled up a lot over the past 12 to 18 months, Jason. He just posted this on his Twitter the other day, which is just like another perfect example of this, where he just crossed 343K cash collected for the month, just doing one service, Google ads, for one niche, e-commerce. Not overcomplicating things, just simply. Like, one of the best quotes is, simplicity scales, complexity fails. If things are complex already in the early stages of your business, then what's going to happen when you're at scale? It's going to be an absolute mess and an absolute nightmare. And that becomes way more true and way more obvious once you start onboarding a lot more clients. It's just impossible to have predictability of client results and have predictable systems internally within the agency if you're not adhering to this. And so, again, do focus on delivering one result via one channel for one client avatar. Do that for at least 20, 30 clients. I wouldn't consider like an offer or a service validated until you'd implemented it for at least 20 to 30 clients. That's how I'd be looking at things. Don't offer multiple services to multiple client avatars, and don't try and solve every problem for shitty clients. So we touched on this a little bit yesterday, but a big challenge that agency owners face is that in the early stages of your business, you have the least amount of social proof, you have the least amount of case studies and client results, you have the least amount of credibility, and you have the least amount of expertise in the market and the industry that you're going after. And all of those things mean that it's harder to attract higher quality clients within your industry. By default, higher quality clients are easier to get results for because they're already, 60 to 80% of the way there. In the real estate industry, if you can offer the exact same service to a real estate agent that has been in their market and their industry for 6 years, they're a high performer, they've got a great closing rate, they've got a great reputation in their market, and any leads that you send them, they're gonna close them and they're gonna have a really high ROI. Or you could offer that exact same service to an inexperienced agent that has a poor closing rate that's already struggling financially, and they're not going to yield the same results. Same with e-com. You could work with a beginner dropshipper. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to be a nightmare to work with them. Or you could work with an established brand that has, an existing customer base and already great product, following on social media. It's going to be much easier to work with them. And so what I see so many agent owners making the mistake of is trying to solve all of the problems for clients that you shouldn't even be working with in the first place. And so you should be spending more time refining your strategy for clients that are your ideal clients, as opposed to thinking, okay, for one of the biggest things is like in the real estate niche is getting clients to call the leads and getting clients to follow up and convert leads. Like that's one of the biggest issues in most local business lead gen niches. But I can tell you right now, like we've got some clients that have been with us for 18 months, paying us 2K per month, and we barely even hear from them, and they're happy, and we don't have to hound them with accountability and tell them what to do with their prospecting, because they're good at being a real estate professional and they know how to execute on the sales process and they know how to turn the leads into appointments. Not that we don't create solutions for helping more of our clients execute on the sales process correctly, but it's just night and day between when we work with good clients versus bad clients. So why do we do all this stuff? And just to kind of drive home why this stuff is so relevant is that repetition forces improvement, but only if you're repeating the same thing. So you could be working with 20 to 30 clients and you might have, fulfilled 20 to 30 lead gen clients. But if they're all, some of them are in one niche, some of them are in the other niche, you're like trying slightly different versions of your strategy between all of them, then you're not benefiting from the compounding effect of you repeating that service over and over again and making slight adjustments and improvements all the way. Like there's no, at the end of the day, there's no magic trick or secret sauce to having a highly effective, very, very, very good agency service. A lot of it just comes down to experience and just working with more clients. Repeating and iterating on the same service for the same client compounds the rate of your fulfillment improves. When you have more of the same clients at scale, your fulfillment strategies get validated a lot more quickly. So this is why I put here like there's a chicken and egg scenario with signing more clients versus perfecting your fulfillment. So like a big mindset shift that I had, like if you're on this call right now in the stage where you have that uncertainty around your service delivery strategy, and that is creating limiting beliefs, holding you back from going all in on prospecting and taking more sales calls because you want to feel like your service is perfect before really going all in on prospecting. The mindset shift that really helped me get out of that is knowing that you're actually doing your current and future clients a complete disservice by not prioritizing client acquisition, because prioritizing client acquisition is actually the leading indicator of what starts the process of improving your service, not the other way around. Because the only way that you're actually going to practically improve your fulfillment is by implementing the strategy for more clients. And so, when we're internal to my agency, testing new creatives, for example, one of the biggest reasons that we're able to find winning ads and winning creatives a lot more quickly than our competitors is because at any given point, we've got 40 to 50 clients that we're working with live, and we can roll out a new ad across all of them and then accurately see if it's working across the majority of the clients or not. Whereas if you've only got 2, 3, even under 10 clients on board, and you test something, regardless of what it is, if it's an ad, if it's a campaign structure, if it's a funnel, then you're only getting data back from a small amount of ad spend across a small amount of clients. And so even if it does work, it could be a fluke and it could be luck and coincidence that it worked for some of those clients and it's not actually replicable across a lot of clients at scale. Or if it doesn't work, maybe you're just spinning around in circles trying to get results for a client that you actually couldn't have got results for in the first place. And there's something about their situation that in the long run, you should be qualifying out because they're a tricky client to get results with. For example, in the real estate niche, there is a long list of locations and cities in Australia that are just really hard to get results in, and we just straight up don't accept clients in those areas and those markets because we know it's going to be tricky to get results for them in. And so the way that you just ramp up and speed up the rate that you're improving the quality of your fulfillment is just by working with more clients. And so one of the best ways to do that is, if you're not wanting to charge, if you're in the very, very early stages of your service and you're not wanting to charge full prices for an offer that you haven't really validated yet, you can do 10-day paid free trials where the client's just paying for the ad spend and you're implementing the campaigns that you would usually run for a normal client, and just fulfilling it over 10 days just to give you some chances to implement the system, get some results, and then it's very easy to convert clients off the back end of that if you're doing a kind of a done for you setup, and a 10-day free trial in that format. Or you just somewhat discount your price and like position it like a beta offer and a beta program where you charge something like a third of the price of what you charge for a full price client, just to give you some wiggle room to implement the service, where there's no harm, no foul if you don't get incredible results because you're implementing the system at a heavy discount. So that is super, super important. Like one thing that I would always say is that you would way rather have a non-perfected service and an abundance of people to sell to than what you think is a perfect service and no one to sell to, and you haven't even validated if what you've done to your service is actually working or not. You need clients to fulfill to actually prove that what you're implementing actually works. So I just drew some little doodles up on my iPad before jumping on, just to kind of explain this. But essentially, if you're focusing on one niche, one service, 3 to 6 months down the track, you're going to go a lot further and improve at a much faster rate because you're just focusing and going in one direction, versus if you're implementing all these different strategies and different versions of your service for different niches, you're going not so far in a lot of different directions and not making much progress. So that's that. Cool. So that was obviously not super practical in terms of like, the actual strategy of how to set up clients and how to run ads and everything like that. And so this right here, these 3 options is exactly that, just the practical strategy of how to fast track developing a winning fulfillment strategy. So the very first thing that I did and this is like 5 or 6 years ago now, when I was first getting into the real estate niche, this might be a very simple and obvious one, but just pay an agency owner or a marketer who is an expert in getting results for your niche, and ideally work with them one-on-one. I'm in the real estate niche and have worked with a lot of agency owners and local business lead gen niches. If you're in one of those niches and it makes sense to all the time, then working with me is obviously going to dramatically fast track because I can just show you exactly how we get results for our clients, and you can just plug and play a winning system. If there's someone else in your industry, whether or not they're like a media buyer or a marketer that's already getting results within your niche, then just reach out to them, see if they do some consulting calls. Like some of the best things that I did early on in my agency was find people that were agency owners that were just in the trenches working, that weren't necessarily doing any coaching at the time, because like there's just so many scammers out there and so many people that run courses and coaching programs that don't actually know what they're doing and they haven't actually built a serious agency. Whereas like my situation, my agency has always been my biggest cash producing business, not my coaching. And so working with people that are actually in the trenches is obviously one of the best things to do. One thing that you can do as well is like find agencies that are running at a high level of scale and see if you can find any of their clients and funnel hack their ads. But you can't, a lot of the things that make paid ads and client fulfillment work well are usually things that are behind the scenes that you can't see on the surface. So that is option 1, which is obviously more expensive, but you'll get results a lot more quickly. Option 2, which is another thing that I did, is take a course from someone that's teaching fulfillment to your niche, directly how they can run their own ads. For example, someone selling a course teaching real estate agents or mortgage brokers how to run Facebook ads. So someone that's not coaching other marketers and other marketing agency owners, but people that are teaching your client avatar directly how to implement the strategy. Because there is a section of the market that is more entrepreneurial and likes to do things themselves that would never be a client to a marketing agency. And those are the people that buy courses and buy consulting programs that want to run their own ads and want to be a marketer and want to get in the trenches and implement all of those systems. And so there's a lot of people out there that have made very good money selling courses and just teaching other real estate professionals, for example, how to run their own Facebook ads. Or same with ecom. You know, there's lots of people out there that instead of offering a done for you service and running a done for you agency to the ecom niche, they just have a course and a consulting program where they teach ecom founders or like CMOs within ecom agencies how they can execute on the strategy. And so one of just like the easy hacks that you can do is just buy one of these courses and just offer their strategy as a done for you service. That's one of the first things that I did, where I found a course teaching real estate agents how to run their own ads, and ended up, you know, just like providing a lot of value in that community and answering a lot of people's questions. And then I got friendly with the person that was running that course, and because he just didn't want to offer a done for you service, he ended up making me like the main referral partner to offer done for you services, and that's how I got a good chunk of my first few clients. And so that is one thing you can look forward to do. Next is option 3, which is just find a good media buyer, bring them on as a contractor. And if they get clients good results, get them to make SOPs on how they run campaigns as you go. So I recommend, like, I wouldn't recommend this. I wouldn't recommend these 2 options if it wasn't a local business lead gen niche. Local business, like getting results for local business clients, the fulfillment strategy is honestly very, very simple in terms of like the complexity of media buying compared to ecom clients. Because like ecom clients, you're working with much, much higher ad spend. It's a lot more custom because every product and brand is different. There's a lot more skill involved in customization with how you implement a strategy, whereas local business lead gen clients are pretty much rinse and repeat in terms of the strategy that you're implementing, from the ads, the ad copies, the campaign structures and everything like that. And so going from a beginner to being able to learn a fulfillment strategy, where if you're the one doing fulfillment right now, it's not as big of a learning curve than if you're trying to be like an elite media buyer in the ecom niche from scratch. Depending on how much cash you've got in the bank, depending on, you know, how you want to be involved in the business, some people like to get more in the trenches with understanding the fulfillment strategy. You can just go for a shortcut and cut straight to this option if you want to. And so a quote that I kind of mentioned on yesterday's call as well is sometimes a mindset shift that you need to have for solving problems in the business is not, this is the other way around. It's not the how, it's the who. So it's not how can I solve this? How can I get this done? It's who do I need to find to solve this problem? Let me change that around. Not the how, but the who. You know, so like if you've got a problem in your business, sometimes it's not how do I solve this? I'm going to watch a million YouTube videos and ask ChatGPT and spend hours just racking my brain how to figure out getting more sales calls booked on the calendar. Just who do I need to talk to that already knows how to do that can achieve that result? And that's honestly just like one of the main ways that I move forward in my business now. Like I have never stopped working with coaches and consultants and paying for mentorships. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of working with experts to solve problems in my business, and I still do it right now. And so media buyers are not that hard to find. I might drop a separate resource below where I upload the replay of this training inside of school. I'm uploading all of the replays in the classroom and having a separate portal for all of the replays. So underneath day 1, I've got an entire like recruitment SOP of how we recruit media buyers. And so I can pop that down below. But once you've got a good media buyer that's getting decent results for your clients, then you can just get them to make SOPs for how they're doing the fulfillment, and get them to break down their strategy so that you've got a system that's plug and play for any time that you bring on new media buyers. Cool. Also as well, linked in this document is going to be added. I'll just drop this link in the chat as well so that everyone that's on the call now has this immediately. But I'll add this to the upload as well. But I just linked a training which is one of the free trainings that I uploaded on my YouTube channel, where I essentially just break down how I reverse engineer and develop fulfillment strategies. Because there's been a lot of scenarios where in the early stages of my agency, I worked with clients client types that I'd never worked with in the past. For example, one of my biggest case studies was a real estate land investor in the US that the second month working with them, they did $193,000 USD in profit. And the exact same strategy that I used to work with that client, where I'd never worked with a client in that category before, I break down in this training, and there's like a Google Doc attached to this as well, where I cover absolutely everything of how I develop those fulfillment strategies. So you can check that out. Cool. I'm trying to run through this as quickly as possible so that there's just as much value jam-packed in here as you can, and then we'll get on to Q&A at the end. But anything that you're not sure about or anything that's not super clear as we're going through this stuff, make sure to drop your questions in the Zoom chat. So this next topic is about is like a fulfillment framework and a strategy for how you should be structuring your service delivery. And this is a framework that can be applied to literally any done for you service, which was a game changer in my agency that will dramatically improve the predictability of your client results. And also, as you start to scale your team, give your team a huge amount more structure with how to implement your fulfillment. And so if you haven't heard this terminology before, this strategy is called using activation points. And the best way to think about it is kind of just like checkpoints and milestones within your service. And, if you grew up playing video games whatsoever, sure, you'll know that there's, throughout, if you're playing like story mode in any, or like campaign mode in any video game, there's checkpoints throughout different levels. And there's like an overall goal that you're trying to get to in a game. And so, with any done for you service that we're offering, where the main outcome is business growth, where we're trying to add, often hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue to our clients' bottom line, that is a big task. And it's not just going to happen overnight. Obviously, it's not going to happen by having no clear structure to the checkpoints along the way that we're going to achieve that outcome. And if you've got this big task for, dramatically growing someone's business and driving serious revenue, you need to break it down into smaller milestones along the way so that you can focus your efforts just to get people to the next checkpoint. So activation points, they're the core milestones and stages in the client journey that identify the client has reached a certain stage in our fulfillment. Having these in place makes client fulfillment clear and simple for your team. Once the activation points are defined when managing your client fulfillment, you just need to worry about getting them to the next point. So an example of some activation points are, number one, purchase. So a client purchases, they become a new client. What happens after then? Then onboarding. There's obviously steps and stages and things that need to be completed in your onboarding process. What happens in your onboarding process, and what are the different checkpoints within that people need to get to? Then there's launched. Client obviously needs to go live before we can start getting them leads coming in. That's an activation point. Next is 5 leads generated within KPI. So you can have that as an activation point that your media buyer is responsible for, that the client's campaign needs to produce 5 leads within KPI, because that tells us that the campaign's on track to be performing well. And that's just like the first milestone that a campaign's performing on track. Next is the first appointment booked. So obviously for a client to get in front of some real sales opportunities, they actually need to get their first appointment booked. And getting their first appointment booked is just an obvious, simple milestone that once they've gotten there, that is a good, quick win that the client will be happy about in the context of real estate client fulfillment. If it was for, a different category, if you're working with chiropractors and you're trying to get bookings for, patients showing up for their first meeting or appointment, whatever it's called, then that might be your next activation point. Then next, it's first listing acquired. So the first sale actually converted for the client. That's the next activation point. Then we've got upsell and retention. So there's like certain stages in terms of the results that we've gotten for the client, how long we've been working with them, and the ROI that they've received, that we would purposefully try and upsell or retain them. And so the way that we usually do that is we have an upsell where you can just upsell retention. So you can try and upsell an existing client. Hey, if you extend with us for another 12 months and pay up front, we'll give you X discount on your retainer. And, because of all the great results we've been getting for our clients recently, we're going to be increasing our prices. And so because you came into us in our last client intake, we're going to grandfather in your existing pricing. So if you want to lock that in, jump in and extend for another 12 months. We make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just doing that. Another one, testimonial received. One of the big things that I wish I did early on in my agency was be a lot more aggressive with generating social proof. The social proof that you collect is one of the most valuable things that one of the most valuable elements and assets within your business. And this is a bit of a side tangent from practical fulfillment strategy, but one of the things, like one of the big takeaways that I would recommend everyone implementing today is have, like, if you're on Slack, like have a Slack channel for client wins, or just have a Google Drive folder for client wins, and focus on generating as much social proof as you can in different formats. Because early on in my agency, I felt like that the only time that I felt justified to get any form of social proof from a client was when we had some crazy win and crazy outcome or result, and then we'd ask someone to get on a video interview, and we'd get video testimonials. Whereas there's so many other formats of social proof that you can collect earlier on in your fulfillment, that you can add to your marketing material, you can add to your funnels, you can run as ads and things like that as well. So, just like positive messages and screenshots of positive messages of client communication in your Slack channels, in WhatsApp group chats, and emails, wherever you're speaking to clients. That is a form of social proof where, just a happy client message where, they're happy with the leads that are coming in, or they got an appointment booked, or whatever it is. That is a positive form of social proof. Or even just asking someone for a written review after they get their first main win, after they get their first deal across the line, after they get their first few clients. That is better than only asking for a video testimonial once someone has gotten some insane result. Then you can like take clips from recordings from your monthly client check-in calls. If something positive comes up, something that they're happy about, you don't necessarily always have to go out of your way to schedule an interview or request a video testimonial from someone. You can take like clips out of your client check-in calls, and obviously get your client's permission, and you can use that in marketing material as well. Cool. So how do we actually implement this strategy of activation points into our service delivery? So this is how we set this up inside of ClickUp. So what you do is you have a client dashboard, which I'll pull up in a sec, and you have activation points as statuses in your project management software as seen below. So as you can see here, this is just like a screen grab of some of the clients in our client dashboard. Eric, I can see you're on the call. You were there when we're working together for a little bit. And you can see here we've got a task status. So what this shows us is what percentage of the tasks inside of that project are completed or not. And so this is just like at a glance, because when you've got 30 to 40 clients in a client dashboard, your fulfillment team needs to be able to just at a glance see where clients are at and see what is done and what needs to be done, or what isn't currently done. And so we've got all of these statuses are correlated to the activation points that we've created for our service. So we've got onboarding status, we've got high level status. Is there go high level sub account set up correctly? Is the phone number pending or not? Is it ready to go? Have we launched an organic campaign for that client? Is their campaign set up and ready to go or not? Is campaign built versus campaign live? Have they scheduled the first appointment or not? First client acquired? Have we asked a testimonial from them? Those are the main ones. So you want to create expected timelines that you should expect each activation point to have been completed by, so that your team has clarity on how to troubleshoot client fulfillment. So this makes it really easy for your team to come in and just service your clients, because then they just go, okay, cool. The next activation point, these should be in chronological order. They just need to go focusing on, okay, so this client can't go live because they have a phone number pending on their Go Hardware account. We need to troubleshoot that. Or the campaign isn't built yet. Let's get the campaign built. Or they haven't booked their first appointment yet. Let's figure out, okay, is the client not following up with the leads right? Is the campaign not performing well? Are they not executing on the script? Are they not calling leads in a timely manner? What's the issue? Let's troubleshoot that. And you're always just focusing on troubleshooting the next activation point. So when activation points are crossed, the client is exponentially more likely to receive the desired result, complete your payment plan and not churn, refer your product, and upsell to a higher package. So inside of this doc, where I've got ClickUp client dashboard template, I've included the templates that you can install that on ClickUp. If you're not using ClickUp, you can still just like get a free trial, install it, and add it to a different account and model and copy it. I just set up a demo dashboard so that you can see how this works. So inside of ClickUp, what this is a list inside of ClickUp. And then we set it up as this list format, and we have a form attached to this list. And so this form is your onboarding form, and your onboarding form can be embedded to your onboarding funnel. So you can see embed code here. And this can also just be shared as a link as like an external form. And so whenever someone completes this form, it automatically creates a project within this list. So whenever that form, when someone fills that out, it automatically creates this project, and you can set it up to create the project from a template so that it already has your to-dos, it already assigns your team members, and the project is there and ready to go with the statuses all there. So whenever a new client comes in, all your fulfillment team needs to do, their like main central point of working in the agency is just managing this dashboard. And so as soon as a new client comes in, they'll populate and all of these things will be blank. So it'll be very obvious that they're a new client. And when someone fills out the form, it also creates a table in here automatically with all the fields that the form had included. So it's just an easy centralized place for your whole team to access all the information that we've collected from a client. You can also, one thing that we do is like once a client is onboarded, there's just this section for the project description where we include any of like the main resources that we're using for that client. So like once we've set up the client's ads tracking sheet, we'll add that and link that in there. At the project level, there's also a comment section where you can go back and forth with team members and have like project level conversations and like assign each other tasks and tag people within here as well, which just makes team communication at the project and client level very, very simple as well. And so essentially, some simple rules that I have for my team is that, at the end of each day, you should try as much as possible to make sure all clients have 100% for their task status. Because at the client level, you can have subtasks, for example, and say, client needs ad copy edited due to spelling error. So we've launched an ad and there's a spelling error for a client. And, we need to fix that. Is that showing up? I'm reading the wrong spot. Cool. And then if we come out of here, see the task status will be 0 because we've got one task and it hasn't been done. 0 out of all those tasks have been completed. And then if I come in here and I mark this as done, yeah. Did that work? You get the idea. Why isn't that coming up? That's status. Then we're back at 100%. Sweet. So that's like a very in a nutshell version of how we use ClickUp. You can also have like a client happiness score in here as well, which is something that we do. It'll show like what ad spend the client's on, what their payment status is, if we've got a testimonial from them, all of that good stuff. So that is activation points. Cool. Next, I'm going to do a quick run through of the onboarding process. And then I'm going to give a quick intro to the client campaign setup SOP. And then we'll dive into some Q&A quickly for about 10 to 15 minutes, which will be a bit rapid fire. And then we'll go from there. And then we're having the follow-up call with all of the VIPs where we can jump on. We've got Q&A for about an hour to an hour and a half. And that link will get dropped in the group chat for all the VIPs. Anyone that's wanting to join the VIP during the challenge as well, and joining late, it's only $48. And we've got a private group chat for all of the VIP members, and we're having additional calls after each day of the challenge. Obviously, we're only 2 days in, so completely understand if you're not wanting to join now, but that group chat will be really helpful if you're just wanting direct access to me to ask some questions. So I'll drop that link in there and just DM me on Instagram, VIP, and I'll add you to that group chat. My Instagram is just liam.casey. Cool. So for building your onboarding process, I'm not going to go through absolutely everything in here because this is very, very detailed, but essentially the way that this table is structured, what I'd recommend doing is just making a copy of this. And then I use this internally to my team while we were building out and while we were revamping our onboarding process. And so in this right-hand column, you've got completion status of building out these different assets, and you just mark it red, orange, or green based on if it's in progress, if it's not started, or if you've done it. And then on the left-hand side, we've got the stage of onboarding. Then here we've got what needs to happen in that onboarding stage, and then the assets required to implement that. And then on the right-hand side, I've included some examples to some of these elements so that you can reference them. So essentially, step one, sales rep explains the onboarding process on the sales call. So what needs to happen here? The client needs to be told exactly what will happen on their end from the proposal being accepted to showing up to the onboarding call, so that they can be prepared. So the asset required to make that happen is have a checklist in the sales script to explain onboarding processes, set expectations at the end of your sales script. Then send proposal through Ignition. So we've been using Ignition, which is a slightly different billing platform and billing software than Stripe, which we found has improved the conversion rate in our sales calls because it's just a slightly more professional user interface and looks nice, a lot nicer than just like a Stripe link or different formats of proposal templates. So our sales rep needs to be able to easily send proposals through Ignition that includes all of the information related to our service package. So in Ignition, you can create these proposal templates, which includes the breakdown and a bunch of just writing and content that explains everything inside of your service. So this is like just a live example of a proposal within my agency, where you can see like loads up with your logo, has like a welcome message. It has a breakdown of the services and everything that's in there. It has pricing on here. It's got your tax included. Then there's a payment method. Then they sign it directly within here. And then there's a thank you page, which includes like your next steps message, and then a redirect to your onboarding process. Then what we want to have in here is we want to include a service package brochure. So this is not super essential, but I included an example of this where you can attach a brochure of your services to your proposal so that you've just got like a nice, branded, aesthetically pleasing version of a PDF that breaks down your service offering. It breaks down your different pricing options. Then you can include like a welcome next steps video at the end of your proposal. And then you want to have an up-to-date contract link to your proposal, including conditions for our guarantee. Then when someone accepts the proposal, our team needs to be notified. So we have a Slack channel inside of Slack that sends a notification, which is a Zapier integration between Ignition and Slack, so that whenever someone accepts a proposal, it sends a notification so that our fulfillment team is aware once a new client has been signed, because a principle that we have within the agency is speed is king. And we want to be taking action on client fulfillment as quickly as possible. So as soon as a proposal is accepted, one of our team members is reaching out to the client as quickly as possible, introducing themselves, getting on a phone call with them, making sure that they get their onboarding call booked in. The client needs to receive a welcome email. They need to complete their onboarding form and schedule in the onboarding call. So we include an onboarding funnel on the next step pages in Ignition. We have a Zap sending a notification to Slack, which I just mentioned. And then we have a Zap that adds the client to a list in ActiveCampaign, which adds them to our automation, which sends them an email, including follow-up emails. So once someone accepts a proposal, we have an onboarding welcome sequence through ActiveCampaign where they get up to 5 to 7 email reminders to schedule in their onboarding call and to complete our onboarding form, and it automatically keeps following up with them until they've scheduled in the onboarding call. So we set it up with conditions so that as soon as someone books in the onboarding call through Calendly, it filters them out of that automation and they don't get those follow-up emails. And so within the welcome email, we include this like welcome to reliable leads PDF, which is like a branded PDF, which is super simple. It's just like welcome to the team, our policies, our guarantee, just like communication, just like setting the basics of the foundations of our working relationship. All of that, the rest of that is pretty self-explanatory. Next, onboarding form completed and onboarding call scheduled. So you can get the picture with this. We're just kind of going, okay, this is the step of the onboarding process. This is what needs to happen in this step. This is the assets that need to be included to execute on all of this. So this is like what to do before the onboarding call. Once the onboarding call is scheduled, the client's completed their onboarding form, onboarding call is scheduled, what needs to be done. And so within here, for example, there's an SOP for how we set up our client go high level accounts. Then conduct onboarding call. in here, I've included a template for the talking points and how we structure our onboarding calls. So I'm literally giving you guys absolutely everything. And obviously, because this is like relatively complex, I'm sure once you guys start going through this, you're going to have some questions about how to implement this stuff. That's what the community is for. And after this challenge, we're going to be doing weekly live trainings as well, which will be on a regular basis. So you guys are going to be able to ask follow-up questions in the community after this challenge as well. Cool. Onboarding process done. I don't want to spend too much time on that as well, because there's a lot of people have trainings on onboarding resources, but you guys can reference that just to see exactly what I'm doing. So this is a training that I've also already put out too, but all I was really wanting to reference here was showing you guys an example of how you can build not necessarily complex, but high quality systems and processes to make your team much more lean and efficient, and leverage virtual assistants to help out with your fulfillment. And so this SOP right here, as you can see, is very long. It's 20 pages. It's got annotated screenshots, and this is used like a VA, like right now within my agency, virtual assistants that are being paid anywhere between $5 to $8 USD an hour are doing the entire campaign setups of all of our clients from scratch. And so it might take a VA tops 3 hours to set up a client end to end, from making all of the creatives, making all the ad copy, formatting the campaign in Facebook Ads Manager, setting up the Go High Level account. And that might cost us, $30 to $60 max in labor to get that created. Whereas if you had a media buyer having to do the manpower of all of that work, then their capacity is dramatically reduced. Or if it's just you yourself doing fulfillment right now, you can have a VA doing the majority of the heavy lifting of all of your client fulfillment in terms of campaign setups, making all of your creatives, customizing all of your ad copy, and doing campaign relaunches. And you can just focus on client communication and then the strategy of optimizing campaigns. And you're never really playing around with Ads Manager too much. You're just telling your VA to do that. And then once you bring on your first media buyer, your media buyer has one VA underneath them that is doing all of the campaign setups, doing all of those tasks. And then all of a sudden, that means that, one, like I brought down here, like one good media buyer can literally handle 30 to 40 local business lead gen clients. So local business lead gen niches are unique because we can repeat many of the same variables across clients. It's similar ad copy, similar creative templates, similar onboarding process, similar tracking sheets for tracking client results, similar campaign structure. Some of the most time-consuming elements of fulfillment is campaign setups, making creatives, customizing ad copy, relaunching campaigns. However, if you have all these assets templated in well-made SOPs, a VA can do all of the above. You just need a skilled, what I put there, you just need a more skilled media buyer to manage and optimize the campaign. So the part of client fulfillment that requires a high degree of skill is like the decision making of how to optimize campaigns, how to know when to up the budget, how to know when to turn off ads, how to know when you need to optimize creatives, how you know which creatives to test and which ones not to. That's what you require a media buyer for, not just the grunt work of setting up and launching campaigns. So this was honestly one of the biggest game changers that I implemented within my agency when I got my first VA that could get most of this stuff done. And then once I got my first media buyer and they had a VA underneath them, I had one VA, one media buyer with literally like 34 clients doing 60K a month, and we were at like 80% profit margins. Now I'm like very much more removed from the agency and I've got more team in place and I'm at lower profit margins, but now the business is a lot more automated. And so all of the strategy and the foundations of how I learned to build out SOPs that are so robust that VAs can execute on without experience is already inside of the classroom, inside of Launch Matrix. If you go through the systems building training, I go through absolutely everything in terms of the foundations of how to build SOPs, how to hire VAs, how to onboard them. I even give a bunch of examples of different SOPs that are pre-built. So I'd recommend going through and watching that systems building training inside of there as well. Cool. And then last thing is the tracking sheet. So I made a YouTube video about this as well recently, but there's just like a few quotes on here where I said, you know, opportunity is the easiest thing to sell and the hardest thing to deliver when you don't have, and what this is getting at is that like opportunity offers, which is what our services are, we're selling the opportunity of business growth. That's one of the easiest things to sell because every business owner wants to make more money, but it's one of the hardest things to deliver because growing businesses is one of the hardest things to do. And so if you're not having clear systems in place for just tracking your client results, then you're driving blind. And so when you don't have tracking, you're not marketing, you're just gambling. The first step to making progress is tracking progress. Is tracking progress. If you don't track, you don't care. So right now, if you're fulfilling any form of clients with paid ads, then you need to have a tracking sheet. At the top of this doc, I've linked the YouTube video where I break down how to use this tracking sheet. But this tracking sheet was honestly one of the biggest things that allowed us to 2 to 3x our client retention in the past 12 to 18 months once we really started focusing on tracking all the data with our clients. And so this doc and the training there breaks down exactly how to implement this Google Sheet into your fulfillment process. Cool. That is absolutely everything that I wanted to run through in this training for scaled service delivery. On day 4 of this challenge, where I'm going to be breaking down more of like the team side, like how to recruit good media buyers, and just kind of expanding a lot more on these topics as well. And so we'll do a bit of this on day 4. Tomorrow for day 3, we're going to be focusing on booking sales calls and closing clients and getting cash in the door. So that's what you can expect tomorrow. So let's go through some quick Q&A, and then we'll wrap up, and then I'll have to jump on for our call with the VIPs. Cool, guys. And I saw just a couple of you signed up to the VIP already to jump on that. And so if you have, please make sure to send me a message on Instagram just saying VIP, because I'll add you to the group chat so you can jump on that. Cool. So first question that we had was from Aaron. You said, when you say don't offer multiple services to multiple client avatars, how do you go about wanting to make the switch? Are you going from solo realtors to team leaders to broker owners? So first of all, you want to know who the ideal client avatar is within your niche, and that should essentially be the client avatar that represents the majority. So like just the average client within your niche that is most abundant, that is the easiest to acquire. Like, again, we're always trying to stack the odds in our favor. And so within the real estate industry, individual agents / team leaders are the most abundant category of clients because there's a lot more individual agents than there are principals and broker owners. And so you want to just be focusing on that to begin with. And then if you're ever trying to figure out making the switch to a different niche, you only want to make the switch once you've validated something. So it depends on what scale of the agency that you're at right now. So let's say you're doing like 10, 15K per month within one niche. I would be like spending 80% of my time still moving forward with the current version of my fulfillment, my offer, and just getting momentum with that. And then spend a little bit of time working on a slightly different variation of that service, just a minimum viable version of it, and start testing and validating that. But you never want to completely stop doing what you're doing right now and completely change direction. You want to keep momentum with the main thing that you're working on, and then test something on the side with a minimum viable product. Wait till you've got some validation from the market that you should go in that direction, and then lean into it more. Let me know if you have any follow-ups on that. Chris, you said, do you recommend clients paying for ad spend always? Well, yes, clients always pay for ad spend, but we don't include it in our retainer. We just have like a minimum ad spend requirement. Clients pay us our retainer, and then clients' payment methods are added to their own ads manager and their own ad account, because ad spend changes all the time, and ad spend is dynamic, and so it doesn't make sense for us to just have like a set ad spend for like a 3 or a 6 month contract when 2 months in, they might not be performing that great, and we want to scale down ad spend, or they're performing really well and we want to up ad spend. And so we always just have ad spend separate to our retainer. Lisa, you said 5 leads generated within KPI. What is the timeline on that? So that would usually be like expected to be about a week after launching, minimum. It depends on the ad spend though, and it depends on your existing KPI for cost per lead. within that niche. Cool. Lisa said, what are the expected timelines of each activation point? Shared activation points, and click up board to clients as well. So obviously, like the activation point, the timelines that we set for that is dependent on your service and your niche, and just what you just decide that based on what you think is a realistic and an ideal time frame for that activation point to be achieved based on your first-hand experience working with your clients in your industry. And so we just based ours based on that. It's like, how long does it usually take for a client, for a new client to be launched? Usually we want to have clients launched within 5 to 7 days of onboarding. How long do we want to get clients onboarded or book in their check and call? Usually no more than 48 hours after they accept their proposal. So you just want to just decide on it. It's not that's not rocket science. Just use common sense to decide when it's reasonable to expect each activation point to get completed. Cooper said, do you take payment as a setup in the onboarding, or is that done on the call? So we take payment on the sales call, but usually what we do is, what's cool about Ignition is that you can get someone to put in their payment method, and we tell people that billing doesn't start until commencement, and their billing cycle starts once campaigns are actually ready to go live. So when someone accepts our proposal on the call, it lowers the barrier to entry for a sale, because the money's not actually leaving their bank account, and we give them a way out, and we let them know that your billing cycle is only going to initiate once we've actually onboarded you and you're ready to go live. So in Ignition, once they accept the proposal, we've captured their payment method, and then we can set that billing cycle to the date of when they go live. So because there can be hiccups in the onboarding process, we don't want clients to, sometimes random things happen with clients where they sign their proposal and then it's 2 weeks later and they're only actually going live 2 weeks after they've actually accepted the proposal. And so we'd never want a client to be paying for their second month 2 weeks only after they've been launched. And so we set our billing cycle in 30-day increments from the day that they actually went live. Lisa said, does the client fill out the whole proposal during the sales call, or has your team set it off? So yeah, they complete the proposal on the sales call. Or some, obviously we don't close absolutely everyone on the call. A lot of people close after the fact and in the follow-up process. But accepting the proposal is as quick as completing a payment. Like there's no forms that they have to fill out. They're literally just putting in their payment method and then doing a digital signature, and they're done. So it takes 30 seconds. And because we're in Ignition, we create the proposal templates. It only takes like 15, 20 seconds to send the proposal to a client as well and generate one of those proposal share links. So we can generate the proposal that is customized to the client's name and their business information live on the call, and they can accept it. Eric, you said, would you recommend free lead gen training to agents as a way to get them into a paid done for you program? Yeah, 100%. So I think what's working really, really well right now for generating clients with cold traffic, if you were to run paid ads, is lead magnets with free assets. That's why I put out that YouTube video, not lead magnets that are specific free assets, not more vague free trainings. So I did that YouTube video for the client paid ads tracking sheet, because a tracking sheet is a specific tangible resource that you can put your hands on, that the context of that, you're expecting to be able to take something and implement it in the agency straight away. So things that are tangible, like tracking sheets, like funnel templates, like scripts, like ClickUp templates, like reactivation campaign templates, things like that, things that are trackable, things that are tangible that someone can put their hands on. Those are really good lead magnets. And then you can create a free mini course, which I would just do in a school group, kind of like what I'm doing with this community, and doing challenges like these aren't even a bad idea as well. I ran paid ads to promote this challenge, and it performed really, really well. We're getting relatively cheap leads for the agency coaching space. So that's something that I'd recommend too. Koopy said, what channel have you found the best for client communication? So very, very, very good question. Our rule of thumb now is that we literally just use the channel of communication that's the client's existing preferred channel, because communication is such a crucial, important element of client retention and maintaining clients and client results, that if you're getting someone on a communication channel that they're not used to using, and that hurts the quality and the frequency of their communication, then that can make or break if a client stays with you or if they get results, especially if you're involved working with clients. We have to coach them and give them feedback on certain things. So we literally in our onboarding process just ask our clients and say, hey, like the way that we operate and the way that we work best with our clients is just by acting as an extension of your business. And so we want to make it as easy and as seamless as possible to work with you the way that you already work within your business. And so right now, how do you communicate with your team internally? Do you prefer text? Do you prefer a WhatsApp group chat? Do you prefer Slack? Do you just prefer email? We find in lots of local business lead gen niches, most people don't use Slack. And so if you're trying to get someone on an app that they don't use for anything else other than working with you, and it's a separate thing they have to log into and they have to create a separate account for it, it's just unnecessary headache and they're going to be not familiar with using it. Some people aren't tech savvy. So WhatsApp is what I've been using for the past like 2 years now, and just having WhatsApp group chats because it's very low barrier to entry. Just to create one, you often already have people's phone numbers. You can just create the group chat instantly. You can put your entire team in there. It's good for communication because you can send voice notes in there. It's easy to go back and forth with people. You can send links. It's just like a one-stop shop with all the history of client comms. Some clients we just have on email. Some clients it's over text. So WhatsApp is what I would recommend. But if they have a preferred channel, they just use that one. And then Krippy said, will you be doing a small training on follow-up methods for a sales call that didn't close? That's something that we can definitely touch on tomorrow in the sales process training. And then Aaron, you said, don't you go nuts using WhatsApp at scale, 50 clients messaging you on your personal number. So you can set up WhatsApp business, and that's one way that you can solve it. And then also when you've got 50 plus clients, you're not the one that's managing all of the group chats as well. Your team is, and sometimes you don't even, like I haven't even been in a lot of the WhatsApp group chats for my client fulfillment for the past 12 to 18 months, and my team just handles all of that. So yeah, you can set up WhatsApp business, which gets around that for high levels of scale. What's your process for changing creatives depending on the market? Very good question. Doing breakdowns of like ad strategy for client fulfillment is something that we might touch on day 4, just because we're already running over time. But one thing that we do is every single month, our media buyers are responsible for testing at least 2 to 3 new creative variations, and bringing one potential winner to the table every single month. And you want to be proactive instead of reactive. So instead of reacting to when your clients are experiencing ad fatigue and then trying to solve for ad fatigue and trying to find a new winner, you want to be always consistently testing winners and trying to come up with winners and having a bank of creatives that you have in your back pocket to test whenever client results are dropping off, so that you're always ahead of the curve. And that way you're always forcing yourself to innovate. Nicola, you said, can you share us that bank? So inside of the SOP that I already shared, you can see how we format our creative templates. So if you come down in here, make the creatives, add format and copy, and then create the ads in this Google Doc. You can scroll down and you can see some templates of our winners, and there's like Canva templates inside of there as well. So you can check that out. Cool. And Mo, you said, joined a little late. Is there a link to the SOP whenever? Absolutely. That will be attached to the replay when I upload it inside of school, and I'll drop it in the VIP group as well. Will I share any contracts for hiring team? Absolutely. On day 4, I'll share our entire recruitment workflow for contractors and media buyers and include the contract templates that we use in there as well. So stay tuned for day 4 for that. Awesome, guys. 10 minutes over. So got to wrap up to jump on with the VIPs, but hope you guys got some value out of today's training. For any follow-up questions that you've got after this, just make sure to stay active in the community. Make a post if it's something that you want me to answer directly. Just tag me in the post as well, and I'll usually respond with a Loom video, or I might even just like make a YouTube video to cover that topic as well if it's something that a lot of people are needing help for. The replay of this will get uploaded by the end of the day today as well. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you had a good session. Really, really appreciate everyone for jumping on. I'll speak to you guys soon. Peace. Board. Andre said, are the recordings gonna go up after day 4? So we've already started the uploading the recordings. They're just inside of the school community. So if you're not inside the school community, make sure that you are. I'll drop the link below, and then inside of the classroom, all of the recordings are going under here. 30K agency inbox challenge. Day 1's here, so I'll add those. I'll add day 2 once we've wrapped up later today. Cool, guys. So thanks for everyone for
the resource that you shared earlier on today. Is that going to be shared within the community also? The link?
Absolutely, 100%. I'll drop it.
I was on my mobile when you shared that, so
yeah, no stress at all. I'll drop it in the chat right now, so you've got it straight away and don't have to wait until I upload it. But I will attach it in school underneath the recording as well. But
see, I made the presentation.
What was that, sorry? Awesome, cool. Well, the floor is open, guys. The best way, just like to structure Q&A for these calls. Obviously, we just touched on a lot of stuff. Some of it quite technical, some of it a bit more high level. But just drop a Q or a 1 or like something like that in the chat, just to form the queue for everyone's questions, and then we'll just go through everyone in order. And then I changed the settings from yesterday, so you should be able to unmute yourself fine. And so Lisa, you're first up. If you just want to unmute yourself, then we'll get stuck into it.
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
Okay, awesome.
How can I help?
Yeah, so I are you able to just take a look at a couple of our clients' campaigns just to see if if they're optimized or really the best next steps and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll share a screen. We won't spend too much time on like breaking down campaigns, just because that's sometimes not something that like benefits absolutely everyone. I want to make sure that we're touching on things that everyone kind of gets some takeaways from. But what I'll do as well, if you haven't already, I'll drop the link to one of the most recent YouTube videos that I posted, which I know Mo got a lot of you got a lot of value from, for how to optimize real estate clients' ads, which this will most likely answer most of the questions that you have around optimizing campaigns. And I just break down essentially into four different phases. And I'll just quickly share my screen before you pull up the campaigns. But I just dropped the link to that in the chat, and then I shared a resource. Where did I put this? Put it in the school group. Somewhere. This in the chat for you now. So essentially, like in this, I break down the main KPIs that we're looking at throughout the funnel, and just break down a few other high level things with getting results for real estate clients. And then I break down these kind of 4 phases of optimizing, where like phase 1, we're trying to have at least one ad set reducing cost per lead within KPI, like ad spend ranges, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and just breaks it down for like what we troubleshoot at different stages based on the timeline of the client, the ad spend, and everything like that. And this is exactly what I give to my media buyers as well, so that they can understand how we optimize client campaigns.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So do you just want to pull up and share a screen quickly, and then we'll have a quick look at your campaigns?
Okay. So basically, this is one of our clients right now, and basically our KPI for cost per lead is around like $30 per lead. And the ad spend that we have our clients on is minimum $20 per day. And basically what happened is I duplicated her. I don't know if I'm even doing this right, to be honest. I just took the winning ad creative and I changed like some parts about it. I changed the background, and then I duplicated it within the ad set level, and I don't know, and then it's just not performing as well. So I guess I just like to understand your thought process, and I guess like what the best next steps would be to
Sure.
optimize her campaigns.
Yeah, well, because this is specifically a real estate campaign, I can give you like some very specific pieces of advice. And I would be first watching the part 1 of like the free real estate Facebook ads course, because I literally show exactly how we structure our campaigns from scratch. And obviously the way that you optimize a campaign is in context to like the first version of the campaign that you ran. And the way that we structure campaigns from the get-go is very important, because that sets up how we're isolating the variables for what we're looking for. Of if it's, you know, a suburb that is getting better results and we're trying to test more in that location, or if it's the ads. One thing, well, we also do lead forms as well, and we don't do landing pages, just because we find that lead forms convert much better. And in real estate, it's more of a game of quantity breeds quality, and we're qualifying out leads on the back end as opposed to qualifying more leads on the front end. And so I definitely recommend doing lead forms. That's one thing. And then if you just open up that campaign, are you in the ad set level right now?
Yeah, I just switched the campaign right now.
Yeah, cool. And so how are the ad sets broken down as well?
It's I have 2 assets for this particular campaign. Yeah, I do. So on this one here, I just because I turned off the ones that weren't performing, and I noticed that the money wasn't being spent or anything.
So what? Long story short, what I'm getting at is that giving you advice on how to optimize this campaign wouldn't be anywhere nearly as effective unless you had launched the campaigns initially following the structure that I recommended. So what I would recommend doing first, honestly, is following that training on my YouTube video and relaunching campaigns for this client, following that structure. Because then that is like the step 1 of how we optimize campaigns, because we create more variables between the ads that we're running and the locations that we're running ads to, which makes it a lot easier for us to optimize campaigns from there on out. So like one of the first things that we do is we break down our ad sets into suburbs and locations. So we usually have a minimum 3 different suburbs or markets that we're calling out for our clients' ads. And then the creatives and the ad copy align with that location. So if I was, I'm in Palm Beach on the Gold Coast, if I was, we work with some clients in this area, and our ads would say Palm Beach homeowners, and then in the ad it says Palm Beach, and then we have 3 different ad sets that are all to different locations, and just the location that you're running ads in can be one of the biggest variables that impacts client results. And so instead of
this
spinning
one's in Canada, so I don't think we can do like a location, like 3 suburbs or whatever.
Yeah, so you can still test different variations of how you're calling out how you're calling out the area. So like you could be calling out, the city, you could be calling out, you could still call out some of the major towns or locations within that main city, because Facebook will automatically optimize to the suburbs and the locations within that area that are bringing in most of the leads. And so the AI within Facebook is very good at figuring out the context and who your ads are good for. And the relevancy of an ad is what contributes a lot to the ad converting. That's why, it is one of the downsides of, the special ad category in the US and Canada, where you can't be as hyper specific for this suburb homeowner. But you can still include call to actions like that in your ads that are referencing more specific locations, and it will optimize down.
Okay, I've never really tried that before, because I don't know, have you ever done any campaigns in Calgary, Alberta, Canada before?
Not directly in that market, but we've worked with quite a few clients in and around Canada, but not for the past like 4 to 6 months. Yeah, it's pretty much an identical strategy to everything that we do in Australia and New Zealand, just working around the special ad category is the only difference.
Okay. Because we have ours to a landing page for our clients to help, of course, increase that lead quality, but of course that is a lot more expensive as well?
Yeah, what we recommend doing is having a landing page on the back end with some kind of free lead magnet or free value. So if you're using a landing page, usually you're using it for like a video sales letter or for giving away an ebook or something like that. It's best to give that to people after they've become a lead. So like, on the confirmation page of the lead form, you can say, thanks for your inquiry. You've unlocked our free resource, how to sell your home for top dollar and as quickly as possible in the current market. Click learn more below for instant access, and then they go to that landing page and get the free value, whatever it is, and then in your SMS and email follow-ups for the leads, then you can include that lead magnet and that landing page in the follow-ups, because like I said, like within real estate, it's more of a game of quantity breeds quality, and we'd rather be optimizing for more leads on the front end and generating more, just growing the database more, generating more inquiries, as opposed to only bringing in less qualified, but only bringing in a lower volume of leads that are maybe more qualified.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and do you think $20 today is still like enough, or?
That's like the lowest end that we'd recommend spending. And yeah, that would be like the absolute minimum that we'd recommend. Usually, cost of customer acquisition between buyers and sellers in most markets is between like $400 to $700 in Australian dollars equivalent. The Canadian dollar is pretty like on par with what the Australian dollar is right now. So at that low level of ad spend, most clients will get a listing or a sale across the line within closer towards the end of month 2 going into month 3.
You see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned during the challenge, like you have I think some clients are paying you $2K a month. Do all of your clients like call their own leads as well with that $2K per month?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the main thing that we're doing differently at that is like more ad spends. We're doing a custom funnel, a video sales letter funnel. We're doing retargeting ads, and then our team works with clients much more closely in terms of holding them accountable, like just doing all of the comprehensive reporting and tracking, and having a higher quality account manager. Our lower tier, like cheap services, are for clients that essentially just want leads and nothing else, and they don't really care about like the strategy and the support on the back end. And we're just doing a very like lean version of fulfillment where we're just running ads and giving them leads.
Okay, great. I'll refer to the videos, and then that's really it for me. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me know once you've gone through those, and if you have any follow-up questions, just obviously post something in the group. But those videos will help you out a ton. So there's 3 of them, and it literally is just like everything that we do for our fulfillment. So let me know how you go with those.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Aaron, you're up next. How can I help some of yourself and start in?
Sweet. Yeah, super valuable. I'll be quick with the questions. If you have any videos to refer me to, feel free.
Absolutely.
So number 1, how do you typically set expectations with new clients after you've onboarded them on that first call?
Yeah, really, really good question. So let me pull up our onboarding doc. Cool. So one of the things that we do is we have a client university, which is like a 5 video series where the first video is like welcome to the family / understanding our strategy, where we just lay out and cover everything in like a 30 to 40 minute video, everything that we want our client to know, just from like a logical standpoint of the role that our service should be playing in their business. So within real estate, like usually the biggest issues around client expectations is real estate professionals not understanding the long-term nature of the sales cycle in their own industry, and that when we're running paid ads, we're obviously starting a completely new client acquisition channel from scratch, starting a new sales pipeline from scratch, and that people selling their homes is most people's biggest investment, and that it does, like the smallest percentage of leads that we generate are going to be from short range sellers. And so the language that we use, that we communicate all the time, is that like where the vast majority of the money to be made is in the long-term database nurturing and starting relationships with people early and converting people once they are ready to sell. And we preach this concept of becoming someone's agent before they need one, because all of the rookie agents, what they're doing is they're only going after buyers and sellers that are ready to transact right now. And at any given point, that's the smallest pool of potential clients. And those clients are the most competitive to acquire, because once people are starting the process of seriously considering selling, that's when they're taking action for opting into other people's ads, speaking to other agents, and they've got more people in their ear. Whereas if you can get in someone's door, 6 months before they're looking to sell, 12 months before they're looking to sell, and build a relationship with that person, provide value, guide them through the process of coming to market, then you're dramatically more likely to win that listing. So those are the types of concepts and themes that we talk about in that client university, and we make that a requirement for our clients to go through and watch, and that's what does a big chunk of the expectation setting. In our onboarding calls, some of the things that we break down are just like the practical KPIs that we refer to, which are these right here. So we're usually looking at $20 to $25 cost per lead is like target cost per lead. A good thing to do with any of your clients is, like, based on that concept of activation points, you want to set goals and targets for like when we're planning on hitting certain outcomes. Because obviously, any client that you're working with, they've signed up for you to achieve some kind of result. And let's say they want to get to, they want to be doing an extra 2 listings per month. So you want to have like a target and a goal of, okay, let's aim to have our first listing acquired in 90 days from now at an absolute max. And like, that's your first target. So that's one thing. One simple way to set expectations is just have like a goal on a timeline of when you want to have achieved your first significant outcome. And then just kind of being transparent and clear around what the leading indicators are and what the KPIs that we're looking for along the way. So like $20 to $25 cost per lead, $700 to $800 in ad spend for cost of client acquisition, 3 to 4% conversion rate on leads to listings. Average conversion rate on on-site appraisals is usually about 1 in 5, and then 15% conversion rate on leads to appointments. So we just run through those KPIs with them, and you can, on the resource that was provided, you can read through more of the info that we've got on this doc for the stuff that we cover on the onboarding calls. But yeah, everything about the long-term nature of the sales cycle is most of the stuff that we really drive home. And then we go through we briefly touch on the appointment setting process. Slowly, appointment setting script. So this is a resource that we give to our clients. And this is like an article that we refer back to, because one of the main things that impacts lead conversion rate is lead response time. And if clients aren't aware of that, then they don't know to apply that as a standard in their appointment setting process. And so calling leads within, this is just like a good diagram as well to communicate this concept. It's like 5 minutes is the golden window. Speed to call is the single largest driver of lead conversion the first 2 minutes after a lead's generated. Calling within 5 minutes is 21 times more effective than calling leads after 30 minutes. That's like an insane number. Not that we tell clients that we expect you to call within 5 minutes, but it's just understanding that correlation between the quicker you call someone, the more likely you are to book them in. If we're calling leads, 2 days after they opt in, then that's when you can get clients telling you, oh, the leads are crap, or the leads don't even remember opting in. Well, yeah, because people's attention span is so short on social media. If they fill out a form and see an ad for 30 seconds, then even a few days later, they're going to forget that they filled it out, or a good chunk of people are. So lead response time is the next thing that we really drive home with clients. Yeah.
Good stuff. That's super detailed. Do you happen to have any of those? I don't know if this is too much sauce, but do you have that, like those client videos posted anywhere, or any like documents regarding specific content?
I don't. Yeah, that is definitely a resource that I reserve for one-on-one clients, just because that's a very a comprehensive asset that we've built in the back end of our agency. So I don't have that anywhere publicly at the moment. Sorry.
Totally fair. I have a handful more questions though.
Yeah,
if I can rip through them, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. At what point do you feel it's appropriate to kind of stop taking the onboarding calls yourself and then have a client success manager or account manager take that? Because I feel like that's a pretty pivotal role, where it's like, if you're a small agency, you got like 2-3 staff members, they kind of want to correspond with the owner. That makes sense.
Yeah. So the order that I would do things in is, first, make sure that you've got a VA that can do everything that I went through today on the call. Make sure that you've got a VA that can do client campaign setups, that can make creative variations, that can do ad copy customizations, campaign relaunches, because that's, you know, the majority of the heavy lifting for fulfillment. And doing that first will dramatically free up your bandwidth for being able to do more of the, I guess, yeah, more complicated tasks that require more skill, like onboarding calls, like client communication on a regular basis, like the check-in calls. Then after that, the best next step to be scaling your team is just hiring a dedicated, like you can call them a media buyer or a digital strategist, where they are responsible for just doing everything related to client fulfillment. They are the ones that are managing the campaigns. They've got a VA underneath them, but they are managing the campaigns. They do the onboarding and they do the regular client check-ins. And that's going to be like, you know, a more expensive full-time team member in your home country, because anyone that you want to be client facing, you want to be someone that, you know, you're going to be working with them on a regular basis. So you want them to be on the same time zone. You want them to be, you know, representing your company. And so it's good to have someone locally. And so I covered a little bit of that on yesterday's training in terms of like how much you should be paying team members and team utilization rates and everything like that. So I would probably be saying at around like 12 to 15 clients. Once you can put someone on like a, you know, 4 to 6K monthly salary, and that's only about 20 to 25% of your agency's current revenue, then that's a good place to look for. Because, you know, in the agency space, we don't need to be filling our calendar with sales calls every single week to be scaling consistently. We just need to be like signing, you know, even just 1 to 2 clients a week, stacking them slow and steady. And so you don't need to be taking a huge amount of sales calls to be growing month on month. So, you know, you could realistically get to, like 17, 20 clients with just you and a VA, but that would start to get pretty hectic. So yeah, around that like 10, 12 client mark, and maybe you're doing, you know, 15 to 18K a month in revenue. That's when I'll be looking at getting more of a full-time person on.
Nice. That was a very tangible answer.
Yeah, cool.
I got like 3 more. They're quick ones though.
Yeah, fire away, man.
You answered one of them during the call. That's great. So when you mentioned good clients versus bad clients, you know, I think subjectively we kind of know like what's good or bad, but like in your experience, is there an objective way where it's like, hey, that's a bad client, that's a good client?
Yeah, 100%. So, what I learned this from was working one-on-one with agency owner in the ecom niche, where they're doing multi 6 figures a year, have a team of like 18. They work with some of Australia's biggest brands. And yeah, anyone in the ecom niche, his name's Cormac Gray from Dunk Agency. He's got an agency coaching program as well as like someone that I really recommend in the space, because there's a huge amount of people that aren't very honest and genuine in the space, but he's someone that I highly recommend and trust. So he's just got a bunch of good free content, so I'd recommend checking him out. But the criteria that he has for their ideal clients, you know, within, like, you could say, yeah, I'm niche down, but you know, ecom is a very big niche. They only work with about like 5 categories of ecom clients. So like that's the first way that you can categorize your ideal client, is what category of clients within your industry. Like within real estate, we don't work with commercial real estate agents. We don't work with many buyers agents right now. We don't work with people that are we don't work with many developers. We work with like mostly individual residential real estate clients that are focusing on servicing sellers. Within ecom, you know, they only work with men and women's fashion brands like pet products, fitness products, jewelry, and that's about it. It's like 4 to 5 different verticals. Then, you know, you've got requirements around business figures. So like what stage of the business do they need to be at in terms of revenue for us to consider working with them? So they don't work with any brands that are less than 30K per month in current revenue. Then they've got a requirement around average order value, because they know that if a client's average order value is below a certain amount, once they start to scale and the cost to acquire customers goes up, because naturally, as you scale, it costs more to acquire customers. They have a requirement for $100 average order value, because that's the sweet spot that they know if it's at least that, they're going to be profitable at scale. they also have to have at least a 1.75% conversion rate on their store, because they're not in the business of optimizing websites and revamping websites. And so like that's a perfect example of, you know, you could be an agency owner working with the real estate niche and just like work with anyone that has any form of current sales performance. And then once you start giving them leads, wonder why they're not booking appointments and not converting any sales. That would be the same as like working with an e-com brand where you look at their website and they're getting a 0.5% conversion rate, and just hoping that if you start running ads to this website that it's going to convert and something will magically change.
Sorry, can I chime in really quickly there, Liam? Just for relevancy's sake, I think, Mo, Lisa, and I were actually all targeting sellers. So just in terms of your example there, is there an example that you could relate to residential realtors specifically if you're already running seller campaigns?
Yeah, 100%.
In terms of a good or bad client?
Yeah, so it's just their current sales performance and their current revenue. So say if a real estate agent is doing already at least like net 20K per month in gross commissions, that is a marker of qualification. But like the bare minimum that we look for is that they've acquired at least one new listing per month consistently over the past 90 days. If they haven't, then that's a red flag, because like doing one new listing per month is like, you know, a very low volume of sales as a real estate professional. That's like, you know, bare minimum numbers. And so if they're doing below that, then that shows inconsistency. Some of the other things that we're looking for is like they've been an agent for at least over a year and a half to 2 years, because there is a lot of benefits that go along with, you know, being established in your market and people already recognizing their face or already having an existing reputation in the area. And if you're working with, you know, a brand also as well, just if you're working with a brand new agent, they're less experienced. Like if you're working with a brand new sales rep in any industry, they're going to close at a lower rate than a more experienced one. So it's like, you know, time frame and then current business figures are the main indicators.
Cool. Okay, sweet. That lines up with what I had actually.
Yeah, awesome. And then like some of the other things that you're looking for is things that are like less tangible in terms of expectations. So like what expectations do your ideal clients have, and what do they expect from a lead generation service? Because if going into the relationship their expectations are just way off, then it's going to be hard to fulfill for them. So like in your sales process, you know, some of your questions will be like, you know, what do you expect? What type of results do you expect from working with a marketing company like us, and what are you really looking for? You know, are they looking for someone that can be their right-hand man, you know, someone that's in their back pocket that they can pick up the phone and call whenever they want about anything digital marketing related? Or do they just want leads and that's all they care about? Or do they want in-depth reporting at the end of every single month? Do they want a guarantee? Do they want like what type of ROI do they expect? How many leads do they expect per month? Knowing roughly like the general theme of the expectations that our ideal client has is important. And then also goals, like what goal does our ideal client have? You know, there's a lot of people in the real estate industry that are relatively content with where they're at right now and don't have super strong or ambitious sales targets, and they just want, you know, to get their name out there more. We hear that all the time, like agents just saying, oh, like, you know, I just want to get my name out there more. I don't really have any clear targets of where I'm trying to get to. I just want to, you know, just generate some more leads and get my name out there more. It's like, okay, well, if that's your goal, then just whack up a billboard or just run some generic ads with your face on it, and you'll get their name out there, but you're not going to drive any, you know, tangible outcome. And that's not someone that we can work with, because regardless of the results that we get them, they're not like, they didn't have a clear goal to begin with.
Gotcha.
Another one is just like some psychographic things in terms of people that are like entrepreneurial minded, people that are growth oriented, people that are open minded and coachable. The real estate industry is an industry where, you know, you're working with people that have like you, Eric, have been in the industry for a very, very long time. And if we're coming in and teaching, you know, new strategies and new methods that are using digital marketing, that can be resistance to trying new things, or, you know, if there's a new way that you have to execute on your appointment setting process to take advantage of digital marketing, sometimes we've worked with clients that just don't listen to us whatsoever and don't want to follow a version of our script or don't want to use a new software, and working with people that are open-minded and coachable is super important as well. So those are some of the different areas that you can look at.
Exactly what I was after. Two more rapid fire.
Yeah, awesome. Then we'll move on to next.
Absolutely. You had on that sheet there. You had I think it was on your ClickUp, a sheet that said like out of 5 stars client happiness. Is that a self-reported client happiness where the realtor is like, hey, I'm 3 out of 5 stars, or do you guys determine that?
Yeah, good question. So we just use a net promoter score, where I can't remember. I'll have to check in with the team when we're sending it out. I can't remember if it's after month 1 or month 2. But it's just like a simple question. It's a few simple questions of, how likely would you be to refer to us, refer us to a friend or a colleague. We ask about like 3 to 4 different questions, and then we just get a score out of 5, and we do that every 2 or 3 months for clients and get a net promoter score.
Okay, very helpful. Last question. What are your thoughts on training a media buyer from scratch versus hiring one?
Yeah, I would never do that. No, I would we just want to, that's an example of like the who, not the how. Like we want to find someone, we don't want to be the bottleneck for the brain power of developing all of the strategy, because like where the founder of the business's time is most valuable is in business development and growing the business and focusing on marketing and sales and offer positioning and ramping up client acquisition. And you kind of want to be structuring your team like front and back end. Like most of the time, agency owners are better at promotion and marketing and sales, and not as good at the technical side of fulfillment strategy. So you want to be finding someone that already knows as much as possible about how to get results in your industry and niche, and they're in charge of product and fulfillment.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Oh, actually, last thing. You may have a note of this somewhere in one of the trainings, but how do you typically determine KPI for lead costs in like a brand new market?
In a brand new market, as in location, or for like a new market of like a completely different category of clients?
Location. So say you have you've done cities in that province or in Canada, right? And it's like, hey, I'm going to a new city. I have an idea. It should be ballpark, but how do you typically go about that?
Yeah, good question. So what we have KPIs around is we break it down into like low competition markets and high competition markets. So there's like a few assumptions that we can make about the type of area that it is that can tell us if it's going to be a higher or a lower cost per lead. And we have like general ranges between high and low competition markets. Usually clients that are in markets closer towards cities and CBDs are more competitive and have a higher lead cost, because there's higher population density and more agents in those areas and more people advertising, which drives up the competition. And then usually in smaller locations that are more rural, have lower competition, less agents servicing the same amount of homes, less people running ads, and the lead cost usually comes down. And so on that doc, for the training around how to test and optimize real estate ads, I've added that in there, and I give a bit more context to that as well, and break down the variables that affect cost per lead that are outside of your control. So like usually $20 to $40 CPL for high competition areas, and like 8 to 15 for low competition areas.
Got it. Perfect. Thanks so much, Liam. You're the man.
No stress. Give me just 1 sec. My laptop's about to die, so I just need to transition over my mic and camera. Give me 1 sec. Eric, you're up next. Thank you so much for waiting. How can I help?
Aaron blew up your cell phone, dude.
I know. That's what we're here for, though. Some good questions.
It's all good. I promise I'll be easy on you.
No stress.
Great value, great content. First of all, Liam, amazing content that you're sharing.
Thank you, Eric.
With us. So you mentioned having ClickUp as a means of having a dashboard so you can track your client's activity and everything else. Why ClickUp? Why not Trello? Why not Monday? Why not, like, what was the main thing? why you decided on ClickUp? What's the main thing there that we don't have to go looking for anything else?
Yeah, so it was honestly a personal preference, and I signed up to all of them and did free trials, and just like, because a project management software is one of those things that it has a lot of downside, like if you're wanting to switch, and it's like a lot of effort if you're wanting to change over to something else, because you build out so much stuff inside of that. I previously used Basecamp, which I used for a long time, but there was just like a few different functionalities that Basecamp didn't have. One of the main things was that Basecamp didn't allow you to have like a dashboard like that with statuses. And so just across the board with different courses and coaching programs that I've done and agency owners that I've worked with that are at a high level of scale, the way that they always structure their project management on the back end is having some version of a client dashboard like that. So you just need a project management software that allows you to have a client dashboard, or just a dashboard and a list of clients in that format. Trello, I'm not sure if it allows you to do that. Asana, it definitely does. Monday, it definitely does. Monday's a lot more complicated. I know much larger organizations tend to use Monday, but it's not super user friendly, and there's just like so much functionality in there, and there's a bit more of a learning curve. ClickUp, from what I was reading about it at the time when I initially signed up for it, it seemed like it was being built more dedicated specifically for marketing agency owners, as opposed to some of these other tools are being built more for just online teams and online businesses in general. And so ClickUp has a lot more tools. And then I felt like ClickUp as well, somewhat similar to how Go High Level kind of like seems to take the best out of a lot of different softwares and just like put them all into one platform. ClickUp has kind of done a little bit of that because it was made slightly after Asana, slightly after Trello and Monday, that it kind of has taken a lot of the features and puts them all in one place. So I would just recommend signing up to a few of them, for a few of the main ones for free, and just seeing which one kind of resonates with you and which user interface just makes the most sense. Because everyone's a little bit different. And yeah, like I used Basecamp for a long time and then switched over to ClickUp, and that's all I did. I just tried them all out, like spoke to a few other agency owners and a few other people using ClickUp. A lot of people still use Asana. Those are really the main ones, is ClickUp, Asana, and Monday. Like they're all good. So I'd probably pick between one of those.
Okay, and clients that you've already gotten that you have not implemented this type of system with, pretty relatively easy to kind of just backtrack and bring them on board, and put them on that.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't recommend getting a project management platform set up until like at least you've onboarded like, I don't know, 4 to 5 clients within that same service that you're going to be implementing, because it matters more when you've got like another team member that's doing the majority of the fulfillment, so that they have a simple system in place to be delivering the service, and then you have a way to just see at a glance as well if everything's being done correctly. And so I didn't have a project management platform until I think I had like 12 or 15 clients, but it is a relatively cheap software in the first place. So like once, if you've got clarity around, okay, this is the version of the service that I'm offering, and you have clarity around what those activation points are going to be, it's a very cheap software, and it takes 2 seconds to build out one of those dashboards as well. So it would be helpful to get set up sooner rather than later.
Okay. You also mentioned, was it Intuition or Ignition sign-in document?
Ignition, yeah.
Ignition. Why not? I mean, like GHL has some of these things built in already. Do they not have a document sign-in feature of some sort?
Yeah, they do.
Not as great, maybe.
Yeah, it's just not because Go High Level has so much functionality. Like I feel like they do a lot of things okay. Like and whereas some of these, and there can often be bugs, and it's it's a lot more fiddly and tricky on the back end. Whereas some of these more individualized tools, for example, like with forms, for example, or like surveys, using Typeform or Jotform, like you can build forms and surveys inside of Go High Level, but Typeform and Jotform can create a lot more aesthetically pleasing and more professional looking forms and surveys. It's kind of the same with Ignition. It doesn't, the formatting is different, and just like the process, and it's a much quicker workflow for creating a proposal, because you can have proposal templates, and also there's automated follow-up as well. Once you've sent a proposal, it automatically prompts and follow-ups with pending deals over email. So yeah, I've found using Ignition has been really good. It's also got really good internal reporting as well, and a good dashboard, which I can show you what that looks like. Give me one sec. Yeah, this is a demo dashboard, but this I've just really found having a dashboard like this is really good for just managing the financials of the agency. So it will show you your projected revenue for the following months based on your active clients and the retainers that they're on. It will show you like where you're at in the month, and depending on the color within this graph is like how much cash has been collected versus not collected, and like by what payment methods. And then it shows you a conversion rate based on the value of the proposals that have been sent in that time frame and how many have been accepted, which is like your real conversion rate. And it just gives you all of these other stats as well. So, and making proposals is as simple as just like clicking proposal, then you put in just like the name and the email of the person. So I've already got a bunch of people in here, so I just like select them, and then you've got your templates in here, and then you select a service from a template, and then all of your pricing and your service packages and the service descriptions are all there, just ready to go. And you can have it pre-attached with like your brochure and like your welcome video once someone signs up, and everything is all already built out here with service description, pricing, all that good stuff.
Yeah, completely night and day between what's available right now in GHL. And I can somewhat agree with you in that, High Level does a lot of things, but they don't do a lot of things well. I see that they're moving into like the school category now. I'm not sure if you've seen it in labs, but they're making a push in the community space, and so yeah, they're going into that market also.
Yeah,
So
I was actually talking directly with Sam Ovens when that came out, and he was saying like, "Have you seen Go High Level Communities?" And I hadn't seen it at the time, and he was just talking about it. Literally, like they tried to copy school. You can tell.
Isn't that the founder of School?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but yeah, I get.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, Go High Level is like there's so many things that they do well, but they're also like most of what Go High Level, what runs it is like the whole affiliate model of Go High Level, and it's kind of like a big pyramid scheme of software. But it's a good software, but like they just try and pack as much functionality in there to like just increase the kind of wow factor of how much it does, and not all of it. Yeah, like the softwares like School that do communities and groups a lot better. There's platforms like
I think probably for each one of the product variations that they have, they need like another Sean, right? They need they need 10 Seans, right? For each one of these departments. Anyway, so you're just starting your agency. You don't have a whole lot of social proof. You're not really 100% convinced that you've got the right product mix and everything else like that. Maybe a little bit hesitant. I've got a few clients, 5, 6 clients on board right now. How do you get to what how do you get to that next level where you've because I don't want to spend the money to run ads, because I'm not really sure that that concept's really proven. All right. So what's the best way to get over that hump, so to speak, and get that right, product market mix that you feel, because I mean, there's so many companies out there offering lead gen, right? And that's one of the, maybe it's in my own mind that I'm thinking that, I think I might have mentioned to you that AI is great, but just like you mentioned, it's more fluff than it is actuality, because with the few clients that I do have, we've been running AI on all of our lead gen. And yeah, it can really do the job, but most people don't really respond.
Yeah.
Most people do not really respond enough to get the bot to kick in and even, take them down that pipeline to actually schedule and book an appointment. Very far and few in between.
Yeah. 100%.
And the other thing is that, yeah, you know what? And I'm an agent, so I know this as a fact, and you know this, Liam, right? Most agents don't want to return follow up and do follow up with leads and stuff like that, and so on and so forth, right? So selling them on the AI factor sounds great, right? Selling them on the fact that AI can follow up with their leads and can schedule appointments and all of that sounds fantastic, and to some degree, yeah, they want that, right? And so they're sitting back waiting for the bot to actually schedule the appointment for them. And it's like, well, hey, you know what? You still need to pick up the phone and call and follow up on the times when the bot's not doing that. So, pick a weekend, pick a Saturday, pick a Sunday, whatever your downtime is, or whatever the case might be. I'm just saying that, yeah, lead gen is great. Agents don't follow up with leads. The AI solution is fantastic in theory. In reality, it's really not all that it's. So how, that's my quantum. That's
Yeah.
that's my hiccup
Yeah.
right now.
Absolutely. So there's like one of the main distinctions to make is knowing that like your service is not your offer and vice versa. Your offer is not your service. And so there's always two things that we're trying to validate when it comes to product market fit. We're trying to validate an offer from a marketing and sales standpoint, and then we're trying to validate a product in terms of does it actually get results and retain clients and increase our client lifetime value. And those are two different things. And so when you're trying to validate your offer, you're validating it from a sales standpoint, and and the leading indicator of that is leads and sales calls booked. And so if you've got a good offer if you're booking sales calls off the back of the marketing material that produced that sales call. And so you can validate that with paid ads by putting an offer together and running some paid ads. And if you're getting leads and getting sales calls booked, then that's a good offer, and you've got product market fit with the offer. You can validate that organically initially if you're not wanting to spend as much money on paid ads to develop an offer, which is where I recommend most people starting out. And the best way to do that is with some version of like a free trial strategy where you're doing a 10-day free trial, like getting a prospect to prepay something like $500 in ad spend, and you do a campaign launch for them for the service that you fulfill, and then you try and sign them as a paying client on the back end of that, on that 10-day free trial. And that allows you to validate an offer relatively quickly, because cold outreach has gotten relatively saturated in most niches, where it only works quite well if you're leading with something free and very valuable. So if you're just doing cold outreach, and it takes having a VA doing a decent amount of scale, sending messages every day, having a good amount of emails going out. If you're just pitching a free trial, that's a good way to validate your offer and also validate the fulfillment as well. because you're just getting more people through the door at a higher frequency and having more campaigns going live. And then in terms of validating your fulfillment on the back end, and validating your product, honestly, that's like, it's a never ending game of innovation and iteration. And that's something that we're always tweaking and always refining. And like I think it's one of the things that you have to kind of accept as a business owner, of like being comfortable with the uncertainty to a certain degree. Like you want to have some validity and some data to show, okay, like we can get results for clients. I think for me, practically, it was the first few tangible results that we got for our clients, where we had some big wins in case studies where some agents that we work with got some listings across the line and they had a huge ROI with our service. That was like the bottom line of what gave me clarity and confidence to go, hey, like we can actually make our clients a lot of money. Because before you've really seen that firsthand, then it's easy to have the doubt and the self and the belief. And that comes from just focusing on client acquisition and working with more clients. Because as you know, there's a lot of variation within the performance of agents, and sometimes it takes you just like working with the right client to implement your service where they get great results, and then you can realize, okay, like why did this person win? Why did they get good results? Was it their market? Was it their follow-up process? Was it their existing experience? Was it how they're executing on the sales? And then you can start adding things from there. So it's just like a never-ending process of working with more clients, figuring out what your best performing clients are doing differently, or the situation that they're in, and then replicating that with new clients that you're bringing in terms of who you accept as clients in the first place, and then what you fulfill for them on the back end.
All right, last question for you. Thanks for that, Liam.
No worries.
So let's say you're running an introductory. Let's say you don't quite have the testimonials yet, and you're just getting started, and maybe you're offering your product at a bit of a discount, right? Would you pay for referrals? Like if you had a is there like, what would you pay for referral? Let's say on a $3,000 product.
Yeah. So I factor in what our average cost of customer acquisition would be through paid ads if I didn't have to do anything to acquire that client. So
yeah,
if you were acquiring a customer through paid ads with an appointment setter and a sales rep, with most offers, you're going to be paying like $60 to $100 to get someone to show up for a call. You're going to have at least a 20% closing rate, and you're going to be paying a closer at least 10%, and maybe an appointment set at 6% as well. So straight away, there's already 16% there. And then if you need 5 calls to show up to get a listing across the line, that's 5 times 60, but we have a 70% show up rate. So we need to book more like, say, 8 calls. So 8 times 60 is 480. And then 3,000 times our 16% is 480 again. That was lucky that worked out. So 480 plus 480 is 960. So, and 960, what does that work out to be?
It's about 30%.
Yeah, that's about 30%, which is quite high. So like, yeah, 25 to 30%. If it's an ongoing retainer offer, because I think like a lot of people undervalue how valuable referrals are, because like once you're starting to scale any business, like you quickly realize how much it costs to acquire customers at scale, and how much of a headache it is to manage a sales team. And so for you to have a client acquired without you doing anything, and someone's just sending someone over to you, that's extremely valuable. And then also, like, ideally you want to have a way to ascend clients so that your only option to make money from that client is like the one payment that they've come in the door with. So if you're running like more of a done for you agency offer, the main way that I've seen people structure referral programs, which is what I've done as well, is give them like an ongoing percentage of the clients that they're sending you, or like a flat ongoing fee that, like, say they send you a client that's $1,500 per month or $1,700 per month, they get $500 a month for every client that they send you that stays with them. But that's contingent on them staying an active client as well. That way that they have an incentive to stay with you. So and then with referrals, like from generating referrals from your existing and new clients, we've found that it's actually best to introduce a referral program to people like as quickly as possible after they've become a client, because that's when people are actually the most likely to refer you, not only introducing it after someone's experienced a result.
Awesome. So you said that was a 10% closer and 6% setter, or did I get that the wrong way around?
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right.
10% closer, 6% setter.
Yeah, not close rate. That's the commission on the.
No, these are like setters that are doing your appointments for you and stuff, right? And closers
Yeah.
if you have them in place. Okay, awesome. Appreciate it, Liam.
No worries at all. Awesome. Mo, I think you're up next. How can I help?
Oh, brother. Yeah. So one, I want to ask, like, what do you do for client updates? Because what I end up doing is like chasing up my clients every week, trying to call every one of them, be like, how's it going? Like, what's happening? But it's like sometimes they don't answer, and I end up having to chase them. It's just a lot of mental headspace when I want to focus on the business. Like, what's a good way to basically automate that?
Yeah. So what we do for all of our clients is every client every week on Fridays gets an email, which is just a summary of the week. And so I'll pull up the template for that. So it's super, super simple.
Yeah, because I remember.
Have I shared this with you?
Not yet, no.
Okay, cool. Let me drop this in the chat. So the reality is that some clients are going to be difficult to communicate with. Some clients don't want regular communication, and some clients won't respond to everything. But you can also lose clients because of communication as well. And so you want to find a happy medium of communicating with clients enough so that they're in the loop, but you don't need, like, if you've got clients that are hard to get a hold of, you don't need to squeeze anything out of them, because as long as they're happy and they're, like the bare minimum is that people show up to your monthly check-in calls. Like, that's the only non-negotiable. And then at the end of every single week, we send out an email to all of our clients that is this. It's just like weekly ad results. Hello, client name. Hope this email finds you well. Here's a brief overview of this week's advertising performance for your campaigns. It's just ad spend, number of leads generated, cost per lead, impressions, landing page views, and then the media buyer will add one recommendation, and then there's just a CTA for any questions. Kind regards. And so this is just like the surface level stuff that clients want to know, that as long as they're getting that at the end of each week, they're getting some kind of like just tangible resource that they can keep their finger on the pulse of how much money is being spent, how many leads are coming in, and then we can give a recommendation as well of what needs to be done. That's things that are in our control, and then things that the client can do that's in their control to improve results. And so this is good because then it keeps a paper trail for every single client of improvement, of you can see week on week improvement of results, and then you've also got a paper trail of recommendations that you've given clients to hold them accountable for when things aren't working well, and you can have a lot more authority in client meetings when you're saying, X, Y, Z is the issue. You say, hey, look at the past like 4 weekly, check-in emails that we've sent out. We said, you need to be calling the leads within the CRM, and you need to be sending your end of week report, and you haven't been doing that. It's it's hard for us to be improving things if we're in the dark about your data and can't see that leads are actually being contacted. And so that's it. So we're doing that on a weekly basis, and that's the bare minimum. And then if we haven't heard from clients at all through the main communication channel, we'll always usually have at least one just like more conversational check-in throughout the week, where we're just asking them how things are going, if they need a hand with anything, or if they've got any questions they want to run by us, or just a general check-in. And then it ends up being, it's not an exact science for every single client, and you build a relationship with, you set expectations with your team to build relationships with clients from a client to client basis. Some people are going to be very talkative and going to want to have a lot of chats and have more of a close connection. Some people just want you to be a service provider and in the background and don't want to speak to you ever. So you kind of have to read the room a little bit as well and treat clients how they want to be treated. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. And is there a way to like automate it and ClickUp where like you put in everything they say like every week?
Everything who says?
Like, because I was thinking of doing like an email to check in how they're going with all the stats you showed. Is there a way to like integrate that into ClickUp? Okay,
No, we just
beautiful.
have our we just have
I
our
want to ask
VAs
you
do
this.
it. Like our VAs
Okay.
create the like our VAs will create the template of the email for each client, and then our main media buyer will just write the recommendation and copy and paste and send off the emails. So that way they don't have to manually go into Ads Manager and copy and paste all the stats for the week. They just get like a Google Drive folder with all of the emails pre-formatted with all of the KPIs and the client's name and everything, and then they just have to write the recommendation and send off the email.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you this. If a client like asks you like, hey, look, we just listed a property, we want like a buyer's campaign going, like how would you structure that for one property? And like how much would you charge extra for doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. So first of all, like one of our higher tier service packages include just listed and just sold campaigns. And I have an entire pre-built SOP for how we launch those as well, which I can pull up. Give me one second. The just listed campaigns are super simple. Just trying to think of a fluff. Just send over the doc one sec.
Damn, this is crazy, bro. I've spent like 3 to 5 grand on courses, and like this is insane. Like more valuable than those.
So
I was just thinking that.
What the fuck?
Oh man.
We're taking over. So, this essentially has like everything that you need to launch the campaigns, and there's a training video in here just like showing end to end how we launch the ads, and just me setting up a campaign from scratch. Like it goes through the content that you need from the team. It's like budget usually like $300 to $500, campaign duration, how you format the ad sets, creative examples. A lot of the time we're just doing grid images or carousel ads of the property, perform really, really well. Super simple ad copy, just like just listed, property type. So if it's like an apartment, just listed apartment in this location, bedrooms, bathrooms, car spaces, and then like a brief description from the property landing page. So we usually there's usually like a 3 to 4 paragraph description of the property on realestate.com or domain, and then I just created this ChatGPT prompt where you just like, I need a short 1-sentence phrase that best represents a newly listed property based on the detailed property description, and then I just like copy and paste the detailed property description underneath, and then it will just give you just like a simple like 1-sentence phrase that represents the property for the ad, and then the call to action is just like get the price, description, and then we're just sending them to a lead form, and then the redirect on the lead form is just sending them back to the existing property landing page. And then depending on the client's result, the client's intended objective of the campaign, you can create a buyer lead form that is also asking buyers if they're a homeowner or not. That way you can generate buyer inquiries that are also pre-qualified as homeowners, because you can generate listings from buyer ads as well. And because you get such cheap leads from just listed campaigns, it can be a great way to get some listings in the door for local homeowners that are looking to buy or move or downsize or something like that as well. So yeah, everything it will be stock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Awesome.
So, like, if you were to charge on this, like, is it the same ad spend, like 750 a month on this campaign as well, or like?
So I would be, yeah, like it's honestly something that we've struggled with creating our pricing for, and what we are doing right now. It's honestly not something that we find most of our clients end up using regularly. Like we've included it in our offer before and kind of hyped it up as a bonus and say like, we'll do all of your just listed and just sold campaigns. But then by the time we are working with clients, most people, it's not the main thing that they're coming to us to get help with. And so we have ended up just including it as like a bonus and an add-on in our main service package, and people can just use it whenever they want. And we only start charging extra for it if they're like doing a ton of launches every single month. And that SOP is built out to the point, because it's such a simple campaign format. Again, a VA can do that entire campaign setup from scratch, and all they need is like, your client just needs to send through the link to the property on realestate.com or domain, and you've got everything for the VA to set up and format the ads. And it literally takes like 30 to 40 minutes to launch a campaign from scratch. And if a VA is on, you know, $5 to $8 an hour, that's $2.50 to $4 in labor to launch one of these campaigns. So it's an extremely profitable service to offer that is not too much downside, you know, just offering it on the back end for clients that need it.
Okay. I got you. That was super helpful. Just last thing. So what markets in Australia would you not take clients in?
Gold Coast is tricky. More like northern Gold Coast, kind of past, like we work with some clients in Palm Beach right now that are actually getting good results, and like more inland is okay, like Robina, Far City, those types of areas are okay, but like Surfers Paradise and Broad Beach, it's really hard to get results in. A lot of locations directly in Brisbane, or like some surrounding suburbs of Brisbane, like Mount Gravatt, and those types of areas are tricky. Some areas like a lot of the locations that are much higher than average property value, like getting into the prestige property world. Like we've worked with some clients in surrounding suburbs of Sydney and places like Chatswood, where average property value is starting at around 3 million and cost per lead is just really, really high. And so most of the time the types of ads that we're running for clients are better for like median to slightly above average property value locations. So yeah, those are the main markets. It's just like really high competition markets, or markets that are above average property value. Usually the types of ads that work best for generating sellers, because people that are in the prestige property game, it's like much bigger deal sizes, but smaller deal volume. Like they might, you know, get a $12 million listing and they're making, you know, a few $100K off that one sale, but they're doing a lot less of those, a lot less frequently. And so the types of ads that I see getting the best results for bringing in those category of properties is just like case study result type ads showing, you know, we recently sold this other mansion for this amount in this time frame, and just like, you know, it's more higher quality branding, you know, nice photography and videography and that style of an ad.
Okay, sweet. That was super helpful. Thanks, man.
Easy, man. No worries. Am I missing anyone? Is there anyone else that had any other last questions? Gone a little bit over, but happy to stay on for a little bit longer if anyone's got some last things they want to touch on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
do you have
I got a
something?
quick question. Oh, go ahead, Adrian.
Oh, sorry. Just one quick question here about the monthly check-ins that you do. How do you actually run them with your clients, or how does your team run them?
They're very, very simple calls. There's not honestly too much structure with like set talking points that we cover. Mostly it's just about troubleshooting whatever their current bottleneck is, and we're just referring back to their client tracking sheet. So if you check out the tracking sheet that I shared in today's training, where most of the time just looking at, you know, we've set a goal, we've set a target, we're trying to get to, you know, 2 listings per month. And then based on that, we know that we need to be generating X amount of leads, booking X amount of appointments. And so they're either on or off track. If they're off track, then we're talking about, okay, these are things that we're doing that are in our control to improve lead cost or lead quality. And then these are the things that you need to be doing to make sure that we're converting as many leads as possible. And it's just like a constant kind of repetition of that process of where we're at now, where we're trying to get to, what's the kink in the funnel, what's the bottleneck. This is what we're doing. This is what you need to do. That's honestly pretty much it. And then depending on how the client is going, then we're either trying to upsell them, trying to retain them and extend their contract, or we're trying to get some kind of social proof out of them, whether or not that's a review or a testimonial or an interview.
Got it. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Awesome. Aiden?
All right. Hi, Lim. How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. How can I help?
Actually, I'm a little bit newer to your content. I discovered you through Jordan Platton's video with you,
Oh,
and
awesome.
absolutely blown away by just the value you had just in that. From what I'm gathering, you're a lot more in terms of the real estate niche.
Yeah.
I am going after local lead gen. I'm going after companies that more need me to generate leads and do appointment settings. So that is the offer and the service that I'm providing. Now, with that business model, I'm going to be very transparent. I'm around 5K at the moment.
Yep.
And I'm already looking on hiring. Where and what would you recommend be the first 1, 2, 3 hires for more of a high level? But yeah, I'm just curious to pick your brain at that.
Yeah, absolutely. What was the niche again? Sorry.
So my niche is aesthetic medical clinics.
Okay, cool. Is that like Botox or like M-Sculpt and treatments?
Yeah. So it's more like your plastic surgeons and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the order that I would be outsourcing things in is like, how are you booking appointments at the moment?
You mean with the clients or for the clients?
With clients, like how you booking sales calls for prospective clients.
So at the moment, it's very much boiler room vibes. It's cold calling. Generate lead lists, enrich them, and do multiple cold calls.
Yeah, cool. So the first thing that I think is the highest leverage thing to outsource is appointment setting, because it's relatively low skill and easy to outsource, and it's just like a grunt work, repetitive task, whether or not that's cold calling or whether or not that is like cold organic outreach. That was the very first thing that I outsourced. I got all of my first clients from just me cold calling to book in-person meetings with like business owners that I could meet with in driving distance. And I got my first like 5 to 7 clients doing that. Then I got a VA to do outreach. First of all, I did the cold outreach myself. Then I got the VA to replace those tasks and do the outreach for me. And so if you're having good success, like what I recommend doing first is like whatever is the main appointment setting channel and strategy that you're having the most success with, replace that first with a VA, or not with a VA, just like with, if it's a cold caller, get a cold caller, because cold callers, then there's lots of ways that you can find cold callers, and there's an abundance of them, so they're not too hard to find, and most are familiar with working on a commission only basis, and so it's literally zero risk to work with cold callers. And all of a sudden you can have 2 people on commission only booking appointments for you, doubling the output, and they're often going to be more consistent and book more calls than you ever could, because they're not trying to run a business as well and grow a business from scratch. All they need to focus on is just calling people and booking calls. So that's the first thing that I recommend outsourcing, is get another cold caller, and then you can focus more on sales and offer and fulfillment. Then the next thing would be, from there, a VA to, as you get more familiar and you build out more structure with your client fulfillment, starting to offload elements of the fulfillment process, from making like everything that I ran through in that campaign SOP today, from campaign setups, making the ad copy variations, customizing your creative templates and everything like that. Then after that, it's a VA. Then after that, it's a media buyer. So you'd have like cold caller, a VA, and then a media buyer. that depends on how much you can scale client acquisition with cold calling, because that you can reach a cap at that relatively quickly. Then after that, then it's just a matter of kind of rinsing and repeating that process with scaling your fulfillment team, because you can scale to 7 figures like with just one appointment setter, you taking the majority of the sales calls, and then one key person doing fulfillment, and then a couple VAs. So I do have a module. Are you in the group chat for the VIP group on Instagram, Ada?
No, I'm actually not sure what that is.
Shoot me a DM on Instagram just with the word VIP, and we'll get you added into that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Because we've got a resource that I put in there, which is a good training, which will give you clarity on how to assemble the team. So a few months ago, or more than a few months ago now, I made a YouTube video on 5 team members to 100K per month, and just like the order that I'd recommend assembling that team in. So I'll drop that video in the chat so you can check that out. That'll give you some good clarity around it.
All right. One more question. Well, actually, I got 2 if you don't mind. The first was just, you've mentioned multiple times the importance of like getting these VAs, and I might be overthinking it. I'm sure I'm not the first. There's Upwork and there's online jobs, PH, and there's all these resources. Have you found a higher quality platform that you would typically, it's like your go-to?
Yeah. So there's 2 elements of that. One, like I honestly hear this all the time, and like initially it kind of confused me because I have never had an issue with quality VAs from the get-go, and figured out it's because of 2 main reasons. One is because I build my SOPs so well that skill isn't required, and it's either just comes down to someone doing the work or not doing the work, and you can tell that pretty quickly. And so first of all, like learning the skill of how to create good systems and process documents will save you a huge amount of time and frustration on wondering why your team isn't doing the right work. And you only want to build SOPs to this degree of complication for tasks that justify it, that makes sense to be SOP'd out in that way. Like you don't want to SOP everything out, but for tasks that are repeated a lot at high volume, that are things that can be taught with just like step-by-step instructions, click by click, and there's not too much decision making involved, then it makes sense too. And so inside of the Launch Matrix course, inside of the classroom, I've got a section in here for systems building, and that would be the best thing that I'd recommend going through, because I kind of teach the foundations and the theory and the strategy behind how to build good systems and how you should be thinking about applying them to the business. And then our exact workflow and protocol for hiring VAs through Upwork. I still use Upwork, and just like simple things like how you name or how you structure the job post template and what you call the role and what you add to the description, that can affect the quality of people that apply and how many people apply. Because again, it's kind of like quantity breeds quality. The more applications that you have, the more likelihood you have of getting someone that's going to be better quality. And then in here, we have a, where is it? Hiring team members. So we have like a screening protocol of how we screen the applications through different filters, so that we're only actually interviewing and accepting the highest quality people. Because it's like when you put up a job post for a VA on Upwork, it's not uncommon to get 40 to 60 people applying to it. And so the way that you structure your job post and the questions that you add on there can allow you to screen people out. So we go through and we like remove agencies, because like agencies are just people applying on behalf of your job post and not an individual VA. We like remove anyone with less than an 80% success rate, remove anyone who's out of budget, remove anyone that's earned under $1,000. Then filter 2, we look at like, is the application rushed? Does it read correctly? All these other things. Then we look at, remove people under 85 to 95% success rate, and then trim back the budget even further. And then we're down to like, 3 to 4 different applicants, and you pick the best out of those 3 to 4 and reach out to them and see who's willing to accept your hourly rate. So go through that systems building module training, and that will give you so much clarity on hiring VAs and building out your team.
Liam, I'm speechless. Like, I'm still taking it in. Like, discovering you was like discovering a little golden nugget. Thank you. Like, really.
No worries at all, man. Appreciate the feedback.
The last question, if you don't mind, is, I mean, I've been in the agency space for the last 6 years, actually working at large, like, international agencies.
Yeah,
But
cool.
starting my own agency, there's really been this mindset shift. What, in your opinion, how does that mindset shift look from 5 to 10 and from 10 to 50?
In terms of clients or revenue?
In terms of just you as a person, like the mindset
right.
shift that you went through personally.
Yeah, I think now, like, one of the main mindset shifts was moving from treating the business more like my personal cash cow to treating it more like an asset. Because like everyone gets into these business models for different reasons, and it's usually to solve some kind of frustration that you're having in your personal life, and you're not satisfied with your circumstances, and you want to have more time, location, and financial freedom, and empower your friends and family with with things that you want to do. And once you start achieving a good amount of success in the business, when you've got a lot of excess cash and disposable income that you can spend, then you kind of initially are just treating the business like your personal cash cow, and then that kind of wears off, and you kind of satisfy your surface level kind of more monetary and materialistic goals, and then you kind of shift into more treating the business like an asset, and the business is more like detached from your emotions and your ego. Like, one of the things that I kind of draw a parallel between people that are very successful in the e-com niche versus the agency space is that, like, a sign of very successful dropshippers is they're completely emotionally detached from like the product that they're selling, and they're not like tied to a specific niche or version of products. You're just like rinsing and repeating, testing different stores, and that's like the main strategy to get winning products. And if you're like emotionally attached to this one product because you think it's a good one and you just keep spinning your wheels trying to make this product work, then it won't. But if you're just more like detached from the service and more detached from the internals of the business, then you can operate more effectively. And so I think your perspective changes a lot when you remove yourself from certain elements of the business. Like, once you aren't doing appointment setting anymore, and you replace that role, then your standards increase, and you never want to go back to doing appointment setting because you've experienced what it's like not having to do that. Then the first time that you get your main like full-time media buyer on, and that manages your clients, and you don't have to do anything client fulfillment related, then you never want to go back to doing that because you've raised your standards for what you're spending your time on and don't have to do that work anymore. Same with like sales calls. The first time you get a sales rep in, then the first time seeing Stripe notifications coming through without you being involved in the process whatsoever, and you don't even speak to that client ever because then your team does the fulfillment, then you're like completely removed from the operations of the business, and you're just focusing on growing a team and focusing on like leadership and retaining a team. And it becomes more about like hiring and finding, firing and retaining talent. So those are some of like the kind of macro kind of mindset shifts of what changes. A really good book to read, which I'll grab, is just a very classic like OG kind of business book, The E-Myth by Michael E. Gerber. Kind of talks about the difference between I can't remember the exact terminology that he used because I read it a while ago, but it's like the technician, like the entrepreneur, the manager, and the technician. It's like a lot of people start out being the technician in the business, whereas like say you owned a bakery, like you're the baker working in the bakery. And then there's the manager, which is like the person managing the team. So you're still like working in the business and you're like managing the bakers and the people at the front desk. And then there's the entrepreneur, which is the person working on the business. So it's just like that typical concept of working on the business and not in it. And yeah, that's a super good book that I recommend if you're kind of just starting that journey.
Well, just hearing it out felt like I got even emotional. Thank you. Like that was incredibly valuable. I might even replay that a few times.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate it. Awesome, guys. Anything else anyone else wants to touch on? Oh, so Eric, you got another question. Was there a 30K month agency in a box day one resource? The Google sheet. What did I touch on in day one? I covered the sales team tracking sheet. I'll add that inside of school underneath day one. And then I briefly talked about a template for creating your ideal client avatar. I'll put that in there as well, which is just like a table for filling out the categories of your ideal client avatar. So I'll add that in the classroom under recording for day one. Cool.
Sweet. Thanks, Tim.
No worries. Anyone else got any last questions before we wrap up? Oh, Mo and Aaron, you both got your hands up. I think Aaron, you got in first.
Yeah, just a quick one about paying cold callers. How do you may cover that tomorrow? So if you are, just leave it.
I will cover that tomorrow because that's about appointment setting and sales. So we'll touch on that tomorrow. But it's commission only. I actually haven't done it myself before and don't have much experience with it. But there's a few people, free agent tenants that I'm working with one-on-one right now that have done it. So I can get some input from them on how they've structured the compensation, so I can fill you guys in.
Perfect. Thank you.
Easy, no worries. Mo,
Liam, bro, drop some final words of wisdom.
What do you want to know? What do you want to talk about?
Could be anything, mostly like mindset wise. Like I know you covered quite a bit. Like going back, like what would you say? I know it's kind of basic, but
yeah, I think like the biggest thing is that like your standards dictate your circumstances, and that like the times that I've experienced the biggest kind of shifts in growth within my business, it's always comes from when I've raised my standards internally, which causes me to work harder and focus on different things. And I can't remember the exact quote, but it was like something like men will do nothing if they don't have to, but if they have to, they'll do anything. And it's like if your external circumstances are not forcing you, but are making you more likely to want a certain scenario, then you'll align to that. So like that's why they talk about surrounding yourself with the right people. Yeah, you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Like that's one of those kind of cliche business anecdotes that you hear all the time. But I like very clearly remember like the first time that I started hanging around more people that were in the online space and starting to connect with my first few people that were just making such extreme amounts more money than I was making at the time, that completely raised my standards for what was possible. And little things like, you know, when I first started my agency, I was living, I was only making like $350 per week. I was studying full-time at university. Then I graduated university with like maybe like $15,000 in my bank account, and just like renting an apartment by myself was scary. And then like once I started making more money with the agency and hanging around with more people, the people that I was hanging around with, they were living in better locations, they were living in better apartments, and that became a new standard that was normal between the people that I was hanging out with. And I felt uncomfortable and bad that I wanted to live in that area. Like I wanted to live in that apartment, and these people are no different or smarter, or it doesn't seem like they're working much harder than me. So it's possible. And so like raising your standards and then like reinforcing that with the belief that those things are possible. Because like once you start surrounding yourself with people that are making, like the first person that I got connected with that really opened up my eyes was doing over $1 million a month with an online education program. And that was just like, I was like, what, like, how can someone making $1 million a month, like, what does that even look like? And what does that even mean? And like, how they're even operating that? And like, once you are just hanging out with people that are doing those numbers, you realize that there's no, like, they don't have a halo behind their head. There's no like dramatic magic things going on. They're just doing the basics at a high level of scale, and they've just been doing it for longer, and they're normal people. So I think that sometimes you have to kind of create artificial pressure and standards, and even doing things like, that's why sometimes buying mentorship or courses that are a bit more expensive, like, that's a very like obvious and easy thing to do, but spending a good chunk of money on something so that you're just more literally invested and committed to doing it, or moving into that nicer apartment before you really feel like you can afford it to raise your standard. Like, first time I bought a watch, a nice Rolex, I put my name down for it way before I felt like I could afford it. And when I got the call to buy it, I was like second guessing it and a bit scared if I should get it or not, because I'd had imposter syndrome and didn't feel like I really earned it. But I could afford it at the time by the time that came through. So little things like that. So I would say, like, go out of your way to surround yourself with more people that are a few steps ahead of you. Because the online space as well, like, where it's online and it can get relatively lonely, and you're not, like, your real world experience isn't with other people that are in the same space and having the same type of conversations. Go out of your way to, like, put yourself in situations where you're more likely to meet people that are on the same path, whether or not that's like events, whether or not it's meetups, whether or not it's just like, noticing someone at a cafe that's got Shopify open and introduce yourself, some random things like that. So that's the final anecdote.
Thanks, man. That was really good.
Easy. Awesome, guys. Well, really appreciate everyone that jumped on and stuck around and asked a bunch of good questions. The recording will get uploaded over the next couple hours. And yeah, any follow-up questions that you guys have, just pop it in the group chat on Instagram, and yeah, we'll go back and forth inside of there. But stay tuned for tomorrow's session. We'll be breaking down sales, appointment setting, and just breaking down our entire sales process, which will be a really good one. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Liam.
Easy. Peace, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Okie dokie. Cool. So welcome, guys, to day 3 of the 30K a month agency in a box challenge. Today, we're going to be covering how to close 2 retainer clients a week, every single week, into your agency in perpetuity. So once we go through everything in this training, you should have all the strategy and all the clarity to know exactly the moves that you need to make in your agency to get your first like 10 to 12K per month across the line of retainers, and then how to transition over to a high leverage sales process that can get you all the way past the seven figure run rate if you execute on it correctly. Also as well, just make sure that you guys are paying attention during this training. Yesterday, we had a ton of feedback. A ton of great feedback. Some people were even saying that they got more value from yesterday's training than they've gotten from any course or paid program that they've been in before. And today is going to be no different. So let's just get stuck straight into it. Let me pull up my screen. Cool. So first of all, just some quick results so that you guys can see that this stuff actually works. Some of the things that we've already covered in some of the early days of the training is, in May 2021 was when I crossed my first 7-figure run rate month, where we had like 64K in cash collected from monthly retainers, and then had another like just under 20K come through from paid in full retainers from direct debit, which you can see over here. And then just some other more results, because sales and prospecting is one of those things that this is the area of the business that brings the money in, obviously. And so if you don't have this stuff dialed in, then your agency is not going to be moving forward. Sales is just like the engine of the business. And way too often, agency owners are focusing on everything else that goes along with the agency and not focusing on the engine. And like a good analogy to be thinking about is that, if you had a car, let's say you had a Ferrari with no engine, it would look really, really pretty, but it's not gonna go anywhere. And you might have the best paint, you might have, a cool exterior, and that's like the same in your agency. If you're focusing on, trying to perfect your offer and your service before you really, going out there and started booking sales calls and trying to validate the market. If you're focusing on your logo and your branding and your website, those are all the paint on the car, which are important down the track. But sales is the engine, and that is, are we getting sales calls booked on the calendar, and are we actually closing them? And this is one of those pieces of advice that you hear all the time in interviews, in podcasts, in different versions of courses and things like that, that it's so easy to just think that it's an obvious piece of advice and brush it off and not really take it seriously. And it's one of the things that I have kind of looked back on and reflected in my agency journey that I wish I took it way more seriously. And that is never let the calendar be empty on for your agency, because I can guarantee you, if you have a consistent baseline of sales calls booked on the calendar, it is impossible to not be growing and not be making money in this business model. And we're going to dig more into that. And all too often, agency owners put the brakes on prospecting and lose momentum with their business because they think they need to be solving other things, whether or not it's improving your offer or it's improving your service or improving your onboarding process, and you stop going all in on prospecting and sales when that is the absolute opposite thing that you should be doing. You'd always rather have a non-perfected service, offer, branding, whatever it is, and an abundance of people to sell to, as opposed to having what you think is a perfect offer, service, branding, website, and no one to sell to at all. And so, as you can see here with some of the sales training and strategies that I've helped some other agency owners implement, you can see Chun here closing a 1,200 euro retainer, which at the time was his highest retainer client so far. Adam, who we helped work with, he signed his 4th client, which officially put him over making more than his corporate sales job and allowed him to transition to his agency full time. And then just a couple of weeks later, and it wasn't even a couple of weeks, it was like the week after, he signed his 6th client. Another student here, you can see, scaled over 32K per month in cash collected, and they pretty much doubled within that time frame, because the previous month was 16K, and this was directly after we took them through a sales boot camp and helped them revamp their script, revamp their agency pitch. Etu here, who has gone on to scale to be a 7-figure agency owner over in Europe. And he was really struggling with having confidence in his sales process. And we helped him with his fulfillment system and gave him a fulfillment system so that he was confident in the services he was offering, and also tweak some elements of his sales process. And he went on to close a 15K per month retainer on a 12-month contract, and which is, a 5-figure deal, and collected 4,500 in cash upfront. And he sent another message later saying 2K per month retainer, and my offer plus deliverables are now more clear than ever. Thanks, Liam. By the way, I got some questions, blah, blah. And more, Tyler and Brady here, they were doing like 3 to 5K per month. And then we helped them implement the fulfillment system, implement the sales process. And then literally a week after, they closed their first $1,500 per month retainer. Before that, they were charging like under $1,000. Then they went on and sent us some more messages, just sign our 2nd client. And then they went on to scale to like 40K a month within the span of 3 to 4 months, which is pretty crazy. Caitlin signed 2 12-month contracts, 1,250 per month, 3 clients in a week and a half, 2 clients at 3,250 a month. Charles here said, highly recommend sitting down and taking some notes to the sales call breakdowns. Just closed a 1K setup fee plus 1,200 per month retainer from them. And all of this sales training and resources is what I'm going to be giving you at the end of this call. Cool. So this is what your calendar needs to look like if you're signing 8 clients per month. And so, as you can see here, that is pretty busy. We've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, roughly 15, 16 sales calls on the calendar. About 70% of those showed up. And so that was a snapshot from October 2023 in my agency, only a few months ago. And I had a 38% closing rate. I added 15.5K in MRR to the agency, and we added 60K in contracted revenue, because they were all on three-month minimum retainers, 3-month minimum contracts. Some of them were 6 months as well. So we've been doing this like clockwork for over 2 years now. And this is stuff that I figured out in my agency, over 2 years ago now. And we've just been refining it more and more and more. And so most of, actually right now, all of our sales calls and our new clients come directly from paid ads. And I'm going to talk about why we do that and the benefits of it. But obviously, everyone that's watching this right now may or may not be ready to implement paid ads, whether depending on the stage the agency is at, depending on the cash that you've got on hand to invest in paid ads, and depending on how validated your offer is. And so the strategies that get you to certain milestones in the agency are not strategies that you use forever. So like the strategy that's going to get you from 0 to 15, 20K per month is not going to be the strategy that gets you to 50, 60, 80 plus K per month. And so when you're in the earlier stages of your business, you've got less social proof, you've got less case studies, you've got less authority, you've got less expertise in the industry that you're selling. And so there's a lot of things that are stacking the odds against you. And so if you're executing on other strategies that more experienced agency owners are executing on, then you're stacking the odds against you, and it makes it a lot harder to get clients in the door. And so also, before you've validated your service and you validated that your offer is actually resonating with the market and you've got a consistent closing rate, the last thing that you want to do is start dumping money into paid ads before you know exactly what your closing rate is and if your offer is actually resonating with the market and you've got that product market fit. And so that's why I always recommend validating your service with organic methods first. And this is what you should be doing to get to your first like 8 to 10K per month. So what our goal is, I'll touch on this lead spectrum in a second, but our goal is to validate your offer organically and scale as quickly as possible to 8 to 10K per month. And then as quickly as possible, we want to get over to running paid ads to acquire clients, because I can't tell you how much of a shift and how much that just dramatically changed the trajectory of my business. I had been like, my agency had been bouncing between like 25 to 35K per month for about 1.5 years. And I always had all of these limiting beliefs and just false expectations around if paid ads worked or not. And implementing a paid ads client acquisition funnel was the thing that took my agency from 25, 30K per month to over 80K per month in the span of literally 3 months. And we had months where we were signing 16 clients in a single month back to back. And now all of our new clients come from paid ads, and it's a system that literally just works like clockwork. And so that should be your goal, is regardless of which organic strategy you're executing on, we want to get to 8 to 10K per month, because once you've gotten there, that implies that you've been able to close clients. Obviously, you've validated your offer to some degree. You've been forced to build out some foundations of your service delivery with your onboarding process. You should have a couple case studies by then, and you'll have the assets and the resources and the experience to start running paid ads with a lot more confidence from there. And so getting there, you only need 6 to 7 clients at $1,500 per month. You should be having a 25% closing rate, absolutely minimum. We have a standard of having closer to a 35 to 40% closing rate right now, which is genuinely attainable. And what most agency owners are doing right now is they're just going for call volume, and they're just trying to get as many sales calls booked in the calendar. But we go for quality over quantity and take a smaller number of calls and just have a very high closing rate, so that we're a lot more efficient. And so in order to get over this hump and hit this target, you only need to get 40 sales calls booked in total on the calendar. So if you have a 25% close rate, then to get 7 clients across the door, you need to take 28 calls. If you have a 70% show up rate, you need 40 calls scheduled on the calendar. And so if you're aiming for about 10 calls booked per week, which is not easy with organic, but it's 100% doable if you're hustling, and you can get that. If you do that, then you can hit this target in 1 to 1.5 months. A month and a half. So if you just hustle really, really hard for a month and a half with some of the organic strategies that I'm about to show you, you'll very, very easily be able to get to 8 to 10 clients. Like in the real estate niche, for example, in day 1, we talked about, the opportunity in the market. There's over 3 million real estate agents across the Western countries that you'd want to prioritize getting clients in. If you think you can't get to 6 to 7, like you're thinking about things completely wrong. This is obviously just the first stage. And, getting to 50, 60K per month, we only need to do like 5 to 6x that. And that's so easy to do with paid ads. So before we kind of get into the nitty gritty of the strategies, I want to break down understanding this lead spectrum in context to how we're booking in sales calls. Because one of the biggest things that I see people struggle with is in the early stages of your agency, when all of your calls are being scheduled through cold organic outreach methods, whether or not it's, social media outreach on Instagram or Facebook groups or LinkedIn, whether it's cold email outreach, whether it's cold calling, your sales process is affected negatively by the quality of those leads that you attract through those prospecting methods. And so with this lead spectrum, just kind of breaks down how you should be thinking about targeting the prospects that you're booking in calls with. And so essentially what the lead spectrum is about is breaking down the intent of leads at different stages in the market. And so at any given point, regardless of what niche you're in, regardless of the market, you've got people that are problem unaware. So these are people that, I'm just going to keep using the real estate example because that's the niche that I'm in. Problem unaware people are people that don't even know that they have a problem, or they might not have a problem at all. They might be a real estate professional that's performing really well. They're content with how much money they're making, and they don't even want to make any more money. So they wouldn't even have any intent to work with a marketing agency. That's not someone that we're ever really going to sell to. Then we've got problem aware people. Problem aware people know that they've got a problem. They're starting to experience the pain points of not being in the situation that they want to be at. They're not making as much money as they want. They're, they're spread too thin in terms of time in their business, and they know something needs to change, but they're not solution aware and they're not service aware, meaning that they don't know what the solution is to solve their problem. Then we've got solution aware. Solution aware people is they know that they've got a problem and they know the general category of things that are out there to solve that problem. For example, real estate professionals know that they need more leads to grow their business, but they're not necessarily aware of the specific services and types of products that are out there that can help solve their problem. They might not know about social media marketing agencies. They might not know about done for you cold calling and prospecting agencies. Then there's service aware. Those are the people that are like actively researching and looking for solutions based on what's out there in the market. They're speaking to other agencies. They're speaking to other prospecting strategies. And then there's you aware. And so you aware people, they know specifically who you are. They've come in through, potentially inbound for paid ads. They've come in through organic methods if you're growing a personal or a company brand. And these are the easiest people to sell to. The other people that we're trying to sell to are solution aware and service aware people. But the problem is when you're only doing cold organic outreach, you end up picking up a lot of people in this lower end stage of the lead spectrum that are the hardest people to sell to and the hardest people to get across the line. And so that's how you want to be thinking about these prospecting strategies, because a lot of the time you can be misdiagnosing your problem in your sales process, thinking that it's my offer, it's my pitch, it's my objection handling, and it's something that you're doing on the sales calls that's holding you back from closing more clients. When in reality, it's actually the medium and the strategy that you're using to get sales calls booked on the calendar in the first place. Because if you're not taking calls with people that have high intent to receive your solution, then obviously it's going to be really hard to close them. Also, there is a direct correlation between how much time someone has spent consuming your content and how likely they are to buy from you. And so let's say, for example, you're scheduling calls through cold calling. The only piece of content and the only time spent consuming anything related to your business is someone receiving a random call from someone on your team or yourself, speaking to you for 10 to 15 minutes, and then jumping into a sales presentation. And they're essentially going into that meeting completely blind, having no context or information about what you do for them at all. On the flip side of that, take someone that has come in through a paid ad. They've watched a 1 to 2 minute video kind of introducing and teasing what your service is. Then they go over to a video sales letter landing page where you've got a free training or a case study video there where they spend another 10 to 15 minutes watching a video of you, explaining your offer, covering your case studies, breaking down results that you've gotten for clients, pre-pitching your offer. And then they show up to a sales call already knowing what your service does, already having the perceived authority of your business. And then what you can even do as well is you can have like additional free training and homework that you give to prospects before calls that are going to educate them more on your service as well. And so that's how you want to be thinking about your sales process is you want to be attracting higher intent leads on the front end through different sources and different channels, which is what paid ads does, and then have pieces of content that nurture leads before sales calls so that they're more likely to convert. It's really, really that simple. And so same with cold outreach. You know, if you're booking calls through cold email or cold SMS or social media outreach, if you're scheduling a call with someone, all they see from you is, you know, a couple cold messages, and then they book in a call, then all they've seen from you and all they know about you is that message that has gotten them interested to jump on the call and nothing else. Versus paid ads, someone seeing an ad from you, they're already interested in working with you, they're inbound, they're coming to you. Whereas with all of these cold methods, you're going to everyone, and a huge chunk of them is their problem unaware, or their problem aware, but they're very, very cold and they're not near the stage of actually wanting to find a solution or work with anyone in the first place. And so the two organic methods that I used to get my first 7 paying clients was cold calling to in-person meetings. And this is like a strategy that I don't hear many people talking about. That's just super simple and super obvious. And it's just something that most people aren't willing to do, which is why it stacks the odds in your favor so much. And all we're doing, because like what most people do with cold calling and how they treat cold calling is it's more of just like a spray and pray approach of just get as big of a list as possible, call as many people as possible. Whereas what I did instead is I created a much more smaller, refined list and had more of a specific criteria of who I was adding to that list in the first place, and looked for people that already had a decent social media presence, already looked like that they were putting effort into their digital marketing, so that we could find people that were more likely to be interested in our types of services. And then I only listed people that were in like an hour max driving distance, so that my call to action could be that I'm coming into their office and requesting an in-person meeting, because you're just lowering the barrier to entry for them having to go out of their way for the call. We're going to them, we're showing up to their office, and then someone is so much more engaged in your sales presentation when you're there physically in person. And it's so much harder to say no to someone when someone has taken the effort to drive to your location, taking the time out of their day to do an in-person presentation. And just like the trust factor and the rapport building is so much higher when you can look someone in the eyes, you can shake their hand, and you can have an in-person meeting. So it's all of these subtleties where you can execute on the exact same sales process, and you could deliver the exact same presentation in a Zoom call. But if you do that same meeting in person, you're just dramatically more likely to close. Dramatically more likely to close that meeting. And to date, I've literally had 100% closing rate with all of the in-person meetings that I've ever had. And that's how I got my first 7 clients. That's obviously not scalable long-term whatsoever, but it's one of the easiest ways to just get cut through and stand out from the crowd, and get clients across the line when you don't have the social proof, the case studies and everything like that to get people across the line. And so I've helped other agency owners do that when they're starting from scratch, and had people go from 0 to like 12K, 15, 17K per month in a span of like 2 to 3 weeks. There's been some agency owners that have struggled to get any clients across the line for like 9 months being in the agency space. And then they do that and they get, you know, their first 5 to 8 clients across the line. So that stuff works, and you can do it for any local business lead gen niche. Works really, really well in the real estate niche as well. Then the next best strategy, and again, remember, if there's any questions that you guys have about any of these strategies, make sure to drop it in the chat so that we can cover those questions along the way. So the next best strategy, because this can kind of only get you so far, and it may or may not get you to the point where you've got enough clients where you can run paid ads, because you can exhaust that list pretty quickly. And yeah, you'll get through that in about 2 to 3 weeks. And then you need to move on to something that's a little bit more scalable and you can keep doing for the long run. So the next best strategy is cold SMS and or social media outreach to a Loom audit. This is a strategy that's been used in the agency space for a long time, but it's not as simple as just sending messages and sending cold Looms. There's some ways that you can tweak the Loom itself and the outreach process so that you can really maximize the amount of conversations that you're generating and make it as efficient and automated as possible. Because obviously it's relatively time consuming to be sending out these manual social media marketing audits. And so what I have found is that the more personalized and customized the outreach method is, the higher the conversion rate, the higher the conversion rate that outreach method is. And the easier an outreach method is to automate and scale, then the more volume it requires to achieve the same amount of sales calls booked. And so if I just pull up, I'll stop sharing my screen for a second. If I just pull up the whiteboard, that's being weird. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. So long story short, you've got like more higher intent, higher customized, more personalized outreach methods like Loom audits, like more personalized, cold outreach over emails. And then you've got the methods that are just like spray and pray repetition, where you're just repeating the same message over and over again to people. Those are the ones that people gravitate towards most because it's easier to scale and it's easier to automate, and it is less effort and you have to get less creative with it. And those are the methods that get the most saturated. Whereas if you're doing something that more people aren't willing to do, like doing Loom audits where you have to get on camera and give someone a little bit of value for 3 to 5 minutes, most people aren't willing to do that. That's why it gets so much cut through, and it acts and uses the law of reciprocity, because if someone receives this video that they got some value from, they're way more likely to jump on a call with you. And the quality of those calls is dramatically better because they've heard your voice, they've gotten some value from you, you've dropped a little bit of info about your offer, and they know what they're showing up to the call for. And so inside of the school group, I've actually got a training that breaks down the entire Loom strategy, and there's 2 versions of it. And so I include, I show like the exact prospecting process. There's 2 examples of Looms that I've sent out personally, so you can model the script. And then with one of the previous coaching clients that I've worked with, he was previously an agent, a sales rep in an e-com agency, and had personally sent over like 500 Looms and signed a ton of clients. And so we did a follow-up training with him, breaking down his exact sales process, and covered the script, covered the script for the Looms, the outreach script, and just everything that you need to do to model that. And this targeted Loom strategy is exactly what took clients of mine like Tyler and Brady Morton from 0 to 40K a month, just doing that strategy alone. So that stuff works really, really well. And then if you want to, I'm going to be, one of the next YouTube videos that I'm going to be posting is going to go a little bit more in depth on this, and you guys will get first access to it. Is you can automate the cold Loom strategy over SMS using VAs and Go High Level. So essentially what you would do is you would create a pipeline inside of Go High Level and a text automation that sends all of the first messages to see if someone is interested in receiving a social media marketing audit. We're not just like cold sending out these audits to everyone. We're sending a cold message to get a response from someone. Then we're trying to see if they're actually interested in receiving the social media marketing audit. And then we send one over, and then we follow up with those people to book in a call. And so the first message that goes out can be something like, hey, John, just came across your Instagram page while doing some work for a client, picked up on a few things where I can tell you'd be leaving a ton of money on the table and missing out on acquiring some extra listings through your social media every month. I just put together a quick video breaking down and doing a social media marketing audit for you. Where would you like me to send that over? So you're sending out a message, kind of leading with value. It's a little bit sneaky because you're kind of pretending like you've already created this video. Then you only create and send the video to people that reply positively. So what you can do is you can have a virtual assistant doing all of the prospecting and just searching for people, going through Google Maps, finding people's contact information, and then adding them to a pipeline and Go High Level. Then you can have an automated drip campaign that sends all of the first messages to get a response from the contact, and then sends people to a new pipeline stage when someone has actually responded. And then you only have to speak to the people that are actually responsive, and you don't have to do any of the cold outreach yourself. And all you're doing is just sending the Looms off to people and then doing the follow-up after the Loom is sent. And so that is like level 2 and the next kind of more evergreen organic outreach strategy that you can do on Instagram, and you can do over text if you're in a local business lead gen niche where the personal phone number of the founder is relatively simple to find. That's why real estate is one of the best niches, because they're easy to contact and it's very easy to find lots of real estate professionals, personal mobile and phone numbers. So like I said here, the goal is we're just trying to validate your offer organically, scale to 8 to 15K per month. We only need 6 to 7 clients to do that. We only need to get 40 calls booked in total. It should only take you a month and a half to 2 months. going really hard on these organic methods, then we want to transition over to paid ads, which I'm going to break down in a sec. So that's kind of just like the intro to the organic strategies. Then we're going to move over onto paid ads here. In terms of executing on your sales process, sales is a very big rabbit hole and it can get quite technical, and there's, you can go really deep, and it's one of the things that you want to spend a lot of time going through. And so instead of this meeting or this session would be, Chris, you said, so you'd start there and then transition to paid ads. Absolutely. And so if we were here and we did breakdowns of my sales calls, breakdowns of my scripts, breakdown of our appointment setting processes and everything like that, we'd be here for 5 to 6 hours. And so what I've already done is I've put together a 3-day sales boot camp, which is in one of my previous paid masterminds, which that alone is like 3 to 4K in value right there. And this document, which you'll have access to, links to it directly in the content portal in the free school group. So if you come down to sales mastery, you'll see sales bootcamp day 1, 2, and 3. And so in this, I break down my entire script. I include all the resources that you need to build out the script. And I also include 3 sales call recordings that are all 2K per month, 3-month contracts. So you can literally just copy that. And then I also include links to the sales script framework, a customized version of the sales script, the 3 pillars worksheet, which is what we use to actually structure our pitch on the call. And then you get the slides for that as well. And then I've got an example of our current pitch, which I'll break down in a second. But this day of the challenge, what I wanted to do was do a quick pitch. And so obviously we've been giving away a ton of free value, but also I've got some ways that you guys can work with me further. And so I'm just going to spend about 10 to 15 minutes here running through, if there's some of you guys that want to work with me a little bit closer, just breaking down the details of how you can do that. And so I've actually got a one-on-one partnership program. I'm a big believer in information for free, implementation for fee. I don't sell any courses or make any money off courses. I just, every now and then, usually every like 3 to 6 months throughout the year, I'll work with a small group of agency owners one-on-one. And that's all I do. And that's all I've been doing for the past couple of years. And so first of all, I really, really appreciate everyone on the call right now for showing up and attending over the past 3 days. We've been covering a whole lot and we've got a lot more to cover today. But all this info is great, but I want to give you the opportunity to get more support from me and the team, like I said. And so before getting into it, I hate when people just kind of come out of the blue and just start pitching stuff without permission. And so just drop a yes in the chat if it's okay for me to walk you through how it can possibly help you further. Just let me know if that's something you actually guys want to touch on. Cool. No one said no. Cool. If you did, I'd kick you off. Only joking. Let's get into it. So just a reminder, guys, because like this is something that I'm so passionate about. Working one-on-one with agency owners is one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done in my career. And mostly because like I have been through all of the struggles and the pains of being in this industry for over 6 years now. This photo is from 2019 when I graduated university, and I look happy there for receiving my expensive piece of paper and degree that I never ended up using. But at that exact moment, that's literally what my bank account looks like. I was living off $350 a week. I had like $185 a week in rent with the share house that I was living in, and the rest was for groceries and not much else. And at the end of each week, I had literally no money to my name. And just like a little bit more about the backstory of my story. While I was at uni, I essentially had a long list of shitty jobs and it was just really hard to get. Like, I just wanted to make a little bit of money while I was at uni, so I wasn't so broke while living the uni lifestyle. And I started out working this boring call center job at this medical company where I was just like booking appointments for nurses and doctors. Then I did one of those like in-person sales jobs where you're selling raffle tickets for prize homes, and that absolutely sucked, but I got a lot of good experience with in-person sales and just handling rejection in person. Like one of those people that are standing in malls and shopping centers trying to like stop you in the middle of your day and selling raffle tickets. Like it's got to be one of the most annoying sales positions to do. Then I worked this job where we were replacing, it was like overnight, shifts from like 9:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. where you go into shopping centers and take all of the groceries off the shelves, replace the shelving, like the metal grate shelvings, and then restock the shelves again. And we're just like replacing the shelvings in Coles and Woolworths in Australia. And that was just absolutely horrible manual labor through the night for like, 8-10 hour shifts while studying full-time at university as well. That was just absolutely horrible. Then I got another job at Roger David, which is this like retail suit shop in Australia, that the week that I got that job, they announced that they were going to be closing down. This is like a $100 million company in Australia that had been around for 15, 20 plus years. And the week that I got the job, they announced that they were closing down, and I was only going to get the job for about 6 weeks. And so that was the final straw for me to just go, it's been an absolute headache to get a job. All these jobs have been shit. And now the one job that I got that I kind of liked, that company was closing down. So I came to the conclusion and swore to myself that I would never, ever, ever work for someone again. I never wanted to rely on external circumstances for the career that I was having, the money that I was making for myself. And so about 2 years after that, I came to that conclusion about like late 2018, mid 2019. 2 years after that, May of 2021, I ended up cracking my first 7-figure run rate month, where we crossed over like 82, 83K month. You can see there, we already touched on those numbers of what that looked like. And that obviously didn't happen overnight. That was 2 years of doing courses, working with mentors, implementing the agency, being in the trenches, and finally figuring it out. And we've been at that revenue mark and run rate for over 2 years now, which is awesome. And payouts in the Stripe accounts started to look like this quite regularly, with 7K payments coming through, multi 4-figure days, some 5-figure days coming in every single day, every single week. And having a business like that can cash flow can just, it literally changes your life. And it's changed the life of a lot of the agency owners that I've worked with. And so I've been able to collab with some cool people like Jordan Platten inside of his program. Did an interview, which if you guys haven't seen that, it's a good one to check out. And I've been able to be featured on some podcasts where I've shared my story and shared my journey as well. And the lifestyle that I've been able to experience off the back of having this business. And one thing that 99% of agency coaches and gurus out there selling courses information can't say is that they've made more money from their agency than they've made from coaching and selling courses. And it doesn't take that much research to go out there and see that. And I've genuinely, my real estate marketing agency and my agency has been the thing that has allowed me to experience this lifestyle, staying in some of the best resorts in the world, traveling for 3 months out of the year, flying business class, being able to pay to have siblings and my partner travel with me. I've been able to invest money into stocks, into the crypto market, and grow a multi 6-figure portfolio. Been able to buy some of my dream watches. Again, not trying to flex here at all. I'm literally just trying to inspire you and show you what's possible of what you can actually achieve with these businesses. And so, like many of you here, I got started just taking courses and putting in the work. And a lot of you are doing that right now. Most of you here have already taken some courses. You've done free courses. You've been executing in the agency. You might have done E-Man's course. You might have done Jordan's course. You might have done Joel Kaplan's course, people like that. But what took me to the next level was working one-on-one with agency owners working one-on-one with the agency owners that were a few or many steps ahead of me. And so what I found is that nothing can replace having a mentor that's just holding your hand, keeping you accountable, and giving you that clarity and guidance along the way to course correct you as you scale your business. And so this is genuinely why I've had such high success rates with my mentorship clients, because I've been working with all of them one-on-one, and I've always stayed true to keeping small, tight-knit groups so that I can actually have the bandwidth to work closely with absolutely everyone. Some of the case studies that I've already been through, like Nathan, who literally went from 0 to 60K per month, was a full-time electrician, then quit his job, bought a car that he was wanting to buy for years. And just the other day, he sent me a message saying that at the time, the first version of my coaching program, I was only charging $750. And to this day, he still says that was the best investment of his life. People like Tyler and Brady Morden, like I've covered, went from 3K to 55K per month. people like Aiden Jefferson at Jefferson Digital. Some of these guys are now some of the leading marketing agencies in Australia, servicing the finance industries and the real estate industries. Went from 5K, he's actually over 90K per month now. He's gone on to scale a lot. Dylan Marley, he went from 3K to 40K per month, and now he's also coaching other people now that and has a exclusive community for other people from Papua New Guinea, which is really cool to see. People like Maurice Salib with Icon Media went from 5K a month to over 70K per month after we helped him install our client fulfillment system, and so many more results and client wins. And to this day, up until this point, I've literally only had 5-star reviews. People like Anthony down here said working with Liam has been an invaluable experience for the expansion of our agency. His dedication to providing personalized one-on-one guidance not only answered my immediate questions, but equipped me with the strategic insights needed to navigate some crucial operational challenges. Thanks for your help, Liam. Like Dylan said, best agency container I've ever experienced. Nothing fluffy, just focusing on getting you to be doing the right stuff in your agency. Spent months doing everything wrong within other programs. Once I stepped into this one, it gave me full confidence to take 1 step back and 3 steps forward. If you're looking into programs, start here. I'm not going to go through all of these and bore you with the details. So what is included in the one-on-one partnership? So long story short, just ask yourself, how likely do you think you'd be to scale past 30 to 50K per month if you were given the entire business infrastructure of a 7-figure agency and had direct coaching and support from a veteran agency owner to help you implement absolutely everything? Like that's all it comes down to in this game, is just model success and work with someone that's already done it. And the tricky thing in our industry is that there's a lot of people out there selling courses and selling coaching that haven't actually genuinely done it. And I've paid over 10K plus before for coaching programs where you just get a bunch of videos and resources and some calls, but you still end up feeling relatively lost and sometimes even forgotten and just like another number in the coaching program, and you never really get the guidance that you actually need. And that's exactly why I only do one-on-one coaching. And so the number one goal with the one-on-one partnership program is I'm really treating it more like a partnership where we're partnering together for short to medium amount of time, where I'm coming in, working within your agency and scaling you up and just giving you everything that I've done to get to over the 7-figure run rate and learn after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in coaching myself and millions of dollars in Facebook ads for my clients, thousands of sales calls taking myself, and just giving you as much of that experience condensed and installing into your agency. And so all we're trying to do is make a lot of profit, get clients great results, enjoy the process, and escape the matrix. Like everyone is here for the same reason. We're trying to achieve financial, time, and location freedom and have a business that supports our lifestyle and gives us that time and location freedom that we can actually enjoy it and not be in golden handcuffs within the business. And so essentially what we're doing is it's a done with you, an intensive done with you partnership approach to growing your agency past 50K per month. I'm going to install all of my business systems and infrastructure into your agency, which includes prospecting, sales, fulfillment, team management, recruiting, offer and service structure. The way that you work with coaches and mentors like myself one-on-one is it's less about having just like a huge course portal where you've got a ton of videos and a ton of resources. And because I've already built everything into my agency, I'm able to deliver everything to you custom as you need it and just give you everything that I've ever built within my agency. If it's contract agreements, if it's recruiting workflows, if it's job post templates, if it's sales scripts, if it's ad templates, if it's automations, if it's click up templates, I'm able to give you all of this stuff. And we've already got a huge amount of it built out in a content portal that I've been building for all of my one-on-one clients. And so this is not at all just watching some videos and showing some calls. We're really giving you a huge amount of resources and infrastructure and working with you one-on-one. And so first of all, we're going to install our appointment setting system. So you literally never have to worry about the calendar being empty again. Like I said, I haven't worried about my sales team and my sales calendar being empty for almost 3 years now. Between the organic methods that we've implemented and the paid ads methods that we've really dialed in, we've got it down to a science, and that's one area that we just that I honestly have the most amount of confidence in, that we can just implement like clockwork. And today I've never had an agency owner that has implemented our prospecting strategies and hasn't been profitable within 1 to 2 months, which is pretty crazy, but this stuff just works so well. Next, we're going to help you upgrade your service and your offer so that you have product market fit, making sales simple and avoiding being commoditized. So everything that we covered on day one about all of the winning ingredients to having an ideal service and offer to sell within your agency, I'm just going to work with you one-on-one to absolutely perfect that, to make sure that you're not going to get commoditized in the market. Because as certain industries and niches get more saturated and have higher competition, you need to execute on this stuff correctly so that you're not getting commoditized and just competing based on price and being compared to other agencies. So we're really going to help you perfect your offer and your service structure. Next, we're going to help you assemble your team in the right order so that you can scale smoothly without being in golden handcuffs. Because if you don't do this in the right way, in the right order, systems can break down. Things can get pretty bad in terms of, not fulfilling clients correctly, starting to hurt your reputation with your agency, or you just starting to hate the day-to-day of running the business and really resenting running the business as a whole, because you put yourself in golden handcuffs where maybe you're making more money than you were before, but you're busier than you've ever been and more stressed than you've ever been. And so my agency right now is genuinely completely automated from me being in the day-to-day. I've got team members that fulfill clients. I've got team members that book sales calls, and I've got team members that take sales calls, and I've got VAs that do all of the admin and all of and a long list of grunt work and things in the background. And I'm at the point where I literally only ever speak to my team, and I never speak to a client to onboard them. I never speak to a client whatsoever. I a lot of the time don't even know the clients that are in my business, and I just work with my team. And so I have the, hindsight is 2020, and I can walk you through the steps of how to hire and assemble your team in the right order. Next is plug and playing our client fulfillment processes. That's going to maximize client retention and average client value. This is one of the things that most courses and coaching programs really lack. Most only just focus on scaling up acquisition because that's what creates quick wins and case studies. But the agency is obviously a long-term game, and we don't want to have a business that's just a flash in the pan. And where you really win is not by just getting as many clients as quickly as possible, but it's stacking clients slow and steady and having an incredible service that keeps clients and allows you to upsell them. And so if you're in the real estate niche, I'm literally going to be able to just plug and play our exact service delivery system so that there's no guesswork, and you can start selling a service that's already been battle tested by a 7-figure agency. And I've worked with a ton of agency owners across many other local business lead gen niches, across like health and beauty, working with med spas, working with home improvement niches, like contractors, kitchen and bathroom renovation companies, like orthodontics niches, working with dentists, working with gyms, all of the different niches. If you're in the ecom space, I can definitely still help you, but local business lead gen and real estate is by far my strong suit. Lastly, as well, just to give you an intimate and personalized experience instead of just getting lost in another person's coaching program. So some of the tangible deliverables that you're going to be getting is we kick things off with a one-on-one business planning session, which will put together a game plan and essentially just a business plan for your business so that you know the blueprint of what you need to focus on over the next 12 months. You've got ultimate clarity and don't have to think about what to work on, and you can just go ahead and execute, knowing that that strategy and that game plan has come from a 7-figure agency owner that has a high degree of success to get you to your ideal goal. And we're really trying to get past 50K per month as quickly as possible. Next, we're going to be giving you all the tools required to build, test, and maintain and optimize all core business systems in your agency, from finance, marketing, operations, sales team, etc. All the tracking sheets that we use internally, all the system processes that we have for our VAs, how to structure your team meetings, how you should be analyzing your numbers and problem solving in the business, all the tools that we use right now within our agency. Next is the community. So we've got a private school community where you can hang out with other agency owners that only my one-on-one coaching clients are inside of there, and you get lifetime access to that. And just having access to a network of high multi-6-figure and 7-figure agency owners just dramatically helps a lot to raise your standards. And I love the quote, a rising tide lifts all boats. If you're on a weekly basis being surrounded by and asking questions and hearing the things that other 6- and 7-figure agency owners are working on, then you'll start winning by accident just because your things are rubbing off on you from people that are a few steps ahead. That happens all the time. Next is our weekly coaching calls. So we've got 1 2-hour weekly collab call, which you'll have lifetime access to as long as you're in the community and as long as we're hosting this group, which I have been for the past like 2.5, 3 years now. And so that's like a weekly group call where the rest of the group and the rest of the agency owners and myself and my team are kind of acting as your board of advisors, and you're there to be held accountable, ask any questions related to your agency, whether it's fulfillment, paid ads, getting clients results, hiring, firing, whatever it is, we're there to help you. You can show up to those calls on a weekly basis. Next, so for 3 months, what part of this one-on-one partnership program is where you're going to get one-on-one access directly to me. And so you're able to schedule weekly calls one-on-one with me. And then you're also going to have a dedicated Slack channel with one-on-one directly with me and my team as well. So you're just going to have a direct line to ask questions with me every day throughout the week for those initial 3 months while we're working together, but you get access to everything else for lifetime and in perpetuity. We've got a training portal as well, which has a ton of actionable course content, and it's essentially where I just put all of the resources that you need to execute on the game plan that I put together for you, and over 100 pre-built SOPs, which is just all of the systems and processes that I've ever made in my agency. If you showed up to day 1 and day 2, you would have already seen how detailed and complex the SOPs that I built out, and many of them take hours and hours to build. And so all of the SOPs that I've ever built in my agency is one of the most valuable things I can give you. And it's essentially like franchising a 7-figure agency. The reason that the average McDonald's can be run by, a bunch of 16-year-olds that don't know what they're doing, and that business can produce millions of dollars a year. Yeah, and the founder doesn't even have to be there for that business to run, is because of the systems and processes that they have. And so I'm going to be giving absolutely all of those to you. And so you're essentially franchising a seven-figure agency. And so with everything that's there, it's easily over $26,000 in value. But you're going to be able to get this for just $7,000. That is what we're going to be charging after this challenge. And so with a bunch of the courses and coaching programs that I've done, and just what I know people are charging in the market right now for everything that we're offering, $7,000 would actually already be a very, very cheap price. But for this challenge, which is going to be genuinely a one-time offer, we're charging only $4,000, which is in USD. That's if you pay in full, or $4,800 on a payment plan if you need to go on a payment plan, which will have a few available. And so unfortunately, because obviously this is one-on-one, there's actually only 15 spots available, just because that's the max amount of clients that I can work with to have the bandwidth to actually fulfill everyone correctly. And I only open this up every 4 to 6 months, like I said. And actually, during just as we've been doing this challenge, I've already had 2 people that have reached out, paid in full or put down their deposit. One paid in full, one put down their deposit. So we've actually only got 13 spots left. And so I haven't opened up this for, like I said, over 6 months now. And last time I did, we literally sold out in about 3 days, which is pretty crazy. And this time we've had over 300 agency owners register for this challenge that we're in right now. So I'm very much guessing that we're going to fill up even quicker. But wait, there's more. Not to hit you with the typical infomercial sales pitch, but if you join before April 7th, which is in about like 10 days from now, I'm going to be adding on an extra month of the one-on-one. So it'll actually be 4 months in total, which with different programs that I've been, I feel like is a good time frame that you end up actually genuinely needing one-on-one support. 3 months is good, but you can kind of feel like a little bit rushed and needing a bit more. So adding on an extra month, which is worth an extra $1,600 in value. And that's only going to be if you join by the end of April as well. And so because there's only 13 spots left for this, it will be first come, first serve. So make sure that you book in for the earliest slot. So application calls will be with me one-on-one as well. I don't have a sales rep for this offer because I only do intakes every 4 to 6 months. So the call will be directly with me. And so you'll be able to just get that insight. We'll be able to have a conversation for 30 to 45 minutes just to point you in the right direction of what you need to be focusing on your agency as well. And so to book in, obviously, super simple. You guys know how to use Calendly, but just have to select a time. I'm going to drop the link to this in a sec. Apply, fill out some questions. Let me know how you're planning on paying, and just give me a little bit of context on your business so that I know what you guys are doing, what your current situation is. And if you have any questions, hesitations, or worries, I'm sure there's some things you'd be thinking about right now. What about this? What about that? Is this included? Is that included? If you have any hesitations, questions, or worries whatsoever, book in a call, ask away. That's why the calls are there. So let me just drop the link to this in the chat right now, so that you guys can book in a call. If you have any issues with time zones whatsoever, because obviously there's lots of people from all over the world. If you're watching the replay right now and you open up my calendar and you're like, I can't find a spot, then just DM me on Instagram. My Instagram is just liam.casey. DM me on Instagram, shoot me a message. come over here, send me a message, just say, hey, trying to book in for a call but can't find a time, and I'll be able to move something around on my calendar, and we can make something work. So that is it, guys. Thank you for letting me pitch to you. I'm really looking forward to working with the next few agency owners. They're going to be joining my one-on-one coaching program. But that is everything. Let's get straight back to the training. Make sure that you guys jump in if you're like genuinely considering this, getting quick, because I know that those spots are going to fill up super quickly. Cool. Awesome, guys. Let's get straight back to the training. So first thing that I wanted to jump back into was the pitch, and then we can break down some of the math behind the paid ads client acquisition funnel. We're coming up close to the end of the hour now, so we'll probably only have about like 10 to 15 minutes to wrap all of this up. And so make sure that if you've got any questions that you want to get covered at the end of the call, that you drop those in the chat now so that we can cover those. So I didn't want to spend any time breaking down the like first 3/4 of a sales script, because after being in the space for so long, every sales script is the same pretty much for the first 3/4 of the sales script. We're giving an intro to the call, we're identifying someone's current situation, getting clear on their pain points, we're identifying landmines and like pre-handling objections from coming up. Then we're trying to future pace and get clear on their goals and create that gap. And then we're going into pitching. And so the biggest mistake that I see agency owners making is not pitching the outcome and not pitching the dream outcome of your clients, and not selling the vacation, and pitching your service based on technical deliverables. And that's when and how you end up getting commoditized by, and that's when you end up getting just, compared to other agencies, and your prospects will just be kind of haggling on price and comparing you to other services. Is when, if you pitch based on deliverables, then people are just comparing these deliverables to this price. Whereas how you actually want to be pitching is based on the dream outcome of your offer and your service. And this is something that Alex Hormozi talks about all the time, is sell the vacation. And so the analogy that I give that is from Hormozi's training is, let's say if you're a travel agent trying to sell a trip to Hawaii, you're not going to sell waking up at 4 a.m. to get to your flight and going through security and packing your bags and, planning everything so that you can actually go away and take some time off work, and sitting on a plane for 10 hours and not being able to sleep because a 2-year-old is having a tantrum and your back hurting, and then arriving and having to get to your hotel. You're just going to be selling arriving in Hawaii, sitting next to the pool at a 5-star resort, sipping cocktails, having breakfast in bed with room service, swimming with turtles, and stand-up paddleboarding while the sun's setting. So you need to be selling the outcome that your clients will be experiencing from your service, not the inputs and the bland direct deliverables that are associated with your offer. And so the way that you actually execute on this in your pitch is by creating, you want to have 3 pillars of your service, which you'll be able to see how to develop and break down from the sales bootcamp of day 1. And what you want to end up with is a pitch that is somewhat like this, where you've got 3 pillars of your service, which are the main kind of value propositions. And the way that you explain them is in the format of these like little metaphors and stories and anecdotes. And so one of the ones that one of my friends and mentors use in his ecom agency is when he goes to get into the pitch, the first question that he asks, because when you're going into your pitch, prospects are it's very easy, and what you'll notice is people start to like subconsciously switch off as soon as you start to go into your pitch, because they're ready for how much it costs. They're ready for, what's this guy or girl got to say. And what you want to do is you want to have a pattern interrupt, and you want to kind of catch people off guard. And so this example of a pillar is when you're getting into your pitch, he starts and goes, do you brush your teeth? That's the first question of the pitch. And then that obviously catches people off guard, and you're like, what's this guy saying? What do you mean? Do I brush my teeth? And then you say, when you're a kid, did you brush your teeth? And did your parents tell you to brush your teeth? They'll say, yeah. And now what do you do every morning when you wake up and when you go to bed? Like, okay, yeah, I guess I brush my teeth, and then say that's, you know, an example of taking external accountability and turning it into an internal habit. And that's, you know, exactly what we do when we're working together. We're going to be there to create that external accountability for you to make sure that you do X, Y, Z, which is essential for us achieving the result that's associated with our service. And so you've created this like very simple, almost like purposely oversimplified story and kind of childish metaphor, and turned it and made it communicate in an eloquent way the outcome of experiencing your service. You could say, yeah, we offer one-on-one support and consulting, and we hold you accountable, and you have a direct group chat with a dedicated account manager, but that all sounds very boring, where you could just create this little metaphor and anecdote, and that communicates the outcome a lot more effectively. And so an example within our agency is the way that we do it for accountability, because within the real estate niche, the sales process and scheduling calls and converting the leads is one of the most essential parts of receiving an ROI from our system. And so instead of selling based on just saying, yeah, like we hold you accountable and we track your numbers and everything like that, we explain it in this way. So we say, have you ever worked with a personal trainer? So let's say, you know, you have a goal to lose 5 kilos. They'll help you achieve that by giving you exactly how many reps of certain workouts you need to do, tell you exactly what you need to eat and for how long. They'll hold you accountable along the way, track your progress, and coach you so that you can hit that goal. Similar to what we do. To hit your target of 2 listings per month, we need to book X amount of on-site appraisals. To do that, we need to have X amount of conversations. To do that, we need to do this amount of dials to your leads. We need to follow the right script and manage your pipeline correctly. So we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to track everything in spreadsheets and show exactly if you're on or off track to hitting your goals and making adjustments along the way. So we create an analogy so that so it makes sense how we're actually going to be working with them, and paints that picture. Another one with lead conversion. So instead of saying, you know, we give you the exact appointment setting script to convert the leads into appointments, we give you the exact, you know, daily workflow for managing a pipeline. We give you the templates for structuring your pipeline, and we give you the blueprint for how to convert as many leads into listings as possible. We say, have you ever tried to bake a cake without a recipe? I'm sure if you were running a bakery and all of your bakers were baking your cakes without a recipe, they're probably not going to turn out too well, and the cakes are all going to come out differently every day of the week. And so obviously, if you want to bake good cakes, you need a good recipe. It's exactly the same if you want to turn leads into appointments and appointments into sales. You need the recipe of what has worked for high-performing agents in the past. And so what we've done is we've taken the blueprint from our highest performing agents and created resources so that you can model the exact conversations that our best performing clients have to book as many appointments from these leads and convert as many of them into listings as possible. And so that is the best format and the best way to structure your pitch. Hormozi has a lot of kind of longer format free trainings on executing on this in more detail, which I can link below the replay of this when I upload it in the content portal. But there's an example of this one that you can model straight away. Next, just the math behind scaling with paid ads, so that you can just start to have some clarity around thinking about how this actually plays out. And then I'll drop the link as well to a free training that I put together, going in a lot more detail of building all of this out. And so one of the biggest things that scared me about spending money on paid ads for the first time is it seems very risky from the start, because you've never done it before. You never spent that amount of money on paid ads before, and you don't know if it's going to pay off or not. And you're looking at spending, you know, potentially a few thousand dollars to validate it. And depending on how much cash you have in the bank or how much you're money making in the business at that time, that can be really, really scary. And so a lot of the time that fear comes down to not knowing the numbers and the KPIs that you should expect to hit. And when you understand these numbers, it becomes a lot more clear how low the risk is and how easy it is to be profitable with acquiring clients through paid ads. And so we should be having a minimum 25% closing rate. We should ideally be wanting to have 10 calls a week. This is if we're trying to get 2 clients a week, 8 clients a month, which is a very good kind of trajectory to be on if we're scaling our agency. We want to have at least a 70% show up rate, which is not incredible, not horrible. That's just like very attainable if we're implementing all of this. We want to be booking, if that's the case, we need to be booking around 14 to 15 calls a week. we want to have a 90% call to offer rate. So this is something that most people don't track, but your call to offer rate is how many of the calls that were scheduled and that were conducted on the calendar did we actually pitch to? Because that tells us how qualified the meetings that we're having are, that we're having in the first place are. Because sometimes if you might just not have a clear enough criteria of your ideal client, and you might just be pitching to everyone blindly, not knowing that they're not an ideal client to work with, they're unlikely to close in the first place, and or they'd be a nightmare to work with and hard to get results with if you actually did bring them on. And so you need to be making sure that you're having calls with qualified prospects, because that could be a blind spot in your sales process, that you might be having a poor close rate, but it's actually because the calls that you're taking are with unqualified people that you should actually be turning away. So your call to offer rate tells you what percentage of the calls that we're taking did we actually sell to, which indicates are our calls quality or not. Next, we need to have a 15% conversion rate from leads to book calls. So if we're running paid ads, and I'll show you, I'll just pull up my ad account right now. I haven't been running ads for the past month, just because we filled up our client capacity, and I just turned them on, literally at the start of the week. And as you can see here, these two campaigns, we're spending $200 a day, Australian dollars right now. And we're already getting $9 Australian cost per lead from real estate professionals reaching out to us. And I've already had like seven calls booked in, and the ads are performing crazy. And this is just off the back of having done this a lot, tested a lot of different versions of ads. $9 leads, like, you know, in USD to AED, what even is that? That's $5.88. So that allows us to get like sales calls booked on the calendar for about $36, which is insanely cheap compared to most other agency niches. And we can acquire a client for about $350 to $500, which allows us to be insanely profitable. And whenever I want, I can turn on those ads, leads come in, calls get booked, and I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to be signing clients. Like at this point, it's just, it's not even something that I stress about at all. It's just, it works that predictably like clockwork. $15 to $30 cost per lead is like a more realistic range that you can expect straight out of the gate. When I first ran paid ads, obviously first time that you do it, you're not going to get the results that I'm getting because we've been doing this for a while. But $15 to $30 cost per lead is decent when you first start running ads, and about a $40 to $80 cost per call booked. Some niches are a little bit more expensive, and it depends, obviously, the type of client avatar that you're going after as well. Like if you're trying to acquire med spas as clients, you're going to be charging them higher retainers, and there's less of them, so it's going to cost more to get them on the calendar. That's why real estate is one of the best niches, because it's such a large pool of potential clients. When you're running ads to an entire country, there's just more real estate agents in that same audience and pool of potential clients than there are gyms or dentists or things like that. Like I think we did the comparison, there's like 3 million agents across most Western countries, and there's like under 300,000, it was like maybe it was under 400,000 dentistry offices, and it was like a 5x difference in the pool of potential clients. So let's take an example. You've got a $40 cost per call booked, which is good, but not like the best. Ad spend, you're going to be spending about $600 a week, around $2,400 a month. That's in Australian dollars as well. So you've got a $1,500 per month retainer, and you're closing clients on minimum 3 months. That means your average minimum client value that you can, like revenue that you can predict is 100% coming in, is going to be $4,500 a month. Is $4,500 in total minimum client value, assuming you don't retain any of these clients, which is a false assumption. So you could spend $2,400 a month, take 30 calls, and only close 1 client, and still almost 2x your investment. So that should really put things into perspective. Like you should, if you spent that amount, once optimizing things and dialing it in, you should be on pace to be booking about 30 calls a month. And again, just to drive that home even further, one of my students that implemented this only a couple months ago, their agency was only doing 3 to 5K per month, and they set this up, and literally they've scaled past 20K euro a month in the span of like 3 weeks, and under a month. I sent a message to check in. Cohen said we scheduled 40 calls in 2.5 weeks, 25 to 30 euros per call, just hit 20K MRR. Like this stuff just works so well. 8 clients signed at that price point, you're looking at 36K in minimum revenue secured and 12K in cash collected. So what you want to be tracking when you're scaling with paid ads is your cash ROAS and your revenue ROAS. Cash ROAS is your return on ad spend within the month on cash that was actually collected and hit the bank account. Revenue ROAS is based on the projected revenue from the contracted revenue that you've acquired based on like those 3-month minimum contracts. So on a cash ROAS, that scenario is at 5x per month, which even then is still amazing. And then your revenue ROAS is 15x. And so when we've been at like the first 7-figure run rate month that we hit, we were at about a 14x ROAS, which is like very, very similar to what this scenario is. Right now, most months when we turn on paid ads, we're usually at like a 9 to 11x return on ad spend. And so, you know, like you should treat ad spend like your main vehicle for growing wealth. And like that's how I view it, is like, you know, the same way that you think about putting money into stocks or putting money into crypto, that same money you can just pump into ad spend and into a business that you have control over, and you can get like 8 to 10x's, and you can control that. Like it's actually crazy. So that's the math, and that's the breakdown of how the numbers that you can expect and the targets that you could that you can hit when you want to be on pace to hit 2 clients a week with paid ads. And so the rest of what I've added and broken down here is just literally breaking down absolutely all of the elements and marketing assets that you need to include in a 7-figure client acquisition funnel. And what I'll do as well is add the training video that I made, breaking all of this down. Let me just put this here. Put this here now. So I uploaded this on YouTube a few months ago and had a ton of good feedback on this. And I pretty much put everything on here to the point where if you wanted to, you could build this out yourself. But if you're working one-on-one with me, obviously I just give you all the templates and just dramatically shortcut the process for getting it done. So I'll add this here because there is a fair bit of stuff. And so inside of the one-on-one program, I just give you all the templates that you can get this built out. So you need to refine your offer, give you everything for making the landing pages, list out all of the pipeline setups and automations that you need to make, break down what you need to do with all of the ads, and then the game plan for structuring your sales team. You know, depending on how quickly you're wanting to scale, you don't really need to get a sales rep unless like you don't need to get a sales rep necessarily long term ever if you don't want to and you're comfortable doing sales, because you can be scaling steadily to and past the 7-figure run rate with just you taking like 8 to 10 calls a week once you've gotten some good traction and momentum with the agency. But if you're wanting to scale a lot more aggressively, then getting a closer in is a good thing to do. And if you just really don't like sales and it's something that you just don't want to pursue getting good at, then getting a sales rep on can just make it a lot more quick and allow you to scale a lot more fast. But all you really need is one appointment setter and paid ads running, because the secret source of what makes all of these paid ads work is having a sales rep. Having an appointment setter that's contacting all of the leads that are coming in through your funnel. Like I just showed you the paid ads that we're running right now, where we're getting $9 leads. We're running Facebook lead form ads. So the leads that we're generating, like, you know, just in a couple of days, we've already generated 32 leads, 32 people that are reaching out to us, interested in working within our agency. And our appointment setter is going to be following with all of those. There's about 5 to 7 of those that have gone through after submitting the lead form and have booked in a call with us directly. But if we didn't have an appointment setter calling up all of the other leads, then we'd miss out on like 70 to 80% of the calls that we can get booked. And so that is the secret source of getting of being very, very profitable with paid ads on social media is you run Facebook lead form ads that's promoting your offer on the front end. Then you redirect people to a video sales letter. That video sales letter gives people a call to action to schedule in a call. some of the people will book in a call. Then you have an appointment setter following up with all the leads and doing appointment confirmations with the people that do book in a call. And then you end up getting down to that, $30+ cost per call booked. That's how you do it in a nutshell. So where did my doc go? So because we're coming up to the end of the time slot, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to cover, and we do have to move over to jumping on the session with the VIPs for Q&A. But before we jump off, we can spend like 5 to 10 minutes running through some questions right now for everyone that's on, before we move over to the call with the VIPs. So before we wrap up, is there anything that anyone wants to run through right now, and any specific questions that you've got about your sales process, executing on any of those strategies? Let me know. Just pop it in the chat. If not, all good. Nicola, you said, quick question from yesterday, when we run ads for real estate agents, either ebook or home valuation, what are the funnels on the back end that you run? So we do home valuations on the front end and then a video sales letter on the back end, which is quite identical to our own video sales letter funnel. And then we also run retargeting ads directly to the video sales letter. So an example of what one of those funnels looks like for one of our real estate clients is like this, where it's a simple funnel format, just branded to, like, we add their logo, we add their branding colors, and then we give them a script for the video sales letter and a slideshow presentation template. And then after the Facebook lead form, on a lead form, you've obviously got like an option to add a link for a redirect. So once someone submits an inquiry on a Facebook lead form, we've got their name, phone number, email, property address, and then the time frame that they intend to sell. Then on the lead form, it says, thank you, so-and-so, you've unlocked the free training, how to sell your home fast up to top dollar, and stress-free in the current market for X location homeowners. Click learn more below to unlock the free training. And then this is like a 10 to 15 minute video that is similar to the content that you would put in like a free home seller's guide or an ebook, but in video format where they can cover some case studies, similar to just a standard video sales letter format. And then on here, we can have some simple copy, some frequently asked questions. You can embed their Google reviews, and then add a booking calendar where they can schedule in on-site appraisals. And so that's where we send people to on the back end. We don't do this for all of our clients. We've got like a cheaper tier of our service where we're just doing paid ads and lead gen, but we've got a higher tier version of our service where we build out custom landing page, build the video sales letter, run retargeting ads, and do all of that. Cool. Let me know if there's anything else anyone wants to touch on before we wrap up. Sounds like everyone's good. Awesome, guys. Cool. Well, we're going to move on to jumping onto the VIP call. If you're one of the VIPs, then stay tuned in the group chat, and I'll post that link as soon as we're ready to jump on in about 5 minutes, and then we'll go from there. Thanks for everyone who showed up to the call today. Hope you guys got a ton of value. And if you've got any follow-up questions whatsoever, just make sure to be engaged in the community, posting questions in there. I'm always in there every single day answering questions if you need it. And then from next week on, we're going to be starting up a free weekly live call as well, where I'm going to be doing live sessions where it's more just like general Q&As and engaging with you guys in the group as well. So and we've obviously got tomorrow's session as well. We're going to be doing a deep dive into more of the service delivery and building out your team stuff as well. Awesome, guys. See everyone tomorrow, and see you guys, see the VIPs very, very soon. Peace. Record. Cool. Awesome. So obviously we just kind of did a crash course and ran through a bunch of stuff related to the prospecting and sales process. But on this call, we can dive a bit deeper into the nitty gritty of a few of those topics. So let me know. You can just unmute yourself if you've got any specific questions, but let me know. What's going on, Aaron? Thanks for joining. Let me know just any areas and topics that you're wanting to get more clarity on and do a deeper dive into. Who wants to start out?
Hey, Liam.
How's it going?
Alrighty, man. Again, great info and great content. I
Appreciate it.
actually, yeah, no worries. I actually found myself trying to scroll down the price list on the slides as if I was on a website, you know? I mean, right? Anyway, yeah, great offer. I did register, booked a call to chat with you on that.
Fantastic.
My question here is around the getting commoditized scenario. You know, I mean, you know, I see all of the features that high level has and high level offers and everything else like that. I'm seeing more SaaS being sold and being offered, and you know, agents gravitate into the bells and the whistles and the features and what have you. Okay. Like even just today while we were having our call, something just came across my screen, and there it was, you know, a local agent, you know, coach actually in my marketplace offering AI created you know, Facebook ads without, you know, having to lift a finger, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. And I know his price point. And so, you know, those are some of the things that I'm looking at from the outset and saying, hey, it seems like a lot of agents are gravitating to that type of a model or that type of an offer. And yet I get it, like as you said, you know, how many million realtors? 3 million?
3 million, yeah, 3 million.
Right? You know, and yet there I am overly concerned with a couple of hundred. You know, a guy makes a post, he gets 81 people commenting on his post and what have you, say, yeah, I'm interested, yeah, I'm interested, yeah, I'm interested, yeah, I'm interested. And so where does the traditional or typical lead gen offer, you know, where does it stand in the market from your perspective?
Yeah, so I had the exact same thoughts and concerns like the very first time that I went to run paid ads, and because when you're obviously involved in this space, you're hyper aware and paying attention to competitors and other offers, and then you end up getting an algorithm that your industry is in as well, where you're receiving the ads from other people, from other competitors and other agencies pitching similar offers. And so it can kind of skew your perception of the market and make it seem like everyone's already doing this stuff, like everything's already super saturated, and I need to like completely reinvent the wheel, and you know it's going to be really hard to sell my service if I'm doing something relatively similar to what the rest of the market's doing. And even at the time, like, you know, people would already talk about, oh, the real estate niche is saturated, the real estate niche is saturated. The first time I ran paid ads three years ago. And then straight away, what I realized was that that's just not the case. And when I first started out, I didn't change anything about my offer and wasn't doing anything dramatically different than what I knew what other people were doing. And it was just a simple side effect of the fact that I launched paid ads and was booking in more calls than I'd ever taken before. And just as a side effect of having more call volume, then we were scaling, and it wasn't as much of an issue as we thought it was in the first place. And so that's the first thing that I would say, is that like just in general, it's less of an issue than you think it is. And what the leading indicator is for scaling first is just getting the sales calls booked on the calendar. And so the commoditization issue is a bottleneck for closing clients on the call. It's not a bottleneck for getting people to show up to the sales call in the first place. And so that problem can be solved by just improving your pitch, and improving the execution of your sales script. And so that's like the first thing, is you don't have to be as different as you think you do to hit the numbers that we want to hit and to scale as quickly as you want to. But the way that we create our point of difference in our marketing material and in our pitch is exactly what I was, with the pitch, exactly what I was touching on today, is not selling your service based on a list of deliverables, but selling it based on like outcomes on a timeline is a way to be thinking about it. So like, what outcomes are your deliverables producing, and then associating timelines with those. So, you know, our outcomes are kind of like the activation points in our service. And instead of saying, you know, we're going to run paid ads for you, we're going to optimize them, we're going to build out your creatives, we're going to manage them, and you're going to have an account manager, we're just going to say, we're going to build out done for you client acquisition machine that's going to give you leads every day and appointments every week. If you've got leads every day and appointments every week, you're going to get listings and clients every month. And so that's just like an example of, you know, explaining the outcome of that deliverable as leads every day, appointments every week, clients every month, as opposed to the technical side of how we do, how we're implementing everything. Then there's the concept of creating a unique mechanism with your offer. And so if you're going through the motions of kind of doing an audit of your offer and building it out from scratch, one of the first things that I usually do with my one-on-one clients, which I can show you this resource, is going through a worksheet where we're just doing a kind of a big audit of the market. Obviously, if we're doing this in the real estate niche, I can help you shortcut this process a lot because I already know what offers work very well in the real estate industry. But this is like a big worksheet that I recommend anyone going through kind of before you're writing your scripts for paid ads, before you're creating your video sales letter, before you're finalizing your guarantee, your bonuses, and your offer stack, going through and doing this market analysis and competitor analysis. So we're looking at like, what are the top 3 competitors that are doing the biggest numbers in the space? What's their deliverables, price point, payment terms, bonuses, guarantees, risk reversals? How are your competitors positioning themselves? You know, this is getting closer on like, you know, what are they saying is the point of difference of why I work with them over anyone else? Like, what's their positioning in the market, and see what angle they're taking. Are they making AI their point of difference? Are they making done for you appointment setting their point of difference? Are they making authority in terms of experience in the industry their point of difference? What's their positioning? And you want to be looking for competitors and other marketing agencies that are at a decent level of scale, because obviously the larger the business is and the bigger numbers that they're doing, the more that their strategies are validated. And you don't want to just look at direct competitors. You can look at indirect competitors as well, and agencies in different niches. So an example of a direct competitor versus an indirect competitor. A direct competitor is like another social media marketing agency selling lead gen services. An indirect competitor might be an appointment setting agency where they're offering a service to solve a similar problem just through a different channel where they could potentially, you know, be taking a percentage of the market. They're not trying to sell lead gen, but they're selling appointment setting and prospecting via a different strategy, and you can take things from different people. Or like some of the easiest ways and the simplest ways that I've developed my offers and my marketing angles is by modeling other companies that are at very high levels of scale in other industries, and then translating the winning ingredients of their offer over to my niche. So like one of the first ones that I did was people like Cole Gordon, who he's kind of like, he doesn't have a huge personal brand whatsoever, but you know, a lot of you have probably seen his ads. He's scaled up to over $3 million US a month cash collected. And he scaled up to that in like 2.5 to 3 years. And he used to work with traffic and funnels and sells like a sales training and recruitment offer, helping like agencies, course creators, consultants, some like, you know, even like what's it called, like insurance sales teams, things like that, helping them scale up. And I funnel hacked their ads, and because you can copy someone more closely if you're translating everything over to a different niche. And so because it's going through the process of changing everything to make it relevant to a different industry, it becomes different enough that it doesn't look like you're copying anything closely at all. And so that's one thing that you can do. Then you're looking at like, what's the unique selling points of your competition? What's the unique mechanism that they're portraying? So like, what's their made up method that explains how clients are going from current to desired situation? So when I first started out, I was doing all of my lead gen through Facebook Messenger chatbots. And so that's what I kind of leaned on as my unique mechanism. And I created a whole story around why it was better to convert leads through Messenger chatbots, because, you know, even if people didn't complete the survey all the way, you still had an active conversation there with people to follow up with. it was like a different way of capturing a lead. It looked cool. It was like automation, and it was like this automated thing that was going on people's pages. But like objectively, it wasn't that much of a difference from in terms of tangible results. We're just doing Facebook lead forms, but because we were using that method, that's the thing that we chose to highlight in our marketing material. And so the way that you communicate your offer, like what the reality is in the industry is that there's elements of your service that are there to drive practical results and what just like produce results for your clients. But then what people do is add elements to your fulfillment in your service that most of the reason that they're there is to be a point of difference from a marketing standpoint. And that's just like another example of why your offer is not your service. And so a lot of people are using these AI solutions because it's a buzzword and it sounds cool and it sounds different, but it's not actually the thing that's producing the majority of results for their clients. Like what gets clients most of the results at the end of the day is just getting more leads and starting more conversations with prospects and booking more appointments. Like that's the outcome that actually produces results. Another one is like, if you've ever seen ads from Alex Becker for Hyros, which is the ads tracking platform, his unique mechanism is like this print AI tracking script. He just like calls it that when it's just, it's a software that tracks your ads, and he just called it like this print AI tracking script. Or, when I was running paid ads previously to sell my coaching program, I called my unique mechanism for running the agency Zen model. Or, people that sell strategies for how to scale clients with paid ads might call it a three-step call funnel. And so you want to create a unique mechanism that the way that you're communicating it has enough perceived difference in the market that it sounds different enough that they don't associate it with other things that they've tried before or other things that they've already seen before in the market. And so the most recent one of those that I did was the whole video sales letter strategy. And we started marketing that before we'd actually fulfilled video sales letters for clients. But we just noticed on our sales calls that people kept asking the same questions, and then they had the same reactions once we started answering those questions around what do the ads look like, how are you generating the leads, all these different things. And even though people's beliefs around why they weren't closing weren't accurate, it was still holding us back from closing sales. Because even though like you could create different ads, like one of the things that people that a lot of real estate professionals have resistance around is that they've started to see a lot of other people running similar ads. And so if you show them on a sales call, these are the types of ads we'll be running for you, then they just assume that, you're just going to be doing for me what you're doing for everyone else. So everyone wants to feel special, and everyone wants to feel like they're doing something that they're like early to the game, and that it's new, and that it's something that their competitors aren't doing. And so we introduced the video sales letter to be that thing, because it's something that they haven't seen before, and it ticks all of those boxes. So, and then another thing that you can do is summarize what people are saying in competitors' testimonials, and look for the things that people are saying they really loved about that. They loved about the service, and those are just like good data points of what you can use to include in your marketing material, or just like the things that the market actually values. Then there's a lot here for going through and developing your client and customer avatar, just like these 10 market diagnosis questions. You can analyze previous sales calls. You can go through and answer these questions to figure out what stage of awareness and sophistication your market is at. So this is a pretty comprehensive document. You don't have to do everything in here, but this is like the master strategy of what I've used to analyze the market and figure out how to develop my offers. So I'll drop that in the chat now.
Appreciate that, Liam. One other question, and I think I did drop it in the Instagram chat, but
yeah,
I think yesterday you spoke about the you might have spoken about it as far as onboarding is concerned, and I was going through some of the information in the perfect onboarding process, and in there you mentioned something about a snapshot link for the onboarding funnel, but I didn't see it anywhere in the resources there. I'm not sure if that was something that you still offered, or it's available or not available.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that was my question in the Instagram chat for you.
Yeah, no worries at all. I've got the snapshot that I don't have a snapshot link for that right now, but I can generate one and I'll send it through in the group chat after we jump off the call.
Okay, sweet.
Easy.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Tim.
No worries at all. Awesome. Aaron, you're up next.
Sweet. Rapid fire like yesterday.
Let's do it, man.
Good session again, man. Thank you. You talked about cold calling today. Just wanted to see like what your opinion is on if it's worthwhile to build an outreach team of cold callers, given lead quality is lower than that of leads coming in from paid ads.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what stage of your agency you're at right now, and if it would make sense to trial paid ads or not. Like where are you at roughly revenue wise for the agency at the moment?
About 15K per month.
I'd 100% say get onto paid ads now.
Okay, so don't build an outreach team of cold callers.
No, because you all you need is like one appointment setter at like part-time capacity, calling the leads that are opting in from paid ads, and it's less complex and easier to manage, and the leads will be dramatically higher quality, and you'll have a much higher closing rate. And paid ads is just like the most predictable thing for growing your business. It's like if you want to say, for example, with cold calling, you want to double the amount of calls that you want to book. Like most of the time, one like full-time cold caller can't book the amount of calls necessary to fill up your calendar. If you need to like double your output, you need to hire an entirely new person, train them up from scratch, onboard them, get them on, like make sure they've got enough leads to call. Like most of these CRMs or lists that you can purchase with a long list of leads, a lot of the phone numbers aren't great quality. Sometimes they're not even real numbers. Whereas with paid ads, if you want to double the amount of leads that you're generating and calls that you're booking, you just log into Ads Manager, spend 2 seconds changing the number on your ad, go from $50 a day to $100 a day, and now you've got double the leads coming in. So yeah, like I said on the training, paid ads was like implementing paid ads was by far one of the most pivotal strategies that I implemented in my agency that completely changed the trajectory, and that's why I'm so confident on recommending it to agency owners.
Okay, cool. That kind of answered like 3 of my next questions, so that's cool. Just curious, like I think one of the things I had experienced when I ran paid ads previously to scale, I was told by others, hey, have an offer heavy, mention your offer, like, hey, your listing guarantee or whatever it is in your paid ad, and I would get a super cheap lead cost. And as you mentioned, I think it was yesterday, like you're going to get a ton of leads, but lead quality, you're going to get those guarantee hunters, right? So how do you combat then poor quality leads booking onto your calendar when you run paid ads?
Yeah, good question. So first of all, on your calendar booking link, you can just add certain questions that pre-qualify people to be eligible for your call in the first place. So if I pull up my funnel right now, let me show you. So step 1, the way that we have it set up right now, depending on like the scale of how many leads that you're generating, you can either give people the option to just book in straight away for your sales calls from your funnel, which can be good to start out with because you'll get just more sales calls booked automatically straight away. But we right now only give people the option to schedule in for a 15-minute discovery call, and then our appointment setters are just calling those people over the phone and doing the discovery call, and then sending them through to us. And so on the calendar booking link, we're asking them what they're looking for, like done for you, course and coaching, white label services, asking them how they describe themselves, they're an individual agent, team leader, broker, owner, buyer's agent, marketer, how much they're currently spending on digital marketing, what their current annual GCI is, and how they found us. So we're qualifying them basically on just like their current financial situation, and then based on what they're looking for. That's like, you know, just simple basic step one of qualifying them a little bit. And then the appointment setter does all the rest of the qualification, where they are confirming all of the appointments, and anyone that comes through that books in directly on the calendar that looks like it might not be a qualified call, then the appointment setter reaches out to them to confirm the appointment, and cancel them if they're an unqualified call. So your appointment setter is kind of like the gatekeeper and the filter to avoid any unqualified people going through. And you just have like a checklist and a simple criteria with who is qualified, who is unqualified, and the questions that you're asking in your discovery call align with that and are disqualifying or qualifying people based on that. So that's like the practical side of how you avoid poor quality calls coming through paid ads. However, you do have to balance that with your marketing material and your messaging on the front end, because that affects your lead quality to begin with. Because if you have ads that are just trying to get the cheapest leads, then you might have a ton of crappy leads coming through and a low conversion rate from leads to appointments booked. And so when I first ran paid ads, I went really heavy on just like the offer guarantee type model, and that worked okay. And I still scaled up very, very quickly with that. But then I learned the lesson the hard way that we ended up attracting a lot of non-ideal clients and had refund scenarios and had scenarios where clients were just difficult to deal with, and it scaled up too quickly. And now our ads are a lot more just like, we don't include any guarantees in any of our ads, and it's just like direct value based, and the call to action is about a free case study video. So there's like two formats of ads and VSLs you can run. There's like an indirect VSL and a direct VSL. So a direct VSL is where you're just going like, you're just promoting the offer, and you're being direct about your offer, and you're telling people in the ad, this is my offer, go watch the next video. The video sales letter is all about your offer, and it's just like, it's a shorter VSL, and it's booking a call. So it's like, you know, this is my offer, go watch this video about how we can help you achieve this result. This is the offer, booking a call. Then an indirect VSL is where your ad and your video sales letter is more about a free training or a free case study video. And so that's what I'm doing right now, where it's like, you know, and I can just show you an example of an ad that we're running right now, where the call to action at the end is like, you know, we just put together a free case study video showing you exactly how we can help you achieve XYZ. I'd love for you to check it out. Click the link below, and we'll send it straight to your inbox, or you can watch it instantly. And so all of the ads that I'm running right now don't have any guarantees in them, and they perform better and get cheaper leads than the guarantee ads, which is crazy. And I think that's just a result of the market sentiment being oversaturated and sick of seeing all the guarantee ads. And so one thing that you kind of have to be doing as a marketer and a business owner is constantly reading the room of the market and kind of being a contrarian and figuring out what the market is sick of hearing and which direction to go in. And things kind of ebb and flow in terms of what the market is leaning more towards. And so, you know, the guarantee based offers have been absolutely thrashed over the past like year and a half, and everyone's been doing them as Hormozi's gotten more popular, and everyone's like $100 million offers and wants to make offers just exactly following Hormozi stuff. And now those have gotten very, very saturated. And so I kind of paid attention to that, and I was like, okay, like everyone's doing these guarantees, everyone's doing these offers. What if I just did the opposite and just did more just direct value-based ads, and being a bit more vague and not over-promising, and just being more direct and genuine. And that worked really, really well. So I'll just show you like one example of an ad so that you can see what I'm talking about. So let's have a look at what's working right now. Hey, real estate agent, can you hear that?
Yeah, funny.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen your ads before.
Yeah, of course. Hey, real estate agent.
Before I knew
have
you
got
were.
one of these? Also got one of these? If you do, listen closely. See, there's a million and one methods being spun out there on how you can get more listings with social media, and a lot of them are great. A lot of them could work for you. However, I want to show you how we've helped literally hundreds of agents unlock a new source of listing acquisition by making one simple shift in their sales and marketing process. My name's Liam Casey, and after over 5 years of helping real estate professionals acquire listings through digital marketing, I've learned that the number one reason agents are stuck on the revenue roller coaster is that they're still cold calling, still door knocking, still doing letterbox drops, relying on referrals, and ultimately being at the mercy of the market. And so after we started adding this one shift to our clients' sales and marketing process, we started seeing some insane results. Agents literally doubling their GCI, agents adding 200K in annual GCI, agents being able to bring on a PA and an associate agent, agents improving their lifestyle because they weren't having to spend as much time manual prospecting. So that's all like the outcome. That's all the outcomes of what they're experiencing that we notice that agents care about. Like they want to bring on a personal assistant, they want to hit these revenue milestones. And agents achieving real financial freedom from their real estate career. So if that sounds interesting to you, I just put together a free 10-minute case study video detailing exactly how you can install this strategy into your sales process and start attracting your dream listings instead of chasing them. See you on the other side. And that ad is obviously, like you can see, there's a lot of editing and a lot of captions and things like that. But before we paid an editor to make a more like highly produced version of the ad, we just test a lot of much more simple versions of those video creatives. And there's a science of how to test creative variations in the right way without having to put too much effort into making a million different videos. Like one of the things that we do, for example, is you create one version of your script for your video ad, and then you film that. You film the body of the ad, which is like, you know, the back, like the last minute of the ad. These ads are usually only a minute 20, a minute 30. And then you just film different, like you can do 5 different hooks for the same video. So it's like the same back end of the minute for the video, but then you just film a different hook for the first 10 to 15 seconds. And because the hook's the thing that impacts the majority of the conversion rate of the ad. And so that's like an easy way where you can straight away have a lot more variation in your videos without having to completely film new ads and have entirely new scripts. And then that gives you insight on like which direction to go in terms of the messaging. And so like from testing a lot of ads, I figured out that the messaging that resonates with a lot of people is like that concept of switching from outbound to inbound. So I kind of played on that a lot, and then I incorporate that in all of the other ads. So I've got a lot of, in the one-on-one program, got a lot of just like winning ad scripts and templates that you can model and play around with, about like 12 different ones that are very evergreen that I've seen work in lots of different industries. But yeah, that's an example of one that's working well right now.
Sweet. Yeah, that's amazing.
Love it.
Just a question, I guess, in relation then to paid ads. I made a note of this actually. I know you mentioned like $600 a week, so 2,400 a month. Is that kind of an arbitrary number, or that's just like, hey, like what's kind of the minimum I guess you should be spending in paid ads to see success?
Yeah, I would say minimum, starting around spending like $40 to $50 a day is what I'd recommend starting with. Yeah,
cool.
And expecting to do that for like at least a month. Potentially not being profitable until like the end of that. Because the first time that you ever really scale paid ads is like going to be the worst they'll ever perform, because you're just testing a bunch of new stuff for the first time, and you might not be getting leads as cheap as you need to straight away. And you might, you're just dialing in the appointment setting process initially. And so the first month that you ever do it, it will be the worst it'll ever perform by default, just because it's the first time you're doing it. And so, but with every agency owner that I've worked with, there hasn't been anyone that has not been profitable within like, there's only been one person I've worked with where it was like just over a month, and then they got like 3 clients in a week because all the leads that they generated were kind of building up, and they just had to do a bit of a promo cycle to get people across the line. But yeah, that's what I'd recommend starting with.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. Actually, one last question.
Sure.
Yesterday I think you mentioned your pricing, and I saw you had a couple of different price points, right? 1,700, up to 2.3K, and that's monthly, right? So my opinion, I know you're a different market than I am. I'm in Canada, you're in Australia. I'm sure there's some similarities, but that seems to be like a premium price point, at least relative to what people are charging in Canada. Do you like, how do you kind of avoid being commoditized though? Second to like Eric's question though, because I mean, it seems like you're offering Facebook ads and it seems like people are doing the same, yet you have a higher price point, right? Like, are you seeing resistance on that price point at all?
No, we're not actually. Like that snapshot of like October when we did our last big client intake, I had a 38% close rate. And we signed eight clients. So, and all I'm doing is exactly what I'm telling you guys is pitching my offer in that structure of like 3 pillars with those metaphors and anecdotes, as opposed to pitching the deliverables straight away. Because like naturally what happens is like you deliver your pitch in that format with those anecdotes and metaphors, and then people have more questions, and then like they get it, they understand what they're getting. But then some people will have more technical questions about, what about this, what about that, and then that's when you can pull up your service structure and you can answer more simple questions directly. But 700 per month for a simple lead gen service is not that expensive compared to what we're doing there at all. Like that same service we used to charge closer to $1,500 per month for, but we made that more of a loss leader to get individual agents in that we know couldn't afford our higher tier service. So all of like what I have found mostly contributes to improving the quality of the calls and making it easier to close clients is the nurturing that we do before the calls, and that the material that we give someone before the calls, and all the pre-selling. So like your video sales letter and your free value and your free content that you give to people before the calls, that is what makes all the difference. Because most people that are running paid ads out there, most people that are scaling agencies, most people just do the bare minimum and they don't offer that much value up front. And so that's like, I've always found it easy to compete and win by not like overcomplicating. I need to create a dramatically different service. I need to have some fancy whiz bang way that I'm communicating my offer. If I just give more value beforehand, before the call, and just like show that I'm an expert and know what I'm talking about and have experience, then people are going to trust you. And so that's more what it's about. It's more, and I think that is the side effect of commoditization. It's not necessarily just commoditization. It's just that you're in a more competitive market, and that creates more doubt in people's minds because there's more noise. And so instead of trying to just create a hugely dramatically different version of your offer, you can just increase your trust and increase your perceived authority as a service provider. And like I said, there's a direct correlation between how much time someone spends consuming your content and how likely they are to buy. So having a good video sales letter and then a good free training for people to watch before sales calls is one of the biggest things that will help with that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks so much.
No worries. Cool. Who's up next? Anyone else that wants to jump on and ask any other questions, just drop a Q in the chat to form the queue. And then we'll jump
I've got just 2 quick questions, if that's all right.
far away. Thanks, Richard.
Well, easy, so good. On the lead form ad, before do you get their details, and then once they've filled it out, that last button sends them to the landing page with the VSL?
Correct.
Awesome. And just, we are in different niches, but what's your approximate cost per call booked from that you sort of aim for?
For which niche you're in?
So agency focusing on like RTOs and higher education.
Okay. Have you run paid ads before?
Not really, no. I'm about to launch. So
Yep.
Just wanting to get at least a rough idea of what I should be aiming around. I do expect it to be different, though, being different industries.
Yeah. And what's the price point of your offer?
Well, at the moment, it was normally, so it's really just Google Ads for them. That's the initial. We do multiple services, but wanted to just silo onto Google Ads initially. So we're just looking at around that sort of 1,000, slightly under 997 sort of pricing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would be wanting to have an offer where you're charging a bit more before running paid ads, because if we're only charging 1,000, that doesn't give us a huge amount of wiggle room for profitability. And a lot of the time, when you're in the early stages of your agency and you're doing a good chunk of the fulfillment, and you've previously been doing all of the prospecting strategies and prospecting yourself and sales efforts to get calls booked on the calendar, then it can kind of skew what you perceive as to be like the real cost to acquire customers. And as soon as you start to scale more, you realize it's expensive to acquire clients at scale, and you feel a lot more justified in increasing your prices. And once you've got a team and you've got, people fulfilling clients, then you feel more justified to increase your prices as well. So I'd be wanting to charge like at least 1,500 per month, and have 3-month contracts. And then like $80 to $100 cost per call booked would be like the max that I'd be wanting to aim for. And even then, like, you can still be very, very, very profitable. Inside, I'm not sure if you've watched, Hermosi has that free course for $100 million leads, and he's got like two modules in there specifically for paid ads, which break down really, really well how to be thinking about like how much to spend, like setting those KPIs, what those targets are. And so I'd recommend checking that out, because that's a really, really good, really good.
Awesome. I'll go do that. Thank you very much.
Great. No worries.
Cheers.
Lisa, you've got a question. How can I help?
Hey, Liam, just a couple of questions here. And so our main outbound or acquisition right now is just cold calling. So we have a dedicated cold caller to, of course, like help us with like booking appointments and stuff. But the thing is, I remember you mentioning yesterday or the day before about doing really a trial as like an outbound strategy or cold calling strategy. I guess like I've done this on the buyer side before, where we were actually directly booking like phone appointments through our AI, but we don't have AI on the seller side. And so I guess like my question is, number one is, how have you actually positioned the trial for the sellers campaign as your outbound strategy? Like, are you positioning as just appointments or just like leads and opportunities?
Appointments. Because I feel like the closer the outcome is to the true dream outcome of your client avatar, the more impactful the offer is. And so, if someone reached out to me and said, hey, like, we're going to build you an appointment setting system that's going to get 5 to 10 sales calls in your calendar in the next 10 days, and it's usually $2,000 to get it set up, but we're doing it for free for the next 5 clients because we're in beta of a new offer. Let me know if you're interested. Like, I would pay attention to that and be interested in it a lot more if someone is in my DM saying, hey, like, there's just always people reaching out, just talking about appointments in general, but saying that it's free and then like, attaching a value to what it would usually be to get that built out is the best way to do it. And then positioning it as like we're doing it because it's a beta and there's limited spots. That's how I'd focus on the positioning. So you've got like scarcity, you've got urgency. So you want to say it's like ending during this time frame, and like having a reason why you're doing it as well. So it's really, really simple. Like that's all you really need to do is just, what's the outcome? Appointments. How much would it usually be? It's free. We're doing a beta program. How many people can get it? What's the time frame before you're going to be closing it down? And that can be what you're talking about in your cold messages or your cold call script.
Yeah, but then you're getting the agents or the realtors to, of course, still book the leads into appointments, but in the marketing level, you're okay. But you're probably walking them through how to book those appointments and giving them the necessary resources, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Awesome. And then my other question is, what is for the calls that didn't close, right? Like, what post demo assets are you actually sending out to prospects that, of course, like need more nurturing, or they're kind of like the deal is pending, etc.?
Yeah, good question. There's not too many like specific trainings or specific things that we send over to people. Usually it's just like we honestly don't have anything that's templated out, but there's some things that are generally similar that we do for pending deals, and it's mostly just like trying to hear back from them and creating some urgency for them to make a decision. What we do, which is way better than trying to just like have things in place to send over to people after it's a pending deal and some version of it, I need to think about an objection, is anytime you're leaving a call, where you're ending a call where there's not a decision being made, but it's not a no and it's a pending deal, then getting the prospect to commit to a time that you'll be calling them back to make a decision. So let's say like at the end of the call, you've done all your objection handling, like, yeah, like that's completely fine. I still need to think about it. Just want to run the numbers and make sure it's going to be a good fit. Then, and you tried everything, like, okay, no worries at all, prospect, totally fine, completely understand. You want to have a bit more of a think about it to make a decision. Let's do this just to make sure that we, don't avoid any unnecessary back and forth. And in real estate, you could be like, you're in sales as well. I'm sure you know how annoying it can be when you get ghosted by prospects or having to go back and forth over email. Let's just like lock in a time on the calendar right now where I'll give you a call back, where we can make a decision to see which direction we're going in. Is that fair enough? And then get them to agree to a time where you're just going to be calling them back to see which direction they're going in, and asking them, is there anything else that I could send you over in the meantime that would be helpful for you while you have a think about it and make a decision, whether or not it's more case studies, whether or not it's examples of something, and then usually you try and set that follow-up call as soon into the future as possible, so you're not leaving it too long. And then in the meantime, you just give them whatever you can based on what they were wanting to see in order to make a decision. So that's the simplest and best thing that you can do, because at scale, once you start booking a lot more calls, it can just get really messy trying to follow up with everyone on the back end for pending deals, and it's better just to have like a decision conversation lined up on the calendar for a few days out after the call. That way, you've got a time that they've committed to. You can just give them a call and say, hey, so it's been a couple of days, sent over that stuff. What are you thinking? Where do you want to go from here? That's what I recommend doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Perfect. And then going back to the 10-day trial, do you recommend $500 or more?
500
for the ad spend. 500. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's obviously not an exact science, but it's just a number that we started with initially, and it's good and it works. Like the minimum that we would usually spend for like an individual agent over a full month would be $750, because that's $25 a day. And then if you're obviously 10 days is a third of the month. So if you're spending the majority of the budget that you'd usually spend in a month in 10 days, then you're just like condensing the time that you're spending that money, and you're going to get a lot more, because like spending $500 a day over 10 days is obviously $50 a day, which can be double what an agent would usually be spending if they were just starting out. So they're going to get a lot more leads at a higher frequency in a shorter time frame, which will give them more confidence in the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much.
No worries at all. Anything else?
Yeah, that's it for now. Thanks.
Easy. No worries. Mo, you're up next. How can I help, man?
Hey man, also by the way, insane call today, like so much value. And also I apologize for the background noise if it's a little loud. I wanted to ask, I want to ask, like, what do you normally do as a time frame for like your agency when you sell to people? Are you doing 3-month contracts to start, then 6 months, or do you go 6 months right after that?
I'm doing 6 months now, but we're doing 3 months most of the time. We're pretty much only doing 6 months now, just because we can afford to be more picky with who we know we want to work with. And like the people that it just creates more of a barrier to entry for people to become a client, and the type of clients that are willing to come in for a longer term commitment straight away, they're a way better type of client to work with, because they're going into it with more of a long-term mindset, which is required to get results in the real estate niche. Lowering that barrier to entry just means that yes, you'll get more sales, but retention will be lower, average client value will be lower. But we only do that now because we've got a lot more confidence in our sales process, and know that we can still close at a really high rate with that. We did that the first time simply just because the first closer that I hired wanted to have a version of our service where they had the option to collect a lot more cash up front. So we started doing that paid in full strategy where we would offer them like 6 months, months to month, or 6 months paid in full, and you get X amount discount. And once we started doing that, it just started working surprisingly well. And I didn't think that I thought it would be so much harder to close people in 6 months, but it actually wasn't. And then once we started doing the painful thing, we're getting these, 7, 8K painfuls every now and then. And it was just working so well. So we just continued to do it. And it kind of caught us off guard, and something that we weren't expecting to work as well, but it just did. So it's something that you could split test in your sales process, because obviously if you're signing someone for up to 6 months, you're just dramatically increasing your average client value that you've got banked on the front end. But 3 months is pretty standard and is what most people do.
Okay, got you. Would you recommend, like when you're kind of in starting phases, like you have a couple case studies to stick with 3-4 month programs, just to keep stacking on social proof?
Yeah, I'd stick with 3 months, just because it's less risk. It's less risk for people. Because what you're affecting, like if you kind of refer back to the value equation, in Hormozi's strategy, you've got like the perceived likelihood of achievement and the effort and sacrifice. The more that you decrease the time frame of the commitment, it's less effort and sacrifice for them, because they're not sacrificing as much cash, and they're not taking on as much of a bigger risk, and then that increases the value of the offer. Same with the perceived likelihood of achievement. If they are feeling like they're going to get a result in a shorter time frame, they feel like it's more valuable, and they're more likely to convert. So yeah, 3 months, 90 days is a good time frame to start out with.
Okay, got you. And can you talk a little bit about your experience when you first started running paid ads? Like, how much did you put into it before you really cracked it and started getting the like $9, $10 CPL?
I didn't start getting a $9 cost per lead until about like a year and a half later. Just because when I first was running paid ads, we were getting like $30 cost per leads, and we thought that was good, because it is, like, it's actually fine. Like, the fact that we're getting a $9 cost per lead right now is just like a bit of an anomaly, and it's just because we've been doing it for quite a while and really, really optimized things. But you can still be profitable with, like, for the first year and a half of running paid ads, I was getting $30, $35 cost per leads. We were still getting $60, $80 cost per call books, still very, very profitable. And so first time I ran paid ads, I like the exact, I guess, roadmap of the way that I would be doing it is launch paid ads for the first time. You start testing some like still image creatives and some video creatives. You got your video sales that are running. You want people to have the option to book in a call directly on your calendar, so that every single call book doesn't have to go through an appointment setter. And then you start out personally doing the appointment setting calls, because you would never want to hire an appointment setter without you having first an experience of executing on the script and knowing what works and doesn't work with your own leads, with your own offer. And you only need to do that for about 2 to 3 weeks. So I turned on paid ads, leads started coming in, and I just started booking my own appointments. I did that for the first 2 to 3 weeks and just refined the script a little bit, figured out how I wanted to change the script to align more with my offer, figured out, a general baseline of what the conversion rate should be from leads to appointments. And then I got my first appointment setter on board. And then I just hired them through, I did some posts in Facebook groups. I put some Instagram stories up and boosted an Instagram story with a DM me setter call to action, did a bunch of interviewed someone, and then hired the first appointment setter I thought was going to be a good fit. They didn't have any experience in the online space, but they'd done some door-to-door sales with solar and security systems. That they seemed like they were going to be pretty good. And they ended up being a really, really good appointment setter, and ended up going on to be my first closer as well. And I transitioned them into closing. But for the first month and I think for the first 2 months, they just stayed doing full-time setting, and I just had my calendar filled up every single week, just taking more sales calls than I was taking. Then we slowly transitioned him over to taking some sales calls as well. So I first started out having him just sit in on the sales calls and listening in, then had him start taking calls while me still on the call, so that I could jump in and answer questions that he couldn't answer. Then had him taking calls with me on the call still, but not jumping in. Then he started taking calls himself. So it's kind of like a 4-week ramp up of him listening to my calls, me being on calls for support, me being on calls just listening in, and then him completely taking over. And that took all up about like 3 to 4 months from never running paid ads to having paid ads running and someone closing for me.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that was super helpful. Can I ask one last question if you don't mind?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah. So, the like pre-call emails you sending to warm them up, like what's your schedule like with that? And are you just sending like YouTube videos on how to do everything in the PSL? Or like how does that look like for you?
Is this once someone's become a client?
No. So like once they book in a call with you or your team, like those emails you send to warm them up.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're putting people in a group chat, either over text or in WhatsApp. And then we're just having like a dedicated free training video that is like the main one that we send everyone back to, which is just kind of like a behind the scenes, just like direct explanation of our service and our strategy in the back end, and just kind of just a lot more in depth and practical of just answering all the questions that we know that our clients keep asking on sales calls. And I'm actually in the middle of putting together an updated one right now. So as soon as I've created the next version of it, I'll share it with you guys and send it over, because yeah, it's been working so well. So it's essentially just one. It's just like one video. So like what I got this from was like I mentioned on the last call, from Iman Gadzi's sales manager. Like what they do before all of their sales calls is they put the prospect in a group chat, and then they have like one main homework video, which is just like a breakdown of everything that's inside of Educate and everything that's inside of the course program, just like showing some of the modules, showing some of the resources, showing how the weekly calls work, and just like pre-handling most of the objections that usually come up on sales calls. And so when they said that once they started doing that, their show up rate increased by like 15%, closing rate increased by about 10%. And when you're at scale, like increasing by 10-15% moves the needle a lot. So yeah, we're building a new one out like this week and next week.
So that's it? Are you just sending like the one group chat and like the free training, like nothing else on top of that?
Then a personalized video as well. So you'll send through just like a quick video of yourself, which you say the same thing for every person, but just change the name. Or it'd be like, hey John, looking forward to our call tomorrow at this time. Only thing I need you to do before the call is just make sure for your homework you check out this video. It's super important so that we're showing up for the call knowing already what we do. You can come prepared with some good questions, and you can see behind the scenes of how our service and how our system actually works. So just make sure that you watch that before the call. If you haven't watched it yet, we'll have to cancel. The call it's like exact phrase that we use, but we usually say some version of that we'll have to reschedule or cancel the call if they haven't watched that video, and we make that a requirement for people to be taking the calls.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, man.
No worries. Awesome. Anyone else have any last questions? Anything they want to touch on, either from follow up from yesterday's training or anything about the sales process and closing clients or booking calls? Not all good.
Yes.
Aaron, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to think of what it was. So
No, sure.
just a quick question. When your appointment setters get that 15-minute call then they're booking into the sales call, right? Oftentimes pricing comes up on that 15-minute call. How do you handle, hey Liam, what's the price of your guys' solution when you get that on the 15-minute call?
Yeah, good question. So I will pull up our script. So we handle that objection with some version of this objection handle, where we say, yeah, like completely understand you want to know how much this is worth. What we do is not a one size fit approach at all, in the same way that there's some listings or vendors that you wouldn't want to work with. The last thing that we want to do is present you something that you don't need or waste your time on a call if we don't think we can get you results in the first place. That's why we have these application calls. So I'd like to run through a few questions before we like to run through a few questions so we can get that clarity first. So if someone's like directly, that's also applies if someone's asking just like any other questions about the service and trying to just like derail the conversation, and people call it question death loop, where if you answer one question, they just keep asking more, and then you just completely gone off the train of the conversation. And so usually what we'll say is, say someone goes, yeah, like, how much does your system cost? What we usually say is, we've got services that range from 700 per month all the way up to $5,000 per month. It's not a one size fits all approach at all, and completely depends on how much you're wanting to scale and what type of client you are. We work with individual agents all the way up to team leaders and broker owners. We're going to break down pricing on the demo call, but this call is just to see if that next call would even make sense in the first place. Last thing we want to do is waste 45 minutes to an hour of your time pitching something that you don't need. So assuming that you like our system and it's something that makes sense for you, would $700 or like $1,100 per month to implement it be an investment that you're willing and able to work with? And so we're like tying down that objection and just saying, assuming that you see the value in our system and you like what we're doing, is that investment you'd be willing and able to work with? But we're going to give you like exact pricing on the demo call, so that we've set the frame, realigned them, satisfied. We've given some range of a price, we've satisfied it, and then we're saying, on the lowest end, would the lowest price to work with us be an investment that you're willing and able to work with? So then we're qualifying them out to know that at least, are they worth a call at all? Because if they can't, if you drop your cheapest price and they can't afford that and they're not even considering it, then you don't even want to have a call with them in the first place. So you don't need to like guard your price whatsoever, but you can drop the price range and then ask them if your cheapest price point is an investment that they're willing and able to work with, assuming that they see the value.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Cool.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
No worries.
I guess beyond that,
yeah.
Beyond that, you probably have those questions in terms of what you ask on that 15-minute call though on that doc, hey?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. Did you link that by the way already, or is that just going to be in the school group?
That should be in the school group. I haven't uploaded that yet, because that's
okay.
This is like a version of our most recent script, but yeah, that's something I can add for sure.
Sweet. Thank you.
Easy. No worries at all. Awesome, guys. Anyone else have any last questions before we wrap up?
Yeah. Hey, Liam, just a few things that came up. So you mentioned earlier, like you have like a $700 per month, like package or whatever. I guess like exactly, you mentioned that like it's a basic package, right? So what exactly are your deliverables other than just, typical lead gen?
Pretty much just is typical lead gen and a go high level sub account.
What about like checking calls and support calls and all those things?
No, we're doing pretty much no support. Like no support in terms of the more comprehensive support that we do with our higher tier clients is we have like a dedicated group chat or a dedicated support channel, whether or not that's like WhatsApp group chat or like text group chat or something like that. And then we're sending out to them, their weekly updates. We're having those monthly check-in calls where we're reaching out to them and putting effort into building more of a relationship with them and checking with them. With those lower tier clients, we're not doing monthly check-in calls. We're just answering their questions when they come through, and we're just doing leads and nothing else.
Okay. Okay. And then because we're still below like 30K per month right now. And because I think you mentioned this on day one, like to not have too many tier packages when you're below 30K. So how would you still recommend pitching like a $700 package, and then like a middle tier or higher tier for like $1,000 or $1,500 a month type of thing? I guess like what like how would you like what do you suggest?
Well, I would only because launching a new service is a relatively, time intensive thing to implement into your agency, and it can throw a little bit of a spanner in the works in your sales process. So I would be wanting to first identify what is the true bottleneck and constraint in the business right now. Is it that where our closing rate is suffering because we're losing clients because of our offer and our service offering, and we're missing out on closing people that aren't financially qualified for our current service and we could be downselling them? Or are we losing people because we're not offering something right now that we could be having a higher tier service, and we're losing clients to people that are offering that thing? You want to have clarity that it's one of those things that's actually the biggest bottleneck right now, because a lot of the time you just need to be booking more calls and slightly improving your script, and you don't necessarily need to add different service tiers to scale. So I would, if you're doing everything through cold calling right now and you're under 30K per month, like probably the highest leverage thing to do initially first would be launch paid ads, start scaling that up, increase the quality of your calls and your prospects, keep selling your current offer, then get a baseline for your conversion rate on sales calls. And then once you've got that dialed in, then look at launching another version of your service.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because we are losing because a lot of our calls are booked through cold calling. Like some of the intent and some of the people that we chatted with, like they literally just don't have the funds, or like they're scared of the market, or they're looking for like a pay close option.
Yeah.
Even after we pitched them, I was like, no, we can't do that, obviously, for many reasons. But so basically, the $700 per month you would recommend as like a potential downsell, right? Even on a cold call, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we don't try and downsell people. We pre-qualify people before the call, knowing which version of our service we're going to pitch them, and like our appointment setters have clear criteria on who's eligible for different tiers of our service. And in the notes that our appointment setters leave, going into the sales calls, myself and our closers know which version of the tiers we're going to be pitching.
I see. And then do you have like separate presentations for that?
No.
For different tiers? Oh, okay.
No, it's the same. Like the only thing that changes is like in that slide that I showed you that has the different deliverables under those different price points. When we're dropping the price, we're just showing them that one and explaining why we recommended that one.
I see. Okay. Yeah. And then what are you like charging now, I guess, on like a 6-month minimum as your new offering, I guess, or your new minimum now?
Yeah, 1,800 per month plus GST, or 8K paid in full.
I see. Okay. Okay. And then that includes, I guess, like the VSL strategy, like your top tier service, right?
Yeah, that's our middle tier service. We've got a higher one than that when we're working with like agency owners and we're doing just sold campaigns and the budget's higher and it's a bigger team. But that's the main offer that we're selling to individual agents. Yeah.
Okay. And then on the VSL, just curious, like what percentage of your clients actually do complete the VSL?
Probably like 70%.
And is that part of the stipulation in your like services agreement?
Yeah, absolutely. So like when we first rolled it out and we were just figuring out how to actually fulfill it, it was a little bit messy and we didn't have much systems in place for making sure that clients would actually do it. But now, since we've made some changes over the past 4 to 5 months, all of our clients get the video sales that are made. And essentially the main thing that we changed was on our onboarding calls, we just introduce the steps for making the video sales letter, and then we schedule in a follow-up call for reviewing their video sales letter on the onboarding call. That way there's like a deadline and a call that they're accountable to, knowing that it has to be done by this date, or at least there's a call that we're jumping on to check in about it. We're giving them feedback and helping them with getting it done. Whereas before we were just we had like everything in a content portal. We tell them that they needed to do it, and it would take them you know, we had some clients who took months to get it done. Because it is relatively time consuming, and it's if they've never done it before, it's, you know, learning a new skill and getting in front of camera and things like that. Yeah, now all of our clients are doing it because we've got things really dialed in.
Yeah, and you have obviously like a template for them to follow if you have to
Yeah.
customize certain sections. And
Yeah, so we just created
they just follow that, right?
Yeah, we just created a slideshow presentation template, and then I filmed an example of me making an example video sales letter. And then we give them like the script template, and then like a walkthrough of me editing the slideshow template and the script, and then we just get them to film it on Loom. So it's super simple, and yeah, that's it. Then we set up the funnel for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really valuable. Yeah, thank you again for everything.
No worries
this
at all.
past couple of days or few days.
Appreciate it. Awesome.
Hey,
Cool,
just a follow-up question on that, if I may. Sorry,
Yeah.
it came up. Good line of questioning, Lisa. Just out of curiosity, do you track like, hey, I got 3 tiers right now, 1, 2, and 3, low to highest. Do you know what percentage of revenue comes from what tiers?
Mhm.
What does that breakdown look like?
Right now it's like 60% in the middle tier, and then probably like 15% on the lowest tier. And then the rest on the highest tier, about that. But like most of the revenue is from the middle tier.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, man. This is it's a lot to think about.
No worries at all. Awesome, guys. Cool. We'll wrap up there. Really, really appreciate everyone sticking around for day 3. Also as well, for all you VIPs, I dropped that link for the one-on-one coaching in the group chat if you guys are interested. Just I'm looking at my calendar now. I've already had about like 7 or 8 calls booked in. So make sure to get in quick. And if there's no time zones that work for you, just you can private message me and find a time that works. But otherwise, have a good rest of your day. And obviously, we'll see you guys tomorrow. If you want to jump on, we're going to do more of a deep dive into the service of the free side of things and hiring team members and building all that out. But appreciate everyone sticking around. I'll speak to you guys soon.
Thanks,
Peace.
Liam.
Bye. Cool, guys. So welcome to day 4 of the 30K Agency in a Box challenge. So like I already mentioned, today we're going to be covering how to structure your agency like a production line and the importance of that. 2, knowing the correct order to structure your team in. One of the biggest challenges and mistakes that I see so many agency owners making is not hiring certain key team members soon enough, and that being the thing that's just making you the bottleneck in your business, or hiring team members in the wrong order that completely just holds you back from scaling as quickly as you could. And then touching on client retention and maximizing average client value, because there's 2 main ways that you can scale an agency and scale these businesses. Is you can scale vertically or horizontally. Scaling vertically is just by stacking and adding more clients and adding more retainers, which is what most people do. And then scaling vertically, which is making your existing clients worth more, which is increasing your average client value. Average client value is just how much are your clients worth to you on a monthly basis. So make sure you've got your tabs closed. You've got your Google Docs open for notes. You've got pen and paper open. Get the coffees ready. I've got the Red Bull getting started. A bit of ASMR for you in the mic. So let's get straight into it. So also as well, one of the things that I wanted to touch on is that one of the slightly annoying things about giving things away for free is that you realize how much people don't actually take action on and consume the stuff that you give them. And so this course that I've got right here that is inside of the free community, previously I was selling for $4,000 Australian. And this was the program that like the first 1.5 to 2 years that I was doing coaching produced a huge amount of the case studies that you can see on my landing pages and things like that. And so one of the trainings that we're going to be covering today is such a good kind of foundational theory strategy based training on how to be thinking about systemizing your agency. And I bet most of you watching this right now haven't gone through it because it's free. And I just, from my perspective of doing a lot of coaching with entrepreneurs and agency owners and business owners, you just notice that trend time and time again. Because like when you've paid for something, you assign that value to it, and you're in the mindset of wanting to receive value from the thing that you've purchased, and then you actually take action on consuming that stuff. But there's so much content and value that you can be using inside this free resource that I know 99% of agency gurus and people out there aren't giving this high quality stuff away for free. And so the one that we're going to be, when I'm not going to be going through absolutely all of it, but this training right here, systems principle, is really, really good. Then I'm going to be breaking down and going through 2 trainings that are directly from my one-on-one coaching program. I'm not going to be giving these resources away for free because they are exclusive to my one-on-one coaching program, but I'm going to be running through most of the documents so that you can get the main takeaways so that you can apply it to your agency around fulfillment team models and hiring and retaining clients. So let's get right into it. So let me just come to the start of this presentation. So how I want you to be thinking about, you guys can see my screen there. Can you just confirm with me in the chat that my screen's showing properly? Sometimes it plays up. You guys see this? Sweet. Awesome. So what this skill is that we're talking about here is the skill of building systems. So a quote that I love from that book that I recommended the other day, The E-Myth by Michael E. Gerber, or Gerber, however you say it, is let the systems run the business and the people run the systems. It's such a simple but powerful quote. And at the end of the day, what allows you to view a business, you want to view a business as a collection of tasks and processes, and a business is its systems, not the people within it. That's so important, because if your business just comes down to a bunch of people just remembering things and just having a general idea of what they need to be doing, then that's when the business starts to really go off the rails and you have no consistency with your results. And so what we want to be doing is beginning with the end in mind and building a business from the start with how we want it to look in 1 to 3 years from now. And so the best perspective and way that I recommend to be going about building your business is building a business that can be sold. And so I put this book here as well, which is a book that I very, very much highly recommend reading. If you haven't read it already, I've literally read this book 6 times, and it's called Built to Sell. And so this book tells the story it's a fictional story, but it tells the story of an advertising agency owner going through the process of having a business that can't be sold to a business that can be sold. And regardless of if you have the goal or intention to sell your agency, building a business that has the option to be sold is a much better business to own and run, because by default, if a business can be sold, it's dramatically more valuable, and no purchaser or investor of a business wants to buy a job. Therefore, the business has to be at a point where it's automated enough that the business can mostly run itself. And as the founder of the agency and of these businesses, that's the stage that we want to get the business at, where it can mostly run itself. And so the way that you think about building systems and processes within your business is this kind of flow of inputs and outputs. We have processes. So an example of a process might be, on day 2, I broke down that campaign setup SOP, which is an end-to-end document that our VAs use to set up campaigns and launch seller lead gen campaigns for our clients. And so the input is more clients and more run-throughs executing on that process. The output is the results that our campaigns produce for our clients. Then we take the feedback of that and we look at, okay, how accurately did the VA set up the campaigns based on this SOP? What results did that produce? Where is it falling short? And then we're just getting feedback from our clients from the results that we're getting from how well our VAs execute on that campaigns. Then we adjust the process, we improve the process, we add more inputs, and it's just this constant repeating process of iterating and improving the systems within our business. Like all of the SOPs that we have, we're always iterating on them, we're always improving on them, we're always adding things to make sure that our systems are running smoothly. And so the way that you want to be thinking about your business, like I mentioned, is like a production line. And this was like one of the biggest innovations in the Industrial Revolution when Henry Ford he invented the production line for producing the Model T Ford. He reduced the production time of the first cars from 12 hours to 1 hour and 33 minutes. And he was able to do that by creating an assembly line. And so the whole purpose of an assembly line is individual people performing micro simple tasks that contribute to a larger process, and tasks being completed. So instead of a team of people working on one car all at once, you'd have people with dedicated roles only performing and repeating simple tasks like installing doors. And so this allows tasks which don't depend on each other to be done simultaneously. So in the agency space, you can have, one VA launching and setting up your client campaigns, and you can have one VA or you can have like one person setting up and launching their campaigns. You can have another person, setting up the back end of their Go High Level account and building out all of their automations. That's a simple one. Or you can have like one person doing, client reporting and updating your tracking sheets, and you can have another person doing other admin in your business. And so that allows everything to run a lot more smoothly, but also people are so much more productive and they get better at their tasks if they have more of a narrow focus. If they're spread really thin and are doing a huge variety and category of different tasks, then people become a lot less efficient because there's too much context switching. And so a good example of this is obviously McDonald's. Obviously, the average of McDonald's does multi-7 figures a year in revenue. And, we think that us online business owners are cool and on top of the world if we hit 7 figures in our business. But McDonald's has been doing that for decades, just selling greasy burgers and chips that aren't that amazing. But because it's predictable and it's reliable, we come back to it. And so that's why systems are so important, because it produces the same result over and over again. And a bunch of 15 and 16-year-olds run that entire business without much intervention from skilled people whatsoever. And so that's kind of the same way of how we've got virtual assistants on $4 to $8 USD an hour doing a huge amount of the heavy lifting and the grunt work of building out our campaigns. And then we have more skilled people that are managing the VAs underneath them that are more the strategic media buyers. And so most of the time, you're the bottleneck within your business, and you're focusing on way too much. You've got too much shit going on. You're trying to do sales, you're trying to do prospecting, you're trying to build out the strategy for your client fulfillment, you're trying to take sales calls. There's just way too much going on, and you can't do everything. And so one by one, you just want to be taking the tasks that are the simplest and the easiest to outsource and building the SOPs well and moving those over to virtual assistants. And so one of the worst things that you can do initially is just trying to buy help in the form of an A player who solves all the problems. What we want to do is strive to create systems that can that can make anyone produce the results of an A player. Because in order to outsource something perfectly, we must understand it fully to build the tasks that make up the process. So there is a time and a place for this, and you can kind of go too far with this. And in the early stage of my agency, I definitely took this to the extreme too much, and I held myself back from bringing on higher caliber team members when I probably should have brought them on sooner. And so I think really what the best way to do it is initially, like the first things that you should get off your plate with virtual assistants is, if you're currently doing any manual prospecting yourself, straight away get that over to a VA, and you just focus on the high level prospecting tasks. For example, if you're doing outreach on Facebook and Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook groups, have a VA be the person sending all of the initial conversation starter messages and sending all the follow-ups, but you take over the conversations once someone's replying. Or if you're doing cold loom outreach, have a VA do all of the prospecting for finding people's contact information and adding them to your CRM, and then you send the looms and do the follow-up once conversations are started. Or if you're doing cold email outreach, have a VA sending the emails and replying to positive replies, and then you're just taking the discovery calls. Then you can start chipping away at offloading some of the simple tasks related to your client fulfillment, like just editing your ad copy templates for your clients, or customizing your creatives for clients. And then you can build out more complex SOPs like launching campaigns end to end. And then you can have a media buyer doing the decision making for knowing when campaigns need to be optimized. And so what that can do is it can take your team capacity from like one media buyer being able to handle 12 to 15 lead gen clients to one media buyer being able to handle 20 to 30 lead gen clients, which can dramatically improve your profitability. So there's not too much else that I wanted to go through in this training. I just wanted to kind of introduce that concept of the production line. Let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to focus on here. I mean, in general, some other good hacks, just like for your personal productivity, is batching and scheduling. So you want to batch certain categories of tasks on your personal calendar and your team's calendar on certain days on the given day. So batching is like just the act of grouping tasks of the same category or task type in order to avoid mental gear switching and therefore becoming more productive. So it's much better to, have, if you're doing like content, for example, what I do is I have like one day of the week where I focus on content planning and content writing, where I'm just, for like 60% of that day, I'm like writing the next script for my YouTube video, or I'm preparing the resources for the next training video that I make, or the next free resource that I want to put in the school group. And then I'll have another day of the week, which is usually my Mondays, where I just focus on filming and I film all of the content. And it's way easier to batch tasks like that when you only have to think about, okay, I'm not planning the content, filming it, and then uploading it in the same day. Today I'm just planning, and that allows you to get a lot more efficient. So an example is like setting a specific day aside of the week just for sales calls and client meetings, or a day just for client work and Facebook ads, or have a day of the week just for building systems and working the back end of the business. Another thing that I've done for a long time is having periods of having one day of the week dedicated for deep work. And for the longest time, I had my Mondays completely blocked out, where I have one day a week where I know that I'm never going to have any meetings on the calendar, that I can just treat to focus on whatever I want to work on in the business and just have it completely set aside for deep work. I found that was really, really good for my personal productivity. And then scheduling is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward. It's just the act of focusing on today's task only by setting times and dates when future tasks need to be done. This makes sure that we're not burning up mental capacity by thinking about tasks that need completing in the future. So instead of just having like a big ongoing checklist of things that always need to be done, make sure, like, I just use my Google Calendar to time block activities. And that's how I essentially create my to-do list. So instead of just having a to-do list on a piece of paper or in the Notes app on your phone or on your computer, every single to-do you should just create a calendar event for and set the time aside of roughly how much time needs to be spent on that event. And that allows you to just like offload the mental load of that task needing to be done. Because when you put something on the calendar, subconsciously you're like, okay, I've associated it and put the time aside for when that's going to get done, and now I'm not stressing about that thing needing to get done. Because most of the time, stress as a business owner comes from the buildup of tasks and activities that need to be done that you're not doing. And so just from scheduling a task aside, that can just clear your mind a lot and reduce a lot of the stress. So I won't go through too much of these other areas. I'd recommend going through the entire training, because it's just a good thing to watch before you go ahead and start building SOPs into your business. So before we move on over to how you should be assembling your team and the order to assemble your team, is there any questions that anyone has initially just around the basics and the theory behind building systems in your business and how to run it like a production line before we move on? So just drop a Q in the chat if you've got anything you want me to touch on there. No, we'll move on. No worries. Sweet. Cool. So next is fulfillment team models and hiring. So in this training, we essentially just go through the pros and cons of the two main versions of how you can structure a fulfillment team in the agency, which is looking at the difference between digital strategists versus media buyers, breaking down some examples of payment and compensation structures, and then giving you an example of a recruitment workflow of how to find media buyers, because that's one of the biggest challenges. And so one of the things that you realize in these business models, once you get to a high level of scale, is that your role as the founder, a majority of it comes down to hiring, finding, and retaining talent, because good businesses are run and built by good people. And that's all a good business is at the end of the day, is a group of good people that do good work. And so you're not going to have an exceptional agency unless you've got exceptional talent and team members that are really good at getting client results. And there is a turning point where you as the founder can no longer be the bottleneck for developing the strategy for how to get client results and be on the cutting edge of what needs to be done to get clients results. And you're doing your agency and your clients a disservice by thinking that no one can build client strategy better than you, when you're a founder of a business that is wearing 7 different hats and has to focus on your own internal marketing, your own appointment setting, your own client acquisition, handling admin and accounting, and you're doing all these other things in the business. You can't be the bottleneck for developing the strategy for your client results. And so once you've got the basics of product market fit, and you've got the skeleton of a service that we can see has potential to scale, then as quickly as you want to start finding good talent that they are responsible for building out the strategy for how to get client results. That's one of the biggest pieces of advice that I could give. So there's 2 main models of how you can build your fulfillment team. There's either the pod model. So this is where a single team member, who can be referred to as a digital strategist, manages between 5 to 20 clients, depending on the size and scope of your client services. The digital strategist in this model is responsible for all tasks related to client fulfillment, from onboarding, communication, campaign setups, and ongoing reporting. This is the simplest and easiest model to run in the back end because there's less people, there's less moving pieces. And so the positives is that it's simpler operationally compared to having a digital strategist or a media buyer and a client success manager. So you've got like one person on the back end running ads, and you've got one person that's just managing the client relationship, doing the onboarding and doing the client communication. Also, the positive is that you have better client relationships. So what we find is that if you have like media buyers running your clients' ads that are never client facing and never speak to your clients, they never build a relationship with the clients that they're actually fulfilling and working for. And as a result, they have less of an incentive, and the stakes aren't as high for them to do good work for that person. Because if you never speak to someone and you never have a conversation with them and you never talk to them about their goals, you're very detached from the work that you're doing for that person. And so your media buyer doesn't have as much skin in the game or as much motivation or incentive to go the extra mile and do work for that client. Whereas if they're the one that is accountable to be speaking with them, to be answering their questions, to be troubleshooting and solving problems along the way, then they're so much more likely to get better results. That as a result increases client retention. You have stronger execution of strategy, have higher accountability for team members, and you've got less people to manage overall. The negatives is that you have less client capacity per team member, which can create issues with scaling, because if you need to hire a completely new person to handle your next batch of 15 to 20 clients, then that can create some lag from, depending on how quickly you're scaling client acquisition with paid ads, that can throw a spanner in the works and cause you to lose momentum if you hit capacity and then you need to hire this new team member. Next is you've got more reliance on key team members. So obviously, if someone leaves, if someone tries to mess you around and, leave and try and steal your clients, if someone gets sick, like you've got a smaller team that you're more reliant on, essentially. Next, it's more likely that, like I said, more likely that your team members could poach your clients, and it's a larger salary per team member, which can sometimes be more risky. Next is the CSM model. So this is where you have a media buyer who's solely responsible for the setup and management of paid media campaigns, however, is not client facing. They don't conduct onboarding calls or check-in calls or handle any client correspondence. However, a client success manager or CSM is an additional team member hired to purely take care of the client onboarding, communication, and managing the client relationship with the client. So you have one CSM and one media buyer, and they can handle about 30 to 50 clients. That's more relevant in like the local business lead gen niche. With ecom clients, you're charging higher retainers and have lower client capacity. Again, like I said, that depends on the size of the clients and the scope of the services. So this is the model that I tried when we had about 50 clients with one media buyer and one CSM and one VA who helped the media buyer, and it didn't work in our situation, and we moved on to the pod model. And so what we found, and what the feedback that I've gotten from other 7-figure agency owners, is that you need a really, really good CSM to make this model work. And so it's annoying because it's way easier to find, like there's so many good media buyers that you can find that are relatively cheap, that are in countries like Bangladesh, like Pakistan, like the Philippines, that are great media buyers. But because a lot of them don't have perfect English, or they're in slightly different time zones, they wouldn't be the type of people that you'd want to be client facing and representing your company and building relationships with clients, simply because of the relationship barrier, and also the fact that most clients want to work with someone that's in their local country and building a relationship with people that way. And so that it's annoying because you can find media buyers that are a lot cheaper, but it doesn't make sense to them to have them client facing. And so the positives is you can have higher client capacity. It's lower salary per team member, so it's more flexible. It's easier to source talent and you can scale more quickly. Negatives is that there's a drop off in client communication, because every single time there is an issue or there's a question that your client has, most of the time your client success manager has to go through the media buyer and ask them questions anyway, because your client success manager isn't as proficient in understanding the details and the technical side of Facebook ads and the service that is being implemented. And so there ends up just being a lot of back and forth between the CSM and the client success manager, the CSM and the media buyer. And that just makes client communication take longer, response times are lower, and lower quality communication for the client as a whole. Strategy is executed more poorly because the media buyer is behind the scenes and they're not ever speaking to clients, not building that relationship, and they're not as accountable. More people to manage, and it's more complex. So I would recommend, the way that I would recommend making the transition is kind of in this order. So like it starts out just you're doing all the work. We've all been here. When I started out, like it was literally just me. I was studying part-time at university, and I got up to about like 12K per month, me doing absolutely everything. I was doing the prospecting, I was doing the sales calls, I was doing the fulfillment, doing it all. So you can get easily there to about 7 to 12K per month, but I'd get a VA on as quickly as possible. Then it's you and a VA. So you are doing everything, but a VA is helping with creatives, ad copy, campaign setups, and reporting. You can get there with 12 to 15 clients and get to 18 to 25K per month pretty easily. And like that VA can be doing, manual prospecting and outreach, and then a bit of client work as well. Like your first VA will be one of the biggest game changers in your business as a whole. And it's such like a simple, I feel like it's pretty common in the space. I don't know if it's something that people don't talk about enough, but it's something that that so many people don't implement soon enough into their agencies. And so inside of the free course underneath systems building, I've got like literally step-by-step training for exactly how to hire VAs, which I'll touch on in a second, is hiring team members video. And so after it's you and a VA, then it's media buyer plus you plus VA. So now you're taking more sales calls, you're doing the onboarding calls and still leading the strategy, but a media buyer does all the campaign setups and ongoing management, and the VA helps the media buyer. This can handle 25 to 30 clients. You can be 35 to 45K. Then you want to move over to a digital strategist. So this is where you hire your first digital strategist and they take over a portfolio of like 5 to 10 clients. And then once things are running smoothly and processes are in place, get them to full capacity and recruit the next digital strategist. So depending on your niche, service type, and existing stage, the phases will vary. If I had to go back in time, I'd get a media buyer ASAP on a per month per client basis while I dialed in the client acquisition. Once sales isn't an issue and I had at least 10 clients, I'd recruit a digital strategist, then scale. So like you can get on like so many agency owners are just like spinning their wheels with trying to perfect their fulfillment strategy, when again, it can be a scenario of the who, not the how. It's like, who do you need to find to solve your client fulfillment strategy, not how can I figure all this out myself? Because there are media buyers out there that already know how to get results for your clients. They already know how to run the ads. They already know the winning creatives. They already know the winning ad copy. They already know how to build the funnels. They already know how to set up the automations. And it's just a matter of knowing how to find these people. And it's completely zero risk to bring on media buyers as a contractor on a per month per client basis, because that you're only paying them for money that you're guaranteed to be making in the business. And if they lose that client, then they lose the retainer and the portion of their fee for managing that client. So that's how I would do it if I had to go back in time and I wanted to scale as quickly as possible. So some clarity on how to structure the compensation. If you're doing a contractor media buyer for an average local business lead gen client, around $200 to $300 USD per month per client. So that's often an overseas contractor. This makes the most sense when you're first outsourcing client fulfillment and don't have enough clients to sustain a media buyer at full capacity. This model isn't scalable long term, and it's just a solution for that stuck in the middle phase before you have enough cash flow to pay a fixed monthly salary and profit margins are where they need to be. Then option 2 for a media buyer, this is when we're hiring an overseas media buyer who's only responsible for campaign setups and ongoing management. However, they're not onboarding clients and not doing ongoing client communication. You can pay a media buyer 2 to 3K USD per month, and they should be able to handle approximately 20 to 25 lead gen clients. Obviously, client capacity will vary depending on the size of the client and scope of services. Then lastly, a digital strategist is going to be more of your experienced career professional that has experience working in another agency or has been a freelancer and is going to be client facing, going to be doing all of your onboarding calls, going to be doing all your client communication. They're responsible for everything. And like an intern junior digital strategist that's going to be part-time, 2,500 to 3K per month AED. A junior digital strategist, this would be someone like straight out of uni. An intern would be someone that's still in uni. So junior would be 3 to 4K. Digital strategist, 4 to 5K. And then above that, senior digital strategist, you're looking at closer to like 8 to 10K per month for higher tier, more whale clients. So example, say you've got 15 lead gen clients at 2K per month. You've got 30K in retainers coming in. One digital strategist managing 15 clients per month. I don't know why that's getting cut off there. So that means 5K out of $30,000 would be 16.77% of your revenue. Therefore, that works out to be 83.3% gross profit margins, which is good. So usually your general rule of thumb is you want to have 20% direct cost to fulfill. So, but whatever you're charging for your services, 20% of what you're charging should be going towards fulfillment is a good general rule of thumb. So finding media buyers is usually the biggest thing that people struggle with. So one, I can give you, I'll drop some practical things that you can do right now to find good media buyers. And then I'll give you some more long-term strategies that you can do as well. Because like in the same way that getting a good sales rep or a good appointment setter can completely change the trajectory of your business, getting a good media buyer can do the same, because a good media buyer will solve your client fulfillment, and you can not stress knowing that you've got someone that is doing good work for your clients and is going to get them results. And so, but finding good team members is not easy, and you want to be thinking about it and treating it in the same way as you think about your client acquisition. And this is like a big mistake that most people make, is that we put so much work and effort into sales and prospecting and booking sales calls, but when it comes to finding our team, we do very, very little in terms of effort to generate the same volume in terms of applications and interviews that we conduct than we do with our client acquisition. In the same way, to find your ideal clients, you have a 25% closing rate, you need to have at least 5 calls to find your ideal client. It's the same with acquiring talent. You've got a very specific criteria for the type of team members that you're looking for. You need to have a bunch of interviews, and it's just like quantity breeds quality. The more applications that you have, the more interviews that you do, the more likely that you are to find quality people. So you just need to have like a few different channels and ways that you can generate applications, and then just do more interviews. And so some of the things that I give away in my one-on-one partnership program is like I give you our internal documents for laying out the roles and responsibilities of a digital strategist. So you give me like an interview script and template. You give me like the contractor agreements, Facebook group recruitment template, the media buyer digital strategist application questions, and then how to set up a recruitment pipeline. So we set up a recruitment pipeline simply inside of Go High Level, where it's in the same way that you would set up a pipeline for managing your sales. where, you know, we create a form for applications come through in the pipeline, and then we're just sorting them based on, you know, application approved, interview scheduled, interview conducted, shortlisted, hired, not hired, all of these different stages. And so usually when we do a round of recruitment, we'll have at least 15 to 20 applications that we'll go through. So for example, this Facebook recruitment template, I'll drop this some extra free value in the chat right now so that you can check it out. And so Facebook groups is one of the best places to find media buyers, and school groups now as well. Like finding school groups that are related to Facebook ads, that are related to media buying, that are related to Go High Level, you're gonna be able to find a lot of good media buyers in there. And I've put here just like an example of a post template that you can use to get people responding, to have people reaching out to you. So there's two main ways that you can generate applications. There's ways like this where you're just like, you know, promoting in different channels. You can put things out in Facebook groups, and then you can put job posts up on job post templates like Seek and Indeed, and you can find some media buyers on places like Upwork. There are some decent media buyers on Upwork. And that will be like, if you're ever wanting to hire a media buyer, if you do all of those things, that will be enough to get a decent amount of applications across the line. Like I would recommend having at least 8 to 10 interviews. And so all you need to do is you can just set up like a Calendly link that you have an application form on, or you can just build out a survey or a form inside of Go High Level that's like your application to become a media buyer. And usually what I'd recommend doing is getting people to send through a Loom video, just breaking down some case studies and sending through a 2-minute video, telling people to explain why they're a good fit for the role, and you just shortlist people for interviews based on that Loom video. And so the long-term strategy for talent acquisition, which is something that people really don't talk about, is company and personal branding. So people talk about, you know, the benefits of personal and company branding all the time from the standpoint of client and customer acquisition, because obviously, you know, the more high quality content that you've got out there, if you're doing cold outreach and prospecting, if you have a good audience there and good quality content that people watch before they schedule sales calls, they're going to be more qualified, they're going to be more motivated to work with you. Same if you're running paid ads. If you're running paid ads, you've got high quality content there that people are watching as they're coming through your funnel, that nurtures more of your leads, and you convert more people. But what people don't talk about as like a valuable side effect of building a personal and or a company brand is how much it affects talent acquisition. And so one of the ways that I know that I was able to scale my agency a lot more quickly than some other people, which was kind of by accident, was when I first started, you know, focusing on content and creating a Facebook group and building a bit more of a personal brand. It made it so much easier to acquire talent. And I, like right now, I consistently have my DMs are full of copywriters that are trying to pitch me copywriting services, appointment setters that are trying to do appointment setting, closers that are trying to join my team for being closers, and media buyers, all off the back of just having not that big of a personal brand. Because good people are attracted to good opportunities. And so if you don't have anything out there that people can find you, and and you don't have anything out there that people can resonate with, or they, you know, you're the type of company or person that they want to work with, then how are you going to attract anyone that has alignment and culture fit with your team and what you want to do? There's like a huge difference between having someone on your team that wants to work with you and your company specifically because it has alignment with them, versus finding someone that's just looking for a job. So I've noticed like the quality of our talent be night and day for if we, you know, put out a job post on Seek and Indeed, and it's people that are actively seeking a job, versus if I put up an Instagram story on my personal Instagram account or on the account for Reliable Leads saying, hey, you know, we're looking for our next junior digital strategist, and they already know our company, they already know what we do, they are already interested in specifically working with us, and there's just so much more culture fit there. And so even if you're not wanting to build a personal brand, building a company brand where you've got, you know, an Instagram account representing your agency and you're putting content out in some degree every now and then, it goes a long way, and it will make scaling your team so much more easier. So let me know if before moving on to client retention, let me know if there's anything you guys want to touch on related to recruitment and assembling your team, and if that kind of made sense of the ideal order to assemble your team in. Chris, you said, would it be possible to do an agency without a personal brand? I just website. Yeah, 100%. So perfect example of an incredible company brand for an agency is Dunk Agency. I'm good friends with Cormac, the founder of Dunk Agency, and I've done a lot of work with him. And they have an exceptional company brand for their agency. They work with some of Australia's biggest ecom brands. So they've got 15,000 followers, and their exact like content cadence and content structure is what I would recommend executing on. And you could just funnel hack that. But they have more of like a traditional agency with an in-person office and a team and everything like that. The reason that I went down the personal branding route is because at the time, like, I had more uncertainty around the long-term vision of what I wanted to be doing, 3 to 5 years from now. And I kind of made the assumption that a personal brand is more nimble and has more longevity. And if I own that audience, like I heard a quote once, like, if you have an audience, you'll always have an income. Whereas if you're building a brand around, a specific angle and niche within your agency, then it's a little bit harder to pivot. And then also company brands are usually just generally slower and harder to grow because, social media exists for that purpose, social, and people want to consume content from other people, not necessarily brands. And so it will be slower to get traction with building a company brand, but it still works and it's still worth doing. And if you have the intention to have a business that can be sold, having a company like a brand like this is really, really good. Cool. Awesome, guys. Let's move over to retaining clients. So first things first, main goal of this training is to save you from having to learn a lot of lessons the hard way, which I have done. There's like some lessons you have to learn the hard way, and you can, people like me, or you can take courses and listen to certain things and think you understand it, but then don't take it that seriously and don't apply it, and then a problem will show up in your business once you've made some progress, and then you'll remember something that I've said on these calls and be like, oh, okay, like that makes sense now. I probably should have listened and done that earlier. So this will help you avoid this will help you avoid learning many lessons the hard way. So also, we're just going to give you some actionable and practical strategies. It's going to maximize your client retention, break down the 3 variables that contribute to client retention, which is results, experience, and the clients, and then how to use an NPS score to track client satisfaction and improve based on data, and using the time to value ratio. Cool. So some quotes that I picked up on that Alex Hormozi was tweeting, which I love, is marketers, your CPM, your cost per impression, your CTR, your CPL, your click-through rates, your cost per leads, your set percentage, your close percentage, your cost per acquisition. But do you know your TTV, your CHS, your NPS, your churn, your activation points, and your CRC? Your TTV is your time to value ratio, which is like how much time does it take your clients to receive the value of your offer. Your CHS is your customer health score. Your NPS is a net promoter score. Your churn rate, what's the exact churn rate within your agency? What's your activation points, the core milestones in your client fulfillment process? What's your customer retention costs? So in the same way, like just like you laugh at a marketer ignorant of the above, it's equally ridiculous to claim an amazing product being ignorant of the below. So we focus so much, and as business owners and as entrepreneurs, we're naturally a lot more inclined to be more involved and interested in the marketing and sales side of things because we're forced to focus on that because that's what drives the business forward. But the things that actually make the business extremely profitable, give it longevity, and allow you to keep clients and increase average client value and client lifetime value is all of these KPIs and these metrics on the back end. And so you need to have systems in place and ways to track these metrics so that you can iterate and improve on the back end of your business, because it is equally, if not more, I would say more important than these metrics on the front end for scaling client acquisition. The next one is that you grow businesses by immense size, not by selling more, but by keeping those that you sell, then adding time. So in the agency space, we're not in the business of just constantly selling and acquiring as many clients as possible and just having a revolving door agency. We're trying to stack clients slow and steady and ascend them and make them worth more and more. So step one for making the improvement for your client fulfillment is just take accountability. The results of your business are entirely your fault. Do not react to poor retention with external blame and rationalization. Ask yourself, why did this happen and how can we prevent it happening in the future? At the end of the day, everything, like the best way to operate and run as a business owner is just take full accountability and responsibility for everything and know that everything is your fault and you have control. You have a chance to make a change and to take action and solve something and improve something in the business. Even if you're in situations and circumstances where something feels like it wasn't your fault, if you have a client, an absolute nightmare client that you feel like is being completely unreasonable and is trying to, have problem solved that you feel like can't be solved and they're out of place, well, you can take responsibility for the fact that maybe you shouldn't have onboarded that client at all in the first place. You need to improve your client qualification process and have a better way to screen out people that are similar to that client. There's a solution for all of these things. So the very first variable for improving client results and improving client retention is first the clients. And so this is kind of counterintuitive, but we touched on this a fair bit in day one, but the problem is that bad clients will be hard to retain. They'll drain you and your team's time and energy, and they'll be the source of negative word of mouth. The solution, step one, auditing who your ideal clients are so that you can filter out bad clients before you ever work with them. Create a clear criteria for who your ideal client avatar is, which is your location that they're in, the business stage, how long they've been in business, their revenue stage, what recent sales they're doing, the personality type, the niche that they're in. Step two, include these criteria as steps in your client acquisition process. For example, communicate the ideal client with your sales team so it's clear. Include questions in your discovery call script that screens for the markers that you're looking for. Include application questions based on the same thing. Include statements in your ads and marketing material. So, if you figure out that in the real estate niche, the best clients that you work with are only clients over a certain, revenue stage in terms of GCI and how much commissions they're doing on a monthly basis, in your ads, you call out real estate professionals doing over 20K per month in GCI. Or, one of the things that we found is that real estate professionals that have more of an entrepreneurial mindset are much better clients to work with because they're more growth orientated. They take more responsibility for the things that are in their control to get results with our system. So we call out, if you're an entrepreneurial and growth, if you're an entrepreneurial real estate professional, we include that in our hook, and we attract people that align with those characteristics. So the problem is attracting bad clients due to not setting modest expectations. Bad clients can be clients that expect results yesterday, take no accountability, and only say yes to a service fee if they can fall back on a guarantee. So the solution is don't fall in the trap of who can make the biggest claim in your marketing and offers. For example, guarantee X ROI or you don't pay. In many niches, this attracts the worst types of clients as they flock to opportunities where they feel their risk is zero and they don't have accountability. They don't take accountability or action. Some other little tips is cheap services attract difficult clients. The more expensive your services are, the easier clients to work with. I'm sure you might have seen those memes before where it's like $50,000 client says, invoice paid, what's next? And then your $500 client is saying some spiel about, hey, I'm not sure if this is going to be a good fit anymore. I'm worried about the sustainability of my business and revenue is not good and I can't afford it. And you haven't done XYZ and you haven't responded to me within 5 minutes, and they have the highest expectations. And so the less sophisticated a B2B client avatar is, the harder they are to work with. So that's like drawing the comparison between a drop shipper or an established e-com brand owner. So, if you took, I don't know what would be a good example of that, but if you took like the difference between the type of person that brand new dropshipper is versus someone that is, already a multi-six-figure e-commerce owner and they're building a business that's a brand and a product that they're actually passionate about and they're treating it more like a serious business, they're completely different types of business owners. So there's like a spectrum of how sophisticated different client avatars. The less sophisticated they are, the harder they are to work with. It's like the same in the education product, the education product space. Like if you're selling a course to like brand new beginner marketing agency owners, they're going to be the hardest people to fulfill and the hardest people to work with, because they're the least sophisticated and they've got the least amount of experience. They're the least invested. They've got the lowest amount of resources to execute on the business model. The same with your agency. If you've got very cheap services, you're catering towards the lower end of that spectrum of your clients. Next is don't trade short-term sales at the expense of long-term brand. So don't accept clients just because they're willing to give you their money, if they're very likely to be difficult clients to fulfill for, because that will just generate bad word of mouth and clog up your team's capacity when you could be fulfilling for a client that's going to produce an exceptional case study. Also know exactly the conditions that have to exist for you to achieve the result that you're selling. This can never be perfect, but we must use and act on all the data that we have available to us. So like I broke down those examples in the e-com niche, how, you want to know the ideal online store conversion rate of your ideal clients, the average order value, what their existing revenue is. Same with local business lead gen clients. You want to know those clear markers of what you're looking for. Next is the client experience. So we've got the clients themselves, then the client experience. So the client experience, the experience a client has while working with your brand is completely independent from the practical implementation on whatever your service, whatever service you're fulfilling for your clients. So the client experience is every touch point that they have with your company. Each touch point can either increase or decrease their likelihood of staying on board as a client. Our client experience affects the degree to which they receive the full amount of value from our product that our product or service has to offer. So a perfect example of this is, say with software, for example, like Go High Level is a software that has a long laundry list of different functionality and things out there that it can do. And a lot of people don't use 90% of it. And so there's other softwares out there like Hyros, for example, which is like an ads tracking software that you use once you're scaling up a fair bit with paid ads, and it can track a lot more accurately the sales and conversion rates and the return on ad spend of your client acquisition ads. And so in the back end of Hyros, it's, at the end of the day, it's just a software, and you could just hypothetically just pay for the software and use it yourself. However, they have like some of the best customer and client support that I've ever experienced on the back end of a software. Like every single person that is a customer of Hyros essentially has like a dedicated account manager that is like your direct line of communication for getting anything solved with using Hyros. That you can jump on a call whenever you want. You've got a direct support channel that you can ask questions. They're very, very responsive. They've got dedicated training videos that show you how to set everything up. And so that experience of using that software and that platform, the value is dramatically increased of the product because of the experience that is created on the back end in terms of how you fulfill clients. So you could have the same fundamental service in terms of what you're implementing and setting up for clients, and they're getting the same results in terms of leads and appointments booked. But if you don't have the experience to back that up, where you're giving them the support necessary to receive the full amount of value, then they're not going to get the same results. And so a client's state of mind and beliefs about your service can directly impact their real ROI and results from your service. So just like, even if you have a messy onboarding process and your, whoever is doing the onboarding call, say that they drop the ball a little bit, they're a bit messy, they show up a little bit late to the call, they don't answer questions very well, they're not super, high energy and motivating, and your new client leaves that call feeling a bit, deflated, a little bit uncertain, and having some second guesses and doubts. All of a sudden, once their campaigns go live and they're starting to have leads coming in, they're most likely not going to prospect the leads that are coming in as aggressively and take it as seriously as they would if they were feeling very confident and positive and motivated about implementing your system and having the campaigns going live. And so the intangibles of your fulfillment and just the mindset of your clients can directly impact how much money they actually make from your service. This is why the client experience is so important. And so some principles of how you can execute on this straight away is a great onboarding experience can improve your client retention by 82%. The more personalized it is, the higher you increase your LTV. Is it easy for your customers? Do any steps frustrate them? How long does it take? And are there consistent delays? That's some things you can be asking yourself. And in the training that we did on day 2, I gave you that resource so that you can model the perfect onboarding process to a T. And so that is a great starting point for building that out. Then, there's your activation points and actions, which we touched on as well. For example, client pays, schedule onboarding call, welcome email with instructions, onboarding funnel with welcome video, salesperson sets clear expectations. Those are things that you want to be doing. And you want to be treating your onboarding process and like the back end of your fulfillment, like you're constantly reselling people about your system. Like just because someone has handed over their credit card doesn't mean that we stop selling. If someone doesn't believe in your process and system, they won't be motivated to take the action on their end, which will contribute to their success. And so your team members on the back end, or you working with your clients right now, you never stop selling to your current clients. You always need to be hyping them up. You want to be kind of acting like a hype man and being the guy that's constantly keeping them motivated and highlighting the positive things and realigning them and getting them hyped up on the strategy that you're implementing for them. So I won't keep going on. There's a bunch more there with dialing your client experience, but don't have time to cover much more. So lastly is obviously the client results. So I think the main takeaway from this is understanding that the practical side of the strategy that you're implementing to just get clients results from a marketing standpoint is only like 30% of what contributes to the overall the overall factors of client retention and client ascension. And the biggest mistake that I see so many agency owners make is when they have problems with client retention and client results, they only focus on the practical marketing things of what's the paid ads strategy that we need to fix, or what's the funnel structure that we need to fix, or should we try YouTube ads? Should we try TikTok ads? Should we try Google ads? When most of the time, the thing that you need to be fixing is actually your client experience and your client results up here. So I actually just realized we've come up to the end of the hour, so we won't be able to go through the rest of this for client results. But like I said, that's honestly the main most important takeaway that I wanted to cover with this is make sure that you're just self-aware of the fact that there's those two other main variables that contribute to your client retention and client results outside of the practical fulfillment. So that is everything, guys, that I wanted to cover for you today. Also, yesterday, before we move on to some quick Q&A, I dropped the details for everyone exclusive to the challenge to be able to register and apply for my one-on-one mentorship program, which is something that I only open once every 6 months. And so I've sent out the link to this to only the VIP members so far, and there's only 15 spots available for it, and I've actually already filled up 6 of the spots now, so there's only 9 left. We've sold out 6 spots in it was only about like 12 hours of launching. And so long story, there's a video here that breaks everything down, but it's 3 months of one-on-one with a bunch of other bonuses and a huge amount of other stuff that we're going to be covering. And for everyone that joins before the 7th of April, you're getting an extra month free of one-on-one, which is valued at about $1,600 US. And we're giving you an exclusive discount if you pay in full as well for that time frame. So I just dropped that link below. Check out the video if it's something you're interested in. Make sure that you're getting quick. And the calls are going to be directly one-on-one with me, because this is very intimate and I only do it once every 4 to 6 months. I don't need a sales rep for this, so you'll be having that call directly with me to ask any questions and get any clarity on to see if it's going to be a good fit for you. So if you're really, really wanting to take your agency serious over the next 6 to 12 months, just book in a call. We can have a conversation either tomorrow or early to mid next week to see if it's going to be a good fit for you. But otherwise, let's move on to like 10, 15 minutes of some rapid fire Q&A for anything that anyone wants to cover to clarify some client fulfillment related questions. And then we'll move over to the Q&A call for all the VIPs. Cool, guys. So if you've got a question, just drop a Q in the chat, and then I'll unmute you and we can cover those quickly. Anyone got anything? If not, we can just wrap up early. Fire away, Chris. Let me unmute you. I think I've got to do it on my end. Oh, you can't mute. Or do you want to type it out? Yeah, go for it. Send it through. If anyone else has any other questions, maybe just type it in the chat and get it in quick so I can rapid fire and go through them before we jump off. So in terms of just balancing lifestyle, I mean, I don't have kids yet, so I can't speak directly from personal experience of juggling and managing my lifestyle. Maybe I can get some advice from you once I have kids over the next few years. Yeah, and how to not obsess over the business. So, I mean, I think in general, what I have found to be a good balance with lifestyle is just having dedicated, non-negotiable structure with your schedule for downtime. And in the same way that you schedule in activities for your business, you schedule in your downtime. Because if you never have any scheduled downtime, then you don't have any allocated time in your schedule where you can give yourself permission to switch off, because your downtime is equally as productive as working on the business, because you need to rest, you need to recharge, you need to give yourself mental clarity, you need to not feel guilty in other areas of your life that you're spending too much time on the business. Obviously, there's going to be seasons and periods of your life where you do sacrifice other areas of your lifestyle so that you can make some big progress in the business, but that's not sustainable long term. And so for me, for like the entire time that I've run a business, I've never worked weekends. Like there's been, there's periods where I do, urgent things every now and then on weekends, but 90% of the time I don't ever work weekends at all, and I completely switch off. And then also I will usually have throughout the week like a hard stop on every single day of, so like 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm never doing any work past those timeframes, regardless of how much stuff needs to be done. That way that I know at the end of every single day, I have time aside where I can 100% mentally switch off and feel satisfied that I've done what I need to do for the day, and I'm not having the day and everything that I've got going on my business kind of carry me into my downtime. So that would probably be the number one thing that I would recommend, is schedule your downtime and have non-negotiable downtime in your weekly schedule. Cool, guys. Before we wrap up, does anyone have any last questions? Anything they wanted to touch on? This is the last day of the challenge. Eric said it comes with fair share of challenges. I work from home and have a small dog that thinks he's a pit bull and barks at the most inconvenient times, but people understand. There you go. Cool. Anything else before we wrap up, guys? Doesn't sound like it. Cool. No worries at all. Well, thanks for everyone who attended live. Hope you guys got a ton of value out of this 4-day challenge. If you haven't checked out yet, or you haven't watched all of the other days of the challenge, make sure that you do, because I've been getting so much insane feedback that everything that I've been including in this challenge has been, better than what they've paid for in a lot of paid coaching programs. And so all of the recordings of each day of the challenge are getting uploaded inside of the classroom, inside of school. And so you just have to come in here. You can see this here, 30K a month agency in a box challenge. And this is something that I'm genuinely going to be charging for after this challenge is over. And we're going to be making people pay for to unlock inside of the school community. And so obviously everyone that has access now, you'll maintain access, but make sure that you genuinely take advantage of everything that's in here. And so the recordings of day 4 today are going to get uploaded by the end of the day today. So thanks everyone who stayed around and tuned in. After this challenge is done as well, we're going to be doing regular weekly live trainings inside of the school group as well. So make sure that you're paying attention to the calendar and keeping engaged in the group. Because one of the things that I want to be doing on a regular basis is like interviewing other seven-figure agency owners and bringing other people in the industry for Q&As and hosting trainings on other specific topics, or just doing Q&As every now and then on a weekly basis. So stay tuned for that as well. But otherwise, hope you got a ton of value out of it, and I'll see you guys in the community. Peace.
Yo,
What's up, Aaron?
into
Hey
the
there.
session.
Absolutely.
What up, Lisa?
Hey,
Everyone's
Aaron, what's going on?
slowly dropping off. You guys are the OGs of this challenge. So obviously today we covered two big topics that super important in the agency model. Obviously, like retaining clients is like one of the main things that I end up helping agency owners solve once they're scaling up a lot, because first we kind of have to only focus on client acquisition, because that's just really what it takes to get to like 30 to 50K per month, and just focusing on marketing and product market fit. And then you solve that, and then you get to a point where you're like, okay, cool, I can get clients whenever I want. And then you're like, okay, now we want to keep them and make sure that they're worth as much as possible to us. And so everything in that document that I was running through is like 90% of what solved it for us is improving the client experience and improving the client and improving the clients that we're hiring in the first place, and then focusing less on iterating and changing the fundamentals of our actual paid ads and fulfillment strategy in the first place. Obviously, like we're completely ignoring that at all, but it's just like there's a time and place for focusing on each of those, and most of the time those other areas are being ignored, and there's not enough being done to filter out the bad clients, only work with good clients, and create a better client experience. So let's just get stuck into it. Who wants to start out with some questions that they've got, either just anything related to the challenge, or specifically with what we covered today related to fulfillment team hiring, talent acquisition, and retaining clients? Aaron, do you want to kick us off? You're unmuted.
Yeah, I always got questions.
What's up, man?
I mean, just one thing actually you touched on right now, just out of curiosity, like, do you know what your client LTV is, just off top?
Yeah, it's hovers around like 22 to 26K.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And that's like how many months in terms of retention for you?
About 12 to 18 months.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I feel like traditionally, I've gotten stuck at like, 3-4 months at times, right? I feel like that's kind of a point, like 3 to 4 months is where, hey, if your client's not getting results, or they haven't gotten their first listing or their buyer transaction, that's a pretty tough sticking point for me, at least. So A, have you experienced that? B, I'm sure you have. So follow-up question, how do you get around that, right? Is it more on the fulfillment side, setting expectations to begin with, or where do you kind of start with that?
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, it's attracting and acquiring clients through your sales process and your marketing that are more likely to retain and stay for longer to begin with. Then it's having longer term contracts. Like, we started selling 6-month contracts and 12-month contracts on the front end. And then while you're working with them, making the goal to ascend them by locking them in and upselling to, like, you're not always trying to upsell people to a more expensive version of your service, but you're just upselling them by locking them into another 12 months. So that's usually the main thing that we're doing with all of our clients, is like we're not like, we sign someone on a 6-month contract and we're not waiting until all the way to the end of that 6 months to try and pitch them a contract extension. What we'll do is once they get their first big win and they get, and they're significantly more than ROI positive, that's when we'll pitch them the extension and try and get them locked in and get them to sign an agreement and a contract to extend for another 12 months from then, and on the basis that we're going to be increasing our price, and you can give them a discount and grandfather in their current pricing. And so doing that is one of the best ways to increase retention. Those are honestly the main things. And then other than that, it's I mean, the main practical things that helped us improve our client results was creating a mini course and a client training portal that educated clients on the main things that they need to focus on for prospecting and appointment setting, and setting expectations correctly with the role that our service plays in their business, and then improving how we built relationship with clients and how we followed up with them on an ongoing basis in the first 3 months. And so using that framework of the activation points is all you really need to do to execute on that. And that creates the perfect structure for you to be focusing on the right things, and just like it just makes it so much easier and more clear when you're fulfilling a service, when your team and yourself know that, okay, we're just trying to get this person to the next activation point. It just creates a lot more alignment, and you'll notice your client results improve dramatically. And so, because if you're like, as soon as we started making like getting their first appointment booked an activation point, then all of a sudden, like because our team was more aware of that, then we started following up with them more frequently in the first 1 to 2 weeks of ads going live, and being like, hey, like, we've gotten you X amount of leads so far. How are you going with the follow-up? Have you booked in an appointment yet? And we're just like, the way that we communicate clients is about the next activation point, which draws their attention to it, which makes them more likely to be focusing on the follow-up and watching the training and booking in calls. So it's just like little things like that all stack up and then and add up to improve client results.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's a good train of thought. So basically, activation points is one thing, mini courses a second thing. I guess just a question in terms of a client success manager and outreach points in between. Like if you onboard somebody, say April 1st, how frequently are you guys typically, or your CSMs, touching base with clients just to maintain contact, if at all, like over the phone, Zooms, and whatnot?
Yeah, so whatever the main communication channel is that you've established, at least like one personalized touch point throughout the week where you're checking in with them more one-on-one, and then we've got that weekly email that's going out every single week, regardless on Fridays. That's just giving them that recommendation and giving them a summary of their results, but at a bare minimum weekly. But our client, a lot of our clients will be, saying something to them most days. Like you kind of have to read the room of how much the client is wanting to communicate. If it's someone that isn't engaging with you very much, then you don't have to go out of your way to be like trying to send them a message every day and just check in at least once a week. But you have some clients that are sending you messages and sending you questions every day. And so our rule of thumb with our team is that every client should have some response to their last message within 24 hours every single day, even if it's like even if it's just telling them that we've seen their message and that we're going to get back to them. That's better than not replying to them at all. So yeah, that's in general how we do it.
Right. And you had mentioned that's through WhatsApp Business typically?
Yeah, WhatsApp or email.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for that train of thought there. I have another question, but Lisa, maybe you can go and then I'll go around the back end.
Too easy. Lisa, how can I
Thanks,
help?
Liam.
No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, just a few questions as well. And so after, I guess, let's say you have your clients on a 3-month minimum, right? Like in terms of your renewals, do you charge them really? Like you mentioned grandfather pricing, right? I guess like what does that look like? Like, is there a percentage? Is it like a 20% or 30% discount type of thing to lock them for like another 6 or 12 months?
Yeah, so we usually only give a discount on paid in fulls, and we say that if they lock in for the next 6 or 12 months, that they're going to keep their current price or whatever the monthly retainer is, and it's not going to be increased by whatever you were planning to increase it to. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can either create some like fake urgency around that, saying like, and people do that all the time. I don't like to do it too often, but people always do promo cycles. They're like, increase, like doubling my price next month. And then you get a lot of people coming in before the price doubles. And so depending on if you're actually planning on doing it or not, like you don't want to do that all the time, but that's like a basis that you can justify on, is saying, because we've been getting so many insane case studies for all of our clients, we're going to be increasing our price in 2 months' time. So if you're wanting to renew for the next 12 months, we'll grandfather in your current price and lock it in for the next 12 months so that that's not going up for you. And we'll even give you a 20% discount if you pay upfront for the next 6 or 12 months, whatever you're doing.
But you still have your clients on at least a minimum 3 months, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I see. Okay. And my other question is regarding your sales calls. So I was briefly skimming through it. I'm going to go back to it later on. I noticed that in your sales calls, the one that you showed in the school group, like you actually don't use presentation slides to go over what you're saying. This is definitely completely, you know, out of what I've learned from like other programs and different from how we've been selling this past year, where we show what the ads look like, we show the CRM, you know, deliverables, the ads manager at times, the landing pages. I'm not sure if you have presentations for your closers now. So yeah, this is kind of like new to me, I guess. So I guess like what was the reason behind like, you know, first not having a presentation deck? And then my second question following up to that, like would it make sense just to have the three pillars in a presentation slide so they can also read alongside, so that way, you know, some realtors are visual learners, right? So they can fully understand and, you know,
Yeah.
or to basically run without one at all.
Yeah, 100%. So I find that when you're doing a pitch based on deliverables like that, then that's when you fall in the trap of being commoditized, because the thing that people are seeing and basing the decision to work with you or not is based on the visuals of these are the ads, this is the CRM, and it's very easy for people to compare that to other things that they've seen, because the ads themselves, you know, are easy to copy and everyone uses Go High Level. And so if that's what you're like, and that's what will stand out to people, and people will get stuck on that, even though it's like objectively false that, you know, that just because, you know, ads might look similar to another agency and you use Go High Level, that disqualifies the fact that your service might be different or you can get great results for them. That's what will stand out for people. And so the way that I'm doing things now is that everything that we would want to put in a pitch and a slide deck like that, in terms of just giving all the information about what is actually included in our program and what we do for clients, we put that into like what you can call a process and thesis video that you send to all of your clients before the sales call. And so you have like a video sales letter funnel on your landing page, which is the thing that's getting sales calls booked in. And then on your thank you page, you have like a process and thesis video, which is like, this is your homework before the call. And you're essentially just pitching your service to people before the call and answering all the questions that, you know, come up and pre-handling all of their objections. That way, like you want, because when I about 8 months ago, we had a closer that dropped off and jumped and left our team and went to another offer, and they were like one of our main closers. And then I stepped back in and got in the trenches and started doing sales, and I was getting really annoyed about like how long our sales calls were taking, and all of our sales calls were taking like, you know, close to the hour mark, and was answering all the same questions over and over again. And it was really night and day between the sales process that I was having in my course and my coaching program. Because I mean, you know, Aaron, you just joined yesterday and we just had a chat for 30, 40 minutes, and we made a sale through crypto, which was pretty cool. And all of the pre-selling is done through the content that I've created beforehand. And when someone's showing up to a sales call, they're mostly pre-sold. And so you want to, and that's following that principle of the more time someone spends consuming your content, the more likely they are to purchase. And so you want your sales calls to be more of like a formality for handling their objections and answering their questions, to just close them and get across the line and not doing too much pitching. You want your pitch and your offer to be communicated with them before the call. And so you just create that video beforehand that you send to them, and you make it a requirement for them to watch that before showing up to the sales call. And we include that in our appointment confirmation process, where we're asking them, like, so our appointment setters confirm all of the appointments on our calendar for the day ahead. And the follow-up that they'll do is like, you know, make sure that you watched our process and thesis video before the call. That's essential for us to have a productive conversation. And we also send over that personalized video before all of the calls as well, and say, you know, I'll send a video message saying, hey, so-and-so, looking forward to our call today at this time. Make sure that you've checked out the video before our call. And that's like the main thing that we're pushing people to consume before they show up. So what I've been doing recently is live on the call, the only presenting that I will do is like a whiteboard presentation where I'm like drawing out the funnel structure and like the diagram of the strategy that we're implementing. And so I got an iPad recently to start doing that, because it's way easier to do with like the Apple Pencil, and you can screen share your iPad on the calls, and that's just like a good kind of pattern interrupt and a point of difference on calls as well. I find it's really engaging, and people like it and resonate with it. But you know, like Zoom just kind of updated their whiteboard feature, and it's kind of like
cool.
Figma now, and you can just like draw on calls, and so I'll be pitching, and I'll just explain, like be drawing the funnel structure as I'm explaining to them how we get results. So like, for example, I'll go, the main tangible outcome that we're trying to drive from our service is scheduling you more on-site appraisals, because that's the most predictable outcome and leading indicator for generating more sales. Because you say, if we're getting you an extra 5 to 8 on-site appraisals minimum on a monthly basis, do you think you'd be confident that you'd be able to close an extra listing per month? Absolutely. Cool. So let's show you how we're going to do that. So step 1, we need to get appraisal inquiries. So we run your appraisal inquiry. And I just like draw like the acronyms. It's like AI, like, so run your appraisal inquiry ads. We've got a team of in-house graphic designers. They're going to make you custom creatives. We're going to run those in 3 of your core farm areas in your market. And those are going to be showing to homeowners in your area every single day. In order to get listings every month, you need leads every single day and new conversations with homeowners. So we're going to run those for you, and you're never going to have to worry about if you've got new leads coming in every single ever again. And then we just like explain the customer journey and just explain, they click a lead form, then they go to your landing page, and then I just explain it as I go. So that's one thing that you can play around with. I'm going to be recording a few, because like we haven't done a client intake for about a month and a half, and I just turned paid ads back on early this week. And my calendar is already filling up for next week. And so I'm going to be doing a bunch of sales calls and getting some fresh recordings of me executing on this sales process. So yeah, for anyone that joins the one-on-one, we'll have a lot of sales call recordings to break down and show you exactly how I'm doing that.
Okay. And then with your process and thesis, like what's kind of like the structure of it though? Like, is it like a direct kind of VSL approach or indirect?
It's not like a VSL at all. I just treated it like a raw, unfiltered presentation of me talking, and I just like thought, what's everything I wish someone knew before a sales call? That's it. And just tell them that.
So it's almost like FAQs kind of, in a way.
Yeah. FAQs,
right.
and like and education based on the data that you're picking up on your sales calls and your appointment setting calls, like all the same questions that you get, like the feedback that you get on appointment setting and sales calls, it's the best market data that you can use to improve your sales and marketing process. Because like what people are saying about your offer is exactly what you need to be addressing in your marketing material. Like if people are saying, I've seen this before, or this looks like what other people are offering, then you need to have marketing material that tells them why it's not, and breaks those beliefs and bust those myths. So there's not a formula or a script or a strategy for putting that together. It's just what should someone like your marketing and sales process. You want to just answer all the questions that people have in their mind about why they should or shouldn't buy your thing. So I just did it on a Google Doc and just wrote up a big Google Doc with kind of similar to how I do the presentations, where it's just like some screenshots of things, some just dot points and subheadings, and little bits of social proof, like just a screenshot of a client message and a testimonial, or screenshot of a commission check hitting someone's bank account and their bank notification, and showing the back end of our system. Mine's about 30 to 45 minutes right now, but I'm making a new one this week, or mid to late next week, that we're going to be rolling out as well.
I see. Okay. And then when they do ask for, I guess, like, okay, what's included, we do actually get, I guess, like the deliverables. And then that's when you, like during a sales call, for example, that's when you obviously just kind of show them what they get. Like ad setup, ad management, all that shit.
That's when we just show them the our service package PDF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Service package. Okay. Yeah. And then you mentioned like just going and with one service right now and up until you get 30K, right? But with that one service package, you still recommend like I think I still need a little bit of clarity. Is do you recommend like still having different price points? So like a $700 per month, for example, with like
No.
basic lead gen, and then all the way
Yeah.
to 15 or whatever.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend having multiple price points before you've passed 30K per month.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then one more question. This is just kind of on the fulfillment side. So I did watch your optimization video,
Mhm.
and in phase one, you mentioned, right, like if you're not getting a sustainable, is it cost per lead or CPL?
Yep.
This is where you just duplicate the winning ad sets or ad angles or creative, and then just changing them slightly. So that's what I did for my client.
Mhm.
Now, do you just duplicate the ad? Sorry, how am I gonna ask this? Do I duplicate the asset, or do I just duplicate the ads with the new ad creative in that same asset? If that makes sense.
Yeah, good question. So usually we'll just keep it within the same campaign, and we'll turn off like the underperforming creatives and then duplicate the winning ads within the same campaign, within the same ad set. And so say you've got like one of the creatives that's performing really well, which is like a price comparison ad is one of them, where it's like, it's an image of a house, and it's like, this is the price in 2023, this is the price in 2024. If that ad angle is performing best, then you can just change the picture of the house that's in the ad, and you could make like 3 to 4 variations of that ad where it's just like it's the same ad format but a different house in the image. Or if you've got like an aerial view ad where it's like an aerial image where you've got little like house price icons over this aerial photo, then you can just change the photo that's in the background and have a different photo. Or like you can change the color of the graphics. So you're just like making slight adjustments and slight variations of the already best performing creatives.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it still somewhat has to look pretty familiar or similar to the winning ad creative, right? Like not too much, but it's very, very, very subtle.
Yeah.
Like, because that's what I did with our client. We just changed the background. Like it was like a suburb, like aerial view with like a search bar. I also really appreciate naming conventions, by the way, because it really helps a lot. Yeah, so just changing the background into a different image, like that's like just enough, right?
Yeah, I know it like might even sound like too oversimplified, but literally the way that I think about optimizing paid ads is just do more of what's working, do less of what's not working. Just like good equals do more, bad equals do less. If like an ad is like you launch a campaign, you've got all these different variables, you've got different audiences, you've got different ads, you've got different ad copies, and things that aren't working, you just turn them off. Things that are working, you lean into that and try and make repetitions and make slight variations of the things that are working. So it's like we've got this one ad angle that is performing better. So let's just like make variations of that thing that's already working. And it's because that's gonna, like, we already know that because most of what makes a creative work, and the reason that we separate these the variables is we're trying to launch, like when we initially launch campaigns, we usually have 3 different creative variations per ad set. And each of those 3 different creative variations are significantly different angles in terms of a style of creative. Like one might be like a house comparison ad. One might be like a mock-up of a phone screen. One might be an aerial image. Like visually, those are dramatically different formats of ads. And so based on those different formats, where if you launch 3 ads that were all visually quite similar, then there's not much variation there for you to see much of a difference in terms of how they're going to perform. And so once you find an angle of an ad that's working well, then you can just create more variation of that, and that's going to make the ad go a lot further. And potentially, because it can be things as simple as like the graphic on the ad is yellow versus red. Like that alone can sometimes decrease lead cost by 30%. Like sometimes it's the weirdest, like tiny things that can make ads perform better. And another like hack, if like this is something that you can't always really control, but something that we've that we've seen work really, really well before, is having ads that get like if you can have something about an ad that gets a lot of comments, then the ad just goes crazy and performs well. And this is a strategy that I've seen people purposefully execute on in the e-com space for drop shipping, is they'll like purposefully try and farm comments on their ads and like have arguments with people, because then that creates engagement on the ads. And like, you know, if there's an ad and you're trying to sell dog beds, then you just comment something, like have a fake account that comments on it, dogs suck, like cats rule, and then just like have an and then get people fired up about having an argument of dogs versus cats. But we've had like ads that accidentally have a spelling error in them, for example, of like the name of the suburb, and the ad that has the spelling error performs best because everyone's commenting, that's not how you spell that location, that's not how you spell that suburb. And we're like, why does that work? It's so annoying. And every now and then we try little things that we're like trying to farm comments on people's ads, and that's like a little sneaky hack that can work well, but only if like it only makes sense to do for clients that are at a much higher scale where you're trying to just like squeeze and hyper optimize.
Yeah.
Another good thing to do, which I only figured out a couple days ago, was, you know how with like ads, you put the ad copy in as like dynamic ad copy at the ad set, at the ad level.
Yeah.
This might be like obvious, but I didn't know this, and I only found this out the other day. Like I always hey,
is it dynamic creatives?
no, not dynamic creatives, but like but how to see the data on which version of your ad copy is producing the majority of the leads when you're running dynamic running dynamic ad copy. Because I thought that because it's dynamic, it just automatically optimizes and you don't have access to that data, but you can actually filter it so that, say, you know, at the ad level, you put the same, you know, 3 to 5 ad copy variations across all of your ads. How do you know which version of those ad copy is performing well? You're just kind of like hoping that one of them performs best, but then you never know which one's performing best. So what you can do is in breakdowns. So these are like the ads that I just relaunched for my agency client acquisition ads. You can go breakdown. You can go delivery. Where did it go? Breakdown. Placement, platform, time of day, media type. Oh my god, where did it go? Time. Oh, by dynamic creative element, text. So you can go breakdown by dynamic element, text, and then it will show you at the ad level which version of your ad copy actually produced the majority of the leads. So we can see here that which ad is bringing in most of the leads. This one, Hey Agent, has brought in 4 leads, and then it will show you the ad spend on all of those. So if I go, and usually like the one with the most ad spend is bringing in most leads. For some reason, that's not showing properly. Oh yeah, it is cool. Okay, so we've got these 2 ad copy variations got the majority of the ad spend. So we know that this one and this one are performing best, and this one isn't. And so that way, like that just allows you to just have data on split testing your ad copy as well as your creatives, because that's one thing that we previously weren't paying attention to. Which obviously, yeah, like you want to be split testing your ad copy as much as you are your creatives.
And then do you let it run, like, let's say you have how many variations would you actually create of that winning ad for that one asset?
Yeah, if we're doing that optimization strategy, you'd probably do like an additional only 2 or 3 variations of a winning ad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then do you let them all run side by side?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. And then from there, you just let it run for at least a week, right? If the CPL is still in KPI, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay, yeah, thank you.
No worries. Anything else related to that?
I think that's it for now. Thanks.
No worries. Cool. Eric, you're up. You're up next. How can I help?
Thanks. Great questions, guys. Between a 6-month or a 12-month service, like, would the inclination be more to kind of lock in a client for a 12-month service as opposed to 6 months? Or are you thinking that, you know, 6 months is a good enough kind of scale or gauge to see whether or not you're going to be successful in getting them their desired results? Or, what if you bring someone on for 12 months and you're not getting them their desired results, kind of a deal?
Yeah, for sure. So the decision on like how long to make your minimum contract period is like what you're tossing up is like the longer that you make your minimum contract period, the more of a commitment it is for your clients, and so it creates more of a barrier to entry for who is becoming a client in the first place, which can negatively impact your sales process. And so you only want to be doing it like you want to be for any new offer, you want to be starting with a lower minimum contract period to decrease that resistance, and then the more confidence and predictability you have in your sales process, and the stronger your case studies get, then the easier it is for you to command higher prices and higher contract periods. And so, because the real estate industry is obviously a long-term sales cycle, it's genuinely in the client's best interest to be making a long-term commitment, so they're seeing something through for at least 4 to 6 months. And where part of it is also just about we're controlling our minimum client value so that we can scale more predictably with paid ads. Because so even if you're doing 3-month minimum contracts, like I broke down in the paid ads training yesterday, if you know that like any new client you sign is worth at least $4,500, then you can spend more on paid ads for client acquisition a lot more comfortably, because you know that you could spend $3,000 a month on ads and know that you could break even and even be profitable by only closing one client $1,500 per month, because they're going to be worth $4,500 too. So I would recommend starting out with a shorter time frame when you're in the earlier stages of validating a new service, because it will just make it easy to get people in the door. And then as you build more social proof and more case studies, then you can increase that. So like right now we're doing 6 months on the front end.
Yeah, and I mean, so I'm relatively newer in the startup process, and got a few clients under my belt and stuff like that, and they've all been on a 12-month agreement. And just through discussions that I've been having with other coaches and other mentors and individuals like yourself, who are saying that a shorter term contract would be better, given the fact that we do have such a long cycle in the real estate space. It takes most leads coming in are probably not gonna contract for 6 to maybe 12 months out. So I mean, if you have a shorter cycle, there's also the side that, well, hey, even if they started today, most of those leads might not be ready to do anything for, maybe by the time their contract is going to expire. And so would they renew? Would they be more likely to renew? Like, if someone came on a 6-month agreement, but their leads are not maturing until month 5 and month 6 and month 7 before they even want to go out and do something, or even be willing to make a commitment with that agent, whether it be sign a BRA or sign a listing agreement or what have you. I'm thinking that a 6-month contract is probably not enough runway.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what everyone else is doing or what their experience is where that is concerned, but I'm not sure, what your response would be to that.
Yeah, so one of the way that we've done it for the longest time is like, just because you have a minimum contract period doesn't mean that it's automatically implied that you're stopping working together after that initial contract. So you can make it so that in your services agreement, it's a 3-month minimum, but it's implied that it's month to month after that, and it just continues rolling on. And they have to give you 30 days notice if they're intending to cancel. That's very, very standard in the agency model, because we're offering a done for you service. Often we're doing work ahead of time in expectation going into the month ahead. And so lots of done for you retainer services like this have a 30-day cancellation policy. And so when we were doing 3-month minimums, that's how we conduct it, where it's a 3-month minimum and then it's just month to month after that, and it's implied that you're that it's just rolling on and continuing month to month after that, and you just have to give us 30 days notice if you're ever wanting to cancel, and that's it.
Okay. All right.
Because then regardless of the situation, clients that are happy and that are getting results will stay on. Like, I've got clients right now that are not on any locked in contract and have been paying us $2,000 a month for the past almost 2 years. They're not in a contract. They're just on as a client. And if they wanted to drop off, they just have to give us 30 days notice and they can cancel whenever.
Okay. Question with respect to their ad campaigns and running, let's say, Facebook ads. Have you experienced running ads to branded Facebook pages as opposed to unbranded Facebook pages? So if the agent has a personal Facebook page, not their profile, the Facebook page with their name on and everything else like that, or maybe they have a page that represents their community or their market that they service, right?
Yeah.
Would you recommend running ads to their personal Facebook page, branded, or an unbranded business page?
What would be like a brand, like, is unbranded like, hey, like, if it was me, like, I'm just Liam Casey and not branding myself as a real estate agent working with this specific franchise, and then branded is I'm Liam Casey, real estate agent in this location with this marketing agency. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I'm saying branded as Liam Casey, real estate agent, whatever your brokerage is, and unbranded being Melbourne's finest, neighborhoods, real estate, whatever the case might be, right? So it because sometimes the perception could be, and look, leads are leads, right? They we all know what leads are like sometimes, but it could be possible that a lead or a prospect will be more responsive to opting in or requesting information through a portal that they are not necessarily thinking or wanting to engage with a real estate agent, right? So I'm not sure if you've ever ran any tests with any agents with respect to that who would prefer their leads to be generated on a non-branded or an unbranded Facebook business page.
So the only scenarios that I see that getting done, like all of our clients, we always run ads just directly through, if it's an individual agent, through their existing personal Instagram page and Facebook page, and it's always a page that is like a professional page that represents them as an agent, not a more generic non-branded page like that what you're talking about. The only scenario where I see that gets done is if you're fulfilling a different format of a lead gen service. Like a lot of lead gen agencies that do pay per lead model, for example, they are generating all of the leads external to like the individual client's personal Facebook and Instagram account. Like they would be running they would be running ads. Like there's companies in Australia, for example, where you're a real estate agent, you can like pay to, you know, claim an area in Australia, and you get access to the leads that they're generating in that location, and they're just running ads at a national scale through a generic brand like, you know, what's my homeworth.com.au, and they've just got like a centralized landing page that they're running all of their ads to, and they're collecting leads, and then clients sign up to their platform, and then they distribute the leads geographically based on who is owning that area. And so that's the only circumstance where I've seen people change between generating leads through more of a generic brand versus a personal brand. And I think part of the one of the side effects and the benefits of agents running ads in the first place is, you know, like real estate is obviously a very relationship based, sales based industry where it is often about, you know, the person that you're dealing with, and building a personal brand is very important, and just having more exposure on your socials helps a lot with that. Even if, you know, anytime that you've got a new property that's going live and you've got more people that are viewing your stories or, you know, paying attention to your posts, if you're running your paid ads through the page that you're going to be posting on, the Instagram account that you're going to be engaging on, you're naturally always getting a lot more traffic to those accounts, because all of your ads are showing up from those accounts, and people are clicking on the profile and checking out your content. And so if they're doing any form of organic content, they'll notice that they're getting more engagement and more views, which helps out long term as well. So it's better at the end of the day to run ads through their personal pages and accounts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Appreciate that, Liam.
Easy. No worries. Aaron, did you have another one you wanted to run through?
Yeah, I mean there's a couple of good lines of questioning from Lisa and Eric, and I don't think I wrote down my questions. I wrote down one of them actually with Lisa's line of questioning, just regarding the pre-call video sequence, right? So I think in that structure, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, if you're running paid ads, right, because it's like natural progression, right? You click to book your appointment, go to the pre-call video, right? What does that scenario possibly look like if you're doing cold outreach, specifically with cold calls, right? Like appointments booked on your calendar. Do you say, hey, watch this pre-call video, right?
Yeah. So it would just go through in the appointment confirmation process. So like after the appointment's scheduled, they get like an appointment confirmation text, and you can set like some of these you can build out automatically in Calendly. So like in Calendly, you can have like send text and email to invitee when the meeting is scheduled. So like that's like like when the meeting is booked, confirmation, SMS, and email. And in that you can include the call to action to watch this video before our call. And you can have like that turns into 6 touch points of call to actions for people to watch that video. They get an SMS and email when the meeting is booked. Both of those include the call to action to watch the video. Then 24 hours before the meeting, and then 1 hour before the meeting, both text and email. So that's like 6 ways that they can get to that video. And then the appointment confirmation the day before the meeting from whoever's taking the sales call, reaching out to them personalized, sending that video, saying, hey, so-and-so, looking forward to our call tomorrow at this time. Make sure that you've watched the video beforehand. Those are the best things. That's all you really need to do.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Perfect. That makes a lot of sense.
Lisa said if they don't watch the video, do you reschedule the call? Yes. Or you play the video at the start of the call if you have time. Like if you don't have a call back to back, you say like if we start the call, say hey, first of all, like what was your biggest takeaway from the video? Did you get a chance to check that out? Like was there anything that resonated with you? Was there anything that stood out? Was there anything that you didn't like? And like that's how we usually start the sales call, is asking them what they thought of the video. If they haven't watched it, then we say, okay, like unfortunately we'll definitely have to reschedule, because these calls go a lot more smoothly once you've actually watched our entire presentation, and we've got, you know, a lot of application calls on the calendar. We need to make sure that we can speak with everyone that's serious and has all the information about our offer. And so we'll just reschedule this later this week. I'll send you back over that video, make sure that you've watched that, and then we'll touch base. And that's all we do if someone hasn't watched it on the call. And if like sometimes we've got called back to back to back, and we know that the call would go over if we watched the video on the call and then got stuck into the sales call. So yeah, you should adhere to that and make sure they watch the video.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so that's an important piece I'm missing there. Just to switch gears a little bit, though, I did have a question, kind of a follow-up question on a couple of things you'd mentioned previously, just in regards to like the CSM role today, I believe. But I'd asked you previously, like, hey, you know, can you train a media buyer from scratch? And you're like, no, hire a media buyer, right? Like their expertise is kind of beyond what your own should be, right?
Yeah.
But in my thought process, though, like if we're running real estate ads, right? In my experience, they're relatively plug and play from each client, right? It's just kind of changing creative to reflect your city, median price points, and so forth. So at that point, though, what's really the need to have a crazy media buyer versus just saying, hey, VA, here's the creatives, here's the market, make these changes?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously the market evolves and the strategy evolves. And so you don't want to be the one long-term that has to be innovating and iterating and improving on your fulfillment strategy and paying attention to the updates that Facebook's rolling out and what's on the cutting edge of what's working in the industry and what happens when iOS 15 comes out, and just like all of the just boring stuff related to Facebook ads. Like there's no way that we're ever going to be on top of that as someone that only has to worry about media buying. And then also at scale, like you need a media buyer just to be able to make the more complicated judgment calls of like, does this campaign need to be completely relaunched, or do we, like, you know, what order should we optimize campaigns in, or do we need to be, you know, testing a different location, or do we need to be just revamping creatives entirely? And at scale, if it's just you and VAs, you just simply don't have the bandwidth to be managing that across all of your clients. Like if you've got 30 to 40 clients on board, every single day you have to be checking in all of those ad accounts, and then there's a good chunk of those that you have to be doing something for. And so you having to check in on 30 to 40 ad accounts every single day, and then telling a VA, hey, you have to do all of these things, and then making sure that they do it all, and then confirming it, like it ends up being way too much workload at scale. And then it's also about having that person that can be client facing as well, and that is skilled enough in terms of just like understanding the strategy of media buying and driving results through pay ads, that they can communicate to your clients and retain them and build relationships and, you know, explain the strategy to them as well. Whereas a VA isn't going to be able to do that.
Good answer. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. Cool. Anything else?
I mean, yeah, I probably got one more if Lisa and Eric.
I like the sounds of
just
30 to 40 clients. That's what I like.
Yeah. A lot. And actually, I'm just curious, just kind of on the sales side of things. I'm curious, how have you actually handled the pay at closing? I only want to pay till I close something objection.
Honestly, that goes away once you start booking in more calls through paid ads and acquiring better clients. It's just a result of financially unqualified prospects. Like people that, like the only people that are wanting to do that are people that are in a scarcity mindset because their only option is to find a service that are willing to do that. They're so short for cash that they don't want to put any money down, or are like, and you can handle that objection just by asking them point blank questions and just being like, hey, is this because you've just been burnt so bad in the past and you just completely believe that this stuff doesn't work and you're only willing to try something if there's no risk up front, or is it just something that you can't viably afford right now and there's just no way that you could implement this? And getting to the bottom of, like, what I'm always trying to do on sales calls is you're trying to find what their real objection is, because most people's like surface level response to your pitch is not what their true objection is. Like if someone's saying, do you guys do a pay-per-close model? It can only be one of two things. Either their belief and trust is so low in the system that they just don't think it's going to work. And so that's one way that I've asked it before, is like, are you so uncertain about this working that the only way that you would give it a go is if you had zero risk up front? Is that your biggest concern? or it's that they just aren't financially qualified. And so one thing is having higher quality lead sources that you're generating prospects from, and making sure that you're having a better client criteria that you're filtering people through to get them on sales calls in the first place, and then just having better objection handling on the back end of calls as well. And so sometimes I just straight up say no, and I just say, like, if is the only option that you're looking for when it comes to a digital marketing strategy something that there's zero risk for, that you have no money down to invest in? If that's the case, then we're not going to be a good fit to work together. So before we move forward any longer, like, and in your script, in your sales script, there's like a strategy called identifying landmines, where you can have a section in the script before you even move on to your pitch, where you can say, so assuming that you see the value in our system, and it's something that you want to execute on, the minimum investment to implement our program starts at around $1,500 per month, including ad spend. Is that an investment that you'd be willing and able to work with if you saw the value in our system and we could help you get to XYZ result? And so you're like isolating the financial objection before you pitch. That's why it's called identifying landmines, because a lot of these objections are better prevented than handled. And a lot of the time, like, if these objections come up, they're really hard to overcome because of the type of objection they are. Like, for example, your decision maker objection. If someone's got a business partner that they need to make decisions with, then it's going to be impossible to close someone on the call if they need to run it by their business partner, which is why in our discovery call process, we pre-qualify and say, is there anyone else that needs to be present on the call in order to make a decision, so that we can have everyone present and move forward if it's a good fit. And we've pre-handled that objection from showing up in the first place. And so you just include a question earlier on in your script where you're asking them, assuming that you see the value in our system, it's a good fit, and you can see how we're going to help you get to XYZ result. This is the minimum investment to work with us. Is that an investment that you'd be willing and able to work with, assuming that it's a good fit? This is just like hypothetically, if it's a good fit and you see the value. If they say no, I'm only looking to do something, if it's a pay-per-close model, then say no worries, we're not going to be a good fit to work together. That's completely fine, but that's not how we operate, and we obviously have to pay. We have to charge for our services. We're a business. Simple.
Yeah, we have that in our cold calling script for our setter.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think even asking on the sales script, but we took it out on our sales script, so I think adding that back in would be ideal. So yeah.
And so, like, I very, very rarely get that coming up now. And if it comes up on this appointment setting call, then we're not, that person's disqualified and we're not taking a call with them, because it's just like I said, it's just a sign of them being financially unqualified.
Yeah, it's a waste of time too.
Yeah. Like, the only variation that I've seen of it, like if you wanted to get fancy with it or trial something out, is like if you were going to do it, you'd as kind of like an objection handle, which would turn them off it. You'd say, if we did that, I'm taking on significant amount more risk, and I'm allocating my team's time, energy, and resources towards partnering up and working with you, and that's taking up a client capacity from someone that would usually be paying with us. And so in order for it to make sense to do that for you, we'd have to take at least 50% of the commission from any listing that you bring on board, and we're splitting the commissions 50-50. Because if your risk is going to zero, then your upside is going to come down as well. And so if any listings that you convert, then we're getting half of the commission. And so in the long run, you're going to be a lot less profitable than you would have otherwise been if you just paid out a normal retainer. It's just like typical risk versus reward. You risk more upfront, you have more reward on the back. You want to have no risk on the front end, then you're going to have less reward on the back end.
Yeah, they're better off just going to Zillow then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
But they're already complaining 30%, 40% now. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. There you go.
Hey, did you say 1,500 including ad spend or 1,500 ad spend separate?
1,500 including ad spend, because our cheapest offer is like 750 ad spend, 700 plus GST for that like launch starter package. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted, I figured it was that way. I just wanted to clarify because I know you had 1,500 for the middle tier.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else?
Just to add a little bit to Lisa's question there with respect to, leads that want to do like a pay per lead or a pay per close kind of a deal. I think it's extremely hard to track the results that they get, if they, whether they sell the buyer or whether they sell the listing or whatever the case might be. I'm not sure how one, and obviously there are companies out there that do that, that business model. They've probably got the resources somewhat to be able to track that. But how would you track whether an agent has done a deal or not done a deal with a lead that they generated through your program?
Yeah. So what we do is we just have an end of week report that we get our clients to fill out. And even though it's not perfect, it's like something that we're collecting from people, and they're at least accountable to be keeping us in the loop with how they're going with the back end of converting the leads. And then we audit things at the end of each month as well. So like with that client tracking sheet that I shared, the paid ads tracking sheet that we use for all of our clients, we're trying to reconcile that at the end of each month and kind of doing an audit of their pipeline and going, how many appointments did we book this month? How many appointments were conducted? How many listings were acquired or not? What leads are in the pipeline? Do it look like that they're going to be closing over the next 30 to 60 days? So that we're kind of getting them, we're just trying to improve their confidence that they've got an ROI around the corner. And that's honestly the best that we can do is just have them send through. We're just keeping regular communication with them, having an end of week report that we get them to fill out, and then auditing the pipeline at the end of each month, because we have one-on-one strategy sessions with all of our clients once a month.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome, guys. We'll come up to the end of the hour, so it's a be a good time to wrap up. Thanks everyone for sticking around and participating in the challenge. It was cool connecting and getting to hang out with you guys throughout this week. Make sure to stay engaged in the community and ask questions as you need it. And if you guys we're obviously working one-on-one now, which I'm super excited about. So I'll speak to you guys soon. Have a good rest of your week. Happy scaling. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Hey, thanks, Liam.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
All right.
Take care.
See you.
Nice meeting you
Bye,
guys.
Nice meeting you too.
likewise.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.